Awesome. Okay. Well, thanks again, everyone, for joining us today. We have Chris McFarland here to take us through both the structural module and then the roofing to follow after lunch. So I'm going to let Chris give a little background on his experience, and then after that, he can just take the floor, and I'll be here as well.
Perfect. I wanted to thank you guys for joining us. A bit about my background since the early 2000s. I've worked with some of the largest and most trend-setting architects, designers, and general contractors in North America. My works included writing, business development. I'm passionate about helping businesses build and prosper their brand voice while leveraging marketing to facilitate rapid building growth. When not exploring the coast, you'll find me at home trying to ignore my wife, satisfy the appetite of my 2 daughters. My past and notable clients include some of the largest real estate, architectural design platforms, and construction manufacturers in North America. The structural aspect of a home is typically very limited, especially in homes with developed basements. These homes, typically you can see rafters, trusses, joists, exposed foundation, wall, sheathing, possibly beams and support columns. You want to keep in mind that home inspectors are non-invasive, visual inspectors, and unless you have consent from the seller for invasive testing or inspections, such as asbestos testing, etc., it's more of just visually what you see and recording it. Cody and I'm not sure the other gentleman, but it's registered as iPad. Did you guys have anything up front that you wanted to, me to spend more time on? That way, when we get to that slide, I can really dive into it for you guys.
Honestly, Chris, if we come across anything, I can't think of anything right now, but if there is something, I'll just mention it.
Beautiful. And that's, I'm a completely open book. I'm a Red Seal carpenter by trade. I've been working in trades for close to 20 years now. And at any time, if there's anything that you guys want me to spend more time on or give a more thorough explanation, myself or Alex will be able to do that. And Alex, for what I think that I know, Alex is literally a walking encyclopedia.
Yeah.
I'm sure you guys have found that in the past couple of days.
Yeah.
Beautiful. So yeah, at any time, if you guys have any questions, you want to make a joke, you need to, whatever it might be, feel free to speak up. I love class interaction. And with this being a smaller class, we can really use the term intimate here. I'm not going to light a candle and pull out a bottle of wine, but I can really make this class for what you guys need it to be. See, I'm funny, man. What can I say?
Yeah, you betcha.
And one of the tasks that I actually do is I write blogs for real estate companies or architectural design firms or whatever it might be. And it's funny because if you were to read my stuff, you'd be like, "Yep, that's Chris."
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to read it now, man.
Yeah,
awesome.
Funny enough, if you want to know more about my background, you can just go copywritingchris.com. Chris is spelled with a K, and you can kind of see an overview of what I do, what I bring to the table, my experience. And as I was mentioning to Alex prior to the rest of the class starting, I buy a ton of real estate. I work with a very large real estate investment firm. I walk all the real estate for them. So it's nice being able to work with the Canadian Institute of Home Inspectors, bringing what I see and bringing what investors see to the table and really making this class something that you guys can hopefully take with you into the field.
Awesome.
Yeah. So I'm going to go over foundations really quick. I'm going to wave the magic wand. I'm going to pretend like you guys, this is day one. So when you build a home, basically what you do is there's bare land, you get into foundations, you do your foundation walls, you throw your framing on top of that, building envelope, walk up, etc. Once with bare land, the hole is dug, undisturbed soil where your home now sits, which is now water intrusion point. The purpose of footings is to collect and distribute loads from buildings to soil below. They must be wide enough to distribute load, strong enough to withstand concentrated load. They must be undisturbed and properly on compact soil, set below the frost line. Typically that's 6 to 8 feet for a lot of Canada. In areas of Canada like where I live, which is Vancouver, Southwest BC, it's actually only 16 inches.
Wow.
Yeah, and that's, when you're talking to a carpenter man, when I used to do foundations, oh, that's my favorite, because all you do is just pull out that shovel, skim the earth, pour the concrete. It's not like being in Fort Mac or out in Alberta or Saskatchewan, where it's a task. It's you're not doing it by hand, and when you pull in that equipment, man, they're working long hours. Footings can fail for many reasons, including inadequate depth, size, concrete mix, and even soil conditions that may expand or shrink depending on the moisture content. Possible indication of failed footings are settlement of structure, out of plumb structure, cracks in masonry, concrete walls, windows. However, the chances that you will actually see this in the footings are pretty low unless you get into a crawl space. The image on the left shows the pouring of concrete cast in place forms of the vibrator. And trust me, when I say that I've been there, I have been there. I've been crawling those forms with my hands and knees. I've been the vibrator guy. I've been the guy when I was, 13, 14 years old, hitting the forms, stripping them, stacking the lumber. What you're gonna see on the right is a foundation stripped, and then they've put the tar on the base of it. Concrete begins to hydrate after about 1 hour, and when you continue on with the next 16 to 24-inch lift of pour, you have to consolidate the two sections with the vibrator. Concrete takes 28 days to harden and can be built on basically after 3 days. And depending on how hot it is, a lot of the time too, you can start to set your sill plate. Not that you're going to stand your walls on top of that, but it does set up quick.
Gotcha.
Crack foundations may arise from a multitude of reasons, such as lateral forces from rocks, tree roots, hydrostatic pressure from water and frost, inadequate footings, shifting in the structure's soil, inadequate concrete strength, rebar, poor workmanship, poor backfilling procedures, etc. Vertical cracks, generally these are a water intrusion concern. Horizontal cracks are typically a constructional concern. Diagonal cracks are also a structural concern and can often be seen around corners. All cracks should be noted and reported. The interesting thing about cracks is water comes through them. Ask me how I know this. If you guys saw the flooding that happened in Southwest BC earlier this year, there's that picture of the big fire. I woke up to that at probably about 5 o'clock. I was up on the hill where that fire was. We were maybe like just a couple kilometers away from. We were stranded at our grandparents' place for a couple weeks. We came home, our basement was full of water. And I live in a 115-year-old house. So that's where foundations, cracks in foundations, whatever it might be, they're really important. Ask me how I know. Concrete foundation defects. Oftentimes you might find hairline cracks less than 2 millimeters or a 16th inch. These are generally not a concern should you be sealed, but generally not a concern. Don't be fooled by cracks and parging. You must want to dig down and see the cracks go into the foundation. Leftover concrete from ties must be removed as they are a safety hazard. Watermarks might be found inside of the home where this exists, but again, this is something of a concern. If you see minor watermarks around a tie, chances are you can chip that out, do a quick parge, or seal it in. Concrete foundation defects. Window shrinkage cracks are often common. You want to check for watermarks. Generally, these are not a concern of less than 1/8 of an inch, but should still be recommended to be sealed. You may also come across what are called cold joints. This is generally caused by when work stops, you have a coffee, you have a smoke, whatever it might be. And then when you start pouring concrete again, that kind of crack that you're seeing on the right-hand side happens. Or what ends up happening is when they throw in the vibrator, they're not throwing it in deep enough, pulling up the first lift into the second. Really what that gets back into is typically poor workmanship, which when you come from a commercial or industrial background, residential is just, you see some very interesting things. Concrete foundation defects. Honeycombing refers to voids in concrete caused by mortar not filling the spaces between the coarse aggregate and particles, not generally a constructional concern unless they're over large areas, generally due to inadequate vibration, and can be a concern for water intrusion. dry repairs are done with a mortar mix. Not the end of the world when you see it, but yeah, you just mix up a slurry called parging, throw it on top, typically it'll seal it in. Concrete foundation defects, you typically get the pleasure one time to see active moisture coming through a foundation wall on the home when you're inspecting. That's why inspections during the rain season are the best way to check for water intrusion. In the property that my wife and I own, the water was coming in so quick that we had a 3/4, I think it was a 3/4 electric sump running in the basement, and it couldn't pull the water out quick enough.
No way.
It was unbelievable how quick that water was coming in. And yeah, it's driving in the areas where the flooding was the worst. It's like if you ever seen the movie Twister, that's literally what it looks like. Insurance didn't cover a lot of the people, or the farmers didn't have insurance. Everything's written off. And basically all they're doing is just pulling it into the front lawn. The farmhands are helping, and then they have like a bucket truck or whatever come by and just throw it in the back. And that's been like basically the last 6 to 8 months for these people. And where that water came in, it was like unreal. I never experienced anything like that. And I was up in Fort Mac when the fires came. We've had minor flooding down here, but nothing like that before. But it's crazy, man. It's what water can do. It's unbelievable. Concrete crack foundation repairs. Generally, there are 2 types of concrete foundation repairs that can be completed. There's epoxy, which are good for structural crack repairs. Bad if crack is wet or dry. Interior repairs can be completed on damp or dry cracks. And then there's also polyurethane. It's bad for structural, good if the crack is active or dirty. I do have a bit of a background in this. Let me tell you right now that this is not a fun job. Additions, these are my favorite. When I walk around a property, when I'm looking at it online, whatever it might be, this is typically when a DIYer does bad. When you come across additions or what you suspect to be an addition, typically when you look at it, it doesn't look to be part of the same project, roof line, different building materials. Sometimes the paint hasn't quite aged the same as the rest of the house. They're easier to see when you start to know what to look for. You want to be extra vigilant. Unfortunately, as home inspectors, our inspections are generally limited. You can't see the footings or the foundation, but you want to check for stress and settlement cracks inside and outside. You always want to recommend to the client to check for any permits on the upgrades, building, electrical, gas, etc. Some ways to determine if there was an addition is present is through verifying sub-4 material, different roof decking materials, possibly joints, roofing members, insulation, and sheathing and date stamps. Typically what I do when I go into a place and I'm looking for additions is I'll actually pull out the heat register and I look to see what the sub-4 was in building A. And then if I'm in the addition and there's a heat register in the floor, I'll see if the floor sheathing matches up or if typically the year matches up. In most additions that I see, they're more obvious than not, especially when you start getting into the DIYers. What I like investing in, or what the firm, one of the firms that I work with, they like the old, Canadian box from 1980s where people haven't done anything to them. You want to be vigilant for cracks. Again, this is just another image of cracks, but you can see just how bad that is. And if we were talking a addition here, what's actually happening is on the engineered product, that's holding the structure. And then this addition might be inadequate. It might not be tied in proper. It might not be doweled in proper, etc. And then basically what ends up happening is half of the house that's supported properly is doing its job, and the other half slightly shifts. And that's where you can see that crack going up. Older building practices, horizontal forms. Again, I mentioned the house that I live in is 114 years young. Horizontal forms are used in foundation building. It's not a concern. It was just a different, less efficient installation practice compared to today. These may be found in homes pre-1960. Interestingly, though, oftentimes you may notice that the subfloor in these older homes with the style of foundation will have concrete on them. This is because they would reuse the foundation forms for the subfloor to save costs on material. The planks may also have been used for the wall sheathing as well. I mean, you can find walls filled with old clothes, newspapers, whatever it might be. But this is really interesting. The area that I live in is older than the rest of the area. So a lot of the houses that I've walked, helped neighbors on, etc., they're well over 100 years old. Sulfide decay. When inspecting homes built pre-1960, you want to be extra vigilant for sulfide decay due to the lack of use of chemical and sulfidic retardants, inconsistent aggregate materials, unfiltered water, and inadequate workmanship. These older foundations are highly susceptible to sulfuric decay, which inform the acid in the ground. These foundations often lack damp proofing at the exterior. It's crucial to check for watermarks and damage in basement and foundation walls. Just a bit of what you're seeing there. And you can see just how easily it chips away from the rest of the material. ICF really didn't come into southwestern Canada as quickly as it came into the prairies, and I want to say the Maritimes as well. You don't typically see it in Southwest BC. I have worked with this before. Beautiful product, stacks up just like Lego. Pour your concrete. I don't want to use the term soundproof, but man, when you're in an ICF house, you can be right next to a freeway. You don't hear a thing. It's beautiful. ICF are insulated concrete form foundations. They first came in and around, late 60s, and they were actually invented in Canada. The initial cost was much higher than standard concrete foundation walls, but they have since become comparable, often using recreational properties. Some structures are built from foundation to roof with actually ICFs. They come equipped with insulation on both sides, additional thermal value to the dwelling, and reduce air gaps. There's no need to add a vapor barrier as the insulation acts as one. The insulation is expanded polystyrene, which is actually an interesting building product that's coming into the interiors of mid to high-end homes, just again, based on its cost and also the noise suppressing properties of it when it's woven into this product. It's called PET. It's quite inexpensive, actually. As ICF walls are generally thinner than concrete foundations, additional horizontal and vertical reinforcing is required. Some issues with ICF is they may be completed by DIYers, which result in bowed walls, inadequate vibrating, impossible blowouts with poor repairs. If you're looking for a good standard or reputable information on this, you want to go ICFMA, type that in any search engine. Who are we kidding? We all use Google, and you'll see a lot of information come up. ICF blocks, just images of blocks and webbing with a hanger system. The curing process, also known as hydration, allows for generally a good product as the insulation protects the concrete, yielding good results. The curing is the forming or hardening of the concrete. You want to keep the contact wet for as long as possible. It keeps getting stronger, basically the wetter or damper that you can keep it. A benefit of ICFs is that the insulation helps to avoid premature drying of the concrete, also known as flash setting. If you've poured concrete or worked with concrete in anything really above 25 to 30 Celsius, it can set fast. I want to use the term lightning fast because it absolutely can. And when you're working foundation walls and ICFs are able to cool the concrete and keep it workable, it's a really nice product to work with. It's, in my opinion, when you're forming, it's essentially the Cadillac of forming materials. I really enjoyed working with it, even though it might be a bit more expensive compared to traditional strip footings. You make up for it on man hours. I really found that with a lot of foundations that we did. So this is interior inspection. Installation of the wall systems are generally done with design plates into the wall and then wall hangers incorporated in the system. Another way is to set the flooring system on top of the ICF right at the actual concrete, but there are many different systems out there depending on the manufacturer. The black strips generally indicate the location for interior webbing. The insulation is typically 1.5 to 2 inches thick. You may want to bring a 2-foot or 4-foot level to check for deflection in the walls. Again, when you're doing ICF, if guys don't have proper whalers and strong backs, ties in place, and they pour that concrete, if they pour it too quick, you do risk a blowout. And that's too where any kind of bow or, anything in that wall, if it's not done properly, you're going to see it in your drywall. Borders might try and hide that by putting on an extra, like a really thick skim coat to try and build out if there's any bows in there. But again, I mean, you bring a 4-foot level, you run your eye down your wall when you're doing ICF or inspecting it. Typically, you can see the quality that it's done to. Concrete block foundations. These are not to be confused with cinder block foundations. Cinder blocks contain lighter, more porous aggregates, such as fly ash, which is actually one of the main ingredients in concrete. They are smaller, lighter, more porous, and they cannot be used as foundation, but can be used above grade. Often used in areas where poured concrete is difficult or costly, farmhouses, recreational properties. Rebar should be run to the footing and preferably the blocks filled with concrete, but maybe vermiculite. Lateral forces, because the foundation wall is not solid, it has a higher chance of failing due to lateral forces. This is often from hydrostatic pressure, from the soil. It can also be from rocks or tree roots, depending on where these are going in. And as we said earlier, these are used in more rural areas or areas where concrete's hard to get. Concrete block foundations are generally regarded as an inferior product to solid concrete foundation walls. However, they use the same aggregates during construction. The image on the left shows multiple issues, including step and horizontal cracks. Every mortar connection is a weak spot for lateral forces and water intrusion. Every old installation may have vermiculite inside. This is more common in commercial applications, while the image on the right has not only step cracks, but also vertical cracks along of evidence of efflorescence and moisture intrusion. Anytime when you're working again, foundation, anything that you can see, you want to spend extra time down there. And having hired a lot of home inspectors in the past on different properties that we walked or different properties that I've been the operator on, things do get missed. And that's where the foundation is exceptionally important. I really like going into any crawl space or anything that I can see, obviously, if it's not posing a risk to health, safety of the inspector, but really spending a lot of time on that foundation wall. Having a framing background, concrete background, that's where you say that you want to put the most amount of time into that foundation, making sure that everything's done well, because as you build your house up, if there's anything that's out of level or out of square, everything just keeps combining on itself. Foundation, I really put a lot of importance into. Concrete block foundation concerns. There's some additional images of failures in concrete block foundation. The one on the left, obviously older, you can see that's kind of stepping away from the house. But I mean, looking at this, not only color of house, but the fact that it's T&G with the vertical 1x4 siding, I'd probably put these houses at anywhere, 1940 to kind of like 1960, somewhere in there. It's funny too, the house that we're in, when we first bought it, we came in, I did a massive renovation to this project. It's not the worst property that I've bought because I bought some real doozies, but this one was pretty bad. And the quality of house is unbelievable. Again, built in like 1912, haven't found any structural issues, but the house has been literally here for, it's 114 years old. Foundation was done proper, besides the water coming in the basement, but that couldn't have been avoided with the flood that we had. I haven't really found any issues, and because the exterior was well kept, it was painted, call it every decade or every 15 years. The siding is in exceptionally good condition. It's actually almost unbelievable, how well the house was maintained over the 120 years. Stone foundations. My house is old. It does not have a foundation that looks like this. Stone foundations are found in very old buildings, typically 1930s and older. These have the least desirable foundations for a variety of reasons, such as high chances of water intrusion due to little to no moisture proofing, generally little integrity, and can often be pulled apart by hand. Created by rocks from quarries, fields, rivers, anywhere that nearby, and cemented in place with mortar, generally without footings. Settlement and shifting is very common in dwellings with these types of foundations. When we've looked at properties in the past, if I see stone foundations, I don't want to say it's like winning a gold mine, but if the house is in okay condition, you can go and you can save these. But when a normal individual that might not have the construction background walks into a basement that's literally stones put together, they're running the other way. Permanent wood foundations, or PWFs. PWFs are made by using pressure-treated wood. These types of foundations were first experimented in Canada military in the 1950s up in northern Canada. Footings can be made of wood or concrete. The wood footings would be made up of sills to distribute the load on the walls. While many buyers currently shy away from PWFs, these foundations can be as good as concrete if they're built properly. And I really want to put that emphasis on if built properly. They supposedly have drier and warmer spaces due to reduced thermal bridging that is found with concrete foundations. If you come across a product that has a PWF, you want to inform the clients that it is there. Many lenders and home insurance providers request an engineer's certificate, and some lenders, providers may not want to lend on the dwelling. There should be a stamp that indicates the lumber is rated for pressure wood foundation. And in today's lending market, most lenders are looking for a reason to say no in order to lend on a product. That's where you come across inadequate foundation, structural concerns, whatever it might be. If you are able to find the engineer's certificate or, some sort of something that shows that this is an engineered product, whether it be pictures or engineer's stamp or drawings or whatever it might be, you could be doing the owners a great deal. If they found their forever home and a lender's saying, no, I'm not going to lend on it, but then you say, hey, here are the reasons that indicate why I think this is an engineered product, you're going to create raving fans out of those customers. And what do raving fans do? They leave you the Google reviews. They become, your, gospel in the field, so to speak. They talk to all their friends, family, use this guy. He was able to get what this house needed in order for us to move into it. Incised lumber, the following is a slide that discusses incised lumber. So it's ACQ, alkaline, copper, quaternary. I know I'm saying that wrong. It's the most common treatment for incised lumber. So this is where a PWF was found in the foundation. And as you can see, as they're knocking along that, the mortar doesn't quite look the same, but you can hear how it's a bit hollow. If this was typically more concrete foundation, when you knocked along that, you wouldn't hear that kind of hollowness with it. PWF defects, some of the common issues you may come across are water intrusion, mold, rot, and other structural damage like bowing. You're not permitted to drill through the PWF studs below grade. You might want to probe for rot, if you suspect that it might be there. You want to lift the vapor barrier and insulation slightly to get the visual. Some inspectors also carry staples to fasten the sheets in after, which is quite nice. I know that if I was selling a property and a home inspector came in and kind of poked around, that's one thing. But if they kind of disturbed something, you didn't leave it the way that it was found, that might be another. You really want to watch for water intrusion. You want to be mindful of exterior conditions, poor grading, downspouts that aren't extended away from the dwelling, and clogged gutters can allow moisture to intrude into the dwelling. You really want to use a moisture meter for confirmation. And as I said earlier, you want to make sure you're packing a stapler if you're lifting anything up. I will say that I've used, let's say I've used a dozen home inspectors in the past. The ones that leave the area better than they found it, that's what I love. And working with one of the clients that I have, when they purchase property, it's a small area. So, word gets out. And that's where, it goes a long way. Staples are cheap. Staple gun is even cheaper, right? Bowing walls. Inspection should have a 2-foot level minimum. You want to check for bowing walls. You have to imagine that PWFs are like floors, and you can't go notching and alter them. Typically, you would double up full-length studs around the windows or doors, depending on the location and conditions. Doubling up the sills and header may even be required. And again, what you're looking at is that big bow. If you carry a 4-foot level, I don't want to say a blind man can see that this is bowing out, but this is an extreme example. But that's where if you have a 2-foot, 4-foot level, you bring it with you for your inspection. On the client side of things too, it just looks like you're that much more prepared.
That's just improper insulation, hey, or improper installation, I should say, of that wall. Is that why it bowed like that?
That's probably an alteration, Cody, just because you'll notice on the the nearest side of us, on the left side of the window, there is no actual full length king stud, right, or double king stud.
Oh, so, yeah, I see what you're saying there. Yeah,
you bet. Yeah, you bet. And I was just going to add to what Chris mentioned. With PWFs, for whatever reason, in the last 15 years or so, a lot of people have shied away from them. They were really, really popular in the 80s and 90s, depending on your jurisdiction. But a lot of people, when they discover they have a PWF, say their home inspector missed it, or no one ever told them, they'll actually go to great lengths to cover them up, because typically when you have 2 identical properties, but one has a cast in place concrete foundation and one has a PWF, typically the PWF is quite a bit cheaper. So if you're doing an inspection and you're making mental notes trying to figure out what all the different building products are, and you just can't seem to locate the type of foundation, right? So imagine the parging is from the stucco or the cladding all the way to the grade. You go into the mechanical room, everything's drywalled up. You're looking around the electrical panel, everything's drywalled up. You go below the stairs, everything's drywalled up. Usually that's an indication that something's being covered up, because most homes, most homeowners don't go to that great length to finish a dwelling. So, a few ways you guys can do a bit of a detection is that previous video, I think maybe Chris, because you had your headphones in, we didn't hear the pounding, but basically, if you get into the habit of just, hitting the foundation with the back of your hand, you'll start to feel the actual give, right? It's sort of the same principle that Daryl, Paul, and I were discussing with checking the exhaust fans, right? You want to actually start getting into the practice of getting more hands-on, so to speak, so you know what things should feel and sound like. So back to the foundation, you can imagine hitting the back of, using the back of your hand to hit a concrete wall. It's going to be pretty sturdy, but if you're to hit a wood frame wall, it's going to give a bit of give. So that's one way to check for a PWF. Another is, again, if you have any sort of receptacles or areas where you can actually remove a face plate and look behind the drywall and the vapor barrier, that's another spot where you can see the PWF. But I guess the long bit is, if you can't actually determine the type of foundation, don't put that it's a concrete foundation in your report, because if it turns out that it's a PWF, you might be in some hot water.
Echoing what Alex was saying, I do really agree with that. I don't think that I could stress what Alex has said enough. Coming from a client side of things, coming from a consulting side of things, and then also coming from someone that's sold a fair amount of real estate, I really, really like what Alex said. If for some reason you go into a property and things are covered up to the extreme, I would think of it one of two ways. The first way I would think of is, okay, what is this person hiding? And if I can't find what they're hiding, I would probably look at other aspects of the home, because if the house is just it's beautifully finished, it's just to the nines, and the yard is well maintained, their vehicle is well maintained, and all these kind of mental notes as you walk this property, there's not a blade of grass out of sight, then yeah, maybe they're not hiding anything. But with what Alex was saying, when people go to that great of lengths to beautify or hide items on their property, it's almost too good to be true. And echoing with what he said regarding sale price between a PWF foundation and a concrete foundation, honestly, you could be looking at more than 10 to 15%. I would say probably closer to a 15%. And I would have absolutely no problem if there was an apple to apple comparison, but then one had a PWF foundation. I would honestly have no issue going in 20% lower if it was an apple to apple comparison. As you get into areas where the land is worth in the millions, if you're talking 15 to 20%, that's $200,000 per million. If you're in more rural areas, let's say you're like in northern Manitoba or wherever where real estate is substantially cheaper, I mean, it might be, 20% of $100,000. It's not the end of the world. But when you get into areas where land is worth that much, what home inspectors provide, that document is literally a bargaining chip for the client. It's something for the client to say, this property is exactly what I want it to be. It's a document for the lender or for the financial institution to say, this property is structurally sound, we want to lend on it. But it's also a bargaining chip for the client to go back to the homeowner and say, hey, I walked up your property. These are the things that I need fixed. And I don't know if you guys have paid attention to interest rates in the last, call it week, but on April 13th, they went up 5 dibs. Dibs is a percent of a percent. So interest went up 0.5%. Basically what that's done with markets in Vancouver, Toronto, is halted them. And again, ask me how I know we're selling something right now. You're getting prices from 3 years ago. And that's where too, with what you guys put out, the amount of times that I've had a home inspection report brought it back to the owners and used that as a negotiation chip. That's like the oldest trick in the book, man. It's I mean, you're coming from a client side, but with what we're doing, coming up with that report could be the difference of 20%. It could be the difference between someone lending on that property and someone not lending on that property. It could be the difference between the homeowner wanting to buy the property and not buying the property. And there's been properties that I've walked where I take all my notes, I think I capture everything, and then I have the home inspector come in. And it is just like, holy smokes, man. We just looked at this one property. It was 12,300 square feet. Man, it was a mansion. It's not for myself. If anyone's on a computer and you just go Google, type in Suma's Powerhouse, you're going to see this property come up. It's been for sale. The lowest sale price was 2.75 million. The highest sale price was $6.9 million. And I basically spent 5 months of my life on this property. I'm still spending time on this property. And anyways, when I went through the home inspection report, I spent a day on the property going over everything. And then I hired a home inspector going over everything. I think that I'm knowledgeable, man. The home inspector that I had, holy smokes. He made me look like a first-year apprentice, is how good, it was. As honest, man. I'm super honest. And there was one item on his report that I overlooked, and that one item is $100,000. I'll get that into the story on the roof, but it's with what we're doing here and with the general public not having the amount of information that you guys possess about buildings as a general, it's unbelievable. You're literally walking encyclopedias when it comes to house. And that's where I like to think that I know a fair amount. Alex, on the other hand, this guy could literally give an 8-hour presentation on any component of a residential or commercial property. It's unbelievable the amount of information that he has. And I mean, when you look at him here, he's just looking at the computer, but he's probably doing 15 things in the background.
Yeah, exactly. That's funny.
So back to the presentation with slab on grade. It's used when there is no need or desire for a basement, or it's impractical for the excavation site involved. It involves a shallow excavation with a thickened edge cast in as a single unit, and it's reinforced with rebar. The thickened edge is the footing, and it's built right on top of the slab. Older installations where there's no moisture barriers present, you can become defective and susceptible to water intrusion. Also known as surface grade foundation, frost level in Alberta is generally 4 feet. You would do, for the Alberta note, when you're doing slab on grade, if you're doing commercial or industrial construction and they've driven all their piles in, that's where slab on grade is typically used. I've done a lot of slab on grade. We actually were looking at doing a building a couple weeks ago, slab on grade foundation up in kind of like a mountainous area near me, and everything there was all slab on grade. What's nice about slab on grade, also known as a raft slab, is it acts as one unit. So if there's an area underneath the slab that might be a little bit weaker, you know, if it was a standard foundation, went down, had its footing, maybe that area would settle a little bit. And I'm just using an extreme exaggeration. But with slab on grade, it acts as one complete unit. So if you have piles underneath there, or however it might be, if the soil was to settle, the chances of that sinking are a little bit less. And that's when too, we'll get into piles later. But piles is, if you haven't seen them before or worked around them, it's really neat. It's really amazing the science that goes into the building or engineering of a product. Pier blocks, they may be found in seasonal properties, areas with bad soil conditions, not allowing for full foundations, such as wet areas and decks. They can be masonry, concrete block, steel, which are hydraulically torqued helix piles, or wood. Several different systems such as friction, which relies on the ground to hold the piers in place, and bearing. For any structure, most municipalities would require these to be engineered, which would incorporate the type of soils, sandy or expensive clay, frost depth, size of structure, et cetera, et cetera. One thing that is notable on pier foundations is anytime when you see a deck, balcony, any type of exterior space that's been done, oh, these are like the homeowner special. You go out, you go to Langley Concrete, Lafarge Concrete, wherever it might be, you pick up your pier footing, you dig your hole, you throw it in there, you don't worry about drainage, you don't worry about backfilling, you don't worry about anything, you throw it in there, throw your deck on top, and you hope for the best. These should be engineered, obviously, with what people are doing, but you really want to make note of it when you're expecting exterior spaces and you see this type of foundation. It's difficult to confirm footings for pier foundations. You may also want to disclose this limitation in your report. Poor building practices are very common on recreational properties. Pier blocks are really interesting. As I've kind of said earlier, they're kind of like the DIY or the homeowner special. When they're engineered for a product, they're amazing. Don't have to get a concrete truck, you throw in your proper fill, you set it on top, everything's good to go. But for the homeowner, for them to go to Home Depot or maybe a concrete manufacturer and pick up a pier block just to throw it in the ground, dig your hole, throw it in the ground, backfill it. Typically, I don't want to say that's good enough, but it's not an engineered product. You might pick up the wrong size for the load, you might pick up whatever it might be. And then, as Alex mentioned earlier, they'll try and cover it up or try and, pass it off for more than what it is. Subsoil containment moisture. So water is the enemy. Water control measures, including weeping tile, and the key difference to keeping water out. Keeping water out of homes starts from the gutters, downspouts, downspout extensions, grading, weeping tile, et cetera, et cetera. Living where I live, Southwest BC. Does anyone know what BC stands for? There's a few things that come to mind, but feel free for anyone to jump in anytime you want. Okay, so BC stands for, it used to stand for bring coat. It's wet out here, it rains a lot. BC, bring coat. Then when housing prices started increasing, it stood for bring cash. But now prices are so extreme, all BC stands for is bring credit. That's all it is, man. That's anywhere you go around here, prices are just there. It's unbelievable is the only term that I can use. And that's where too, getting home inspections are becoming, I mean, they've always really been the standard, but they're so important for homeowners. They're literally buying $1 million asset, and they may or may not know about buildings as a whole. And that's where too, I mean, with what Alex was saying, people hiding things, it happens. And yeah, that's, I had one place that we purchased and it wasn't bad. It was probably the most disgusting property that we've purchased. It was a 800 square foot apartment and it took 3 20-liter pails of Kills It to encapsulate the smells from it. It was saying it was disgusting is an understatement. It was the worst property I have ever bought, and it smelled like urine. It was just so bad. And I knew what I was buying when I got into it. It wasn't like it was like I walked in there and said, "Oh, this place is so beautiful. Let's raise the kids here." We bought it and it was just sick. It was, you couldn't get rid of the smell if you tried. And what finally did it in, man, we gutted the whole entire thing, and it was just pail after pail after pail. And I did all the rolling, I did all the work on the whole thing. And it was just finally, man, when you open up that door and there was no smell of any kind, it was like, okay, we're doing something right here. So weeping, yeah, it's we've done a lot of funny, creative, whatever it might be. And I was mentioning to Alex prior, admitting everyone today, is that the information that's in these modules, I'm trying to pick out things where I could add something in, or maybe something isn't relevant, or maybe it shouldn't be a focus. But even going over it last night, it's just like note after note after note after note after note. And having these modules, they're very user-friendly guides. And I say that too, because on my desk, I also do specification writing. So when you have a building, you have drawings, then you also have specifications. Specifications are like an encyclopedia. It's what you're using when a building gets built. And that's something that I also do. And this is actually one of the books that I reference all the time. And it's right on my desk. It's all highlighted. It has a ton of really good information in it. And that's where too, having access to Alex, having access to these kind of like slides, different things, it's so important because it's just chock full of piece of information after information after information after information. And I get using automated software, it kind of puts different notes in, but the stuff that Alex has put together, it's just piece of gold after piece of gold after piece of gold after piece of gold. And obviously, if you're doing a house, only certain pieces pertain. But if you go to something that's pressure treated foundation, or you go to something that has a cold joint or has whatever, and it's just a quick reference. Who knows what's on the internet, but that's where, when you're working with Alex, you know the information you're getting. And it's good. It's really good information.
Yeah, the modules are amazing. They're very user-friendly. It's nice. Lots of good information.
Yeah, I've worked with other educational institutions before, and sometimes they just throw you into the fire, and it's baptism by fire. And I worked with, the largest college that I've worked with is Camosun College, which is besides SAIT and NAIT, which are in Alberta, they're one of Canada's top performing colleges for the carpentry apprenticeship. And you would think that they would have everything well put together, but it was literally, here's the module, you teach tomorrow. And it was like writing that information, a lot of work. And that's where too, with these modules that Alex has put together, man, you're getting it firsthand. Runs a successful company, believes in education. And yeah, it is really good information. And as I've read it previously, as I read it now, it's just piece after piece after piece after piece.
It's like a start to finish thing too, Chris. Like, it's not like you talk about decks and then you go talk about foundations 2 seconds later. Like, everything is pieced together so nice. So easy to follow along. Easy
to follow, chronological, impactful. That's on it. Yeah, it's really good information. Some instructors that I've worked with, it's like I call it a deck of cards. They take the deck, they got this deck of cards on the table, and they grab their coffee and they knocked it over. And they get all the cards together, and then they say, okay, here's your presentation, or here's the module, or here's the whatever. And it's like decks, and then it's roofs, and then it's bathrooms, and then it's kitchens, and it's like, what's going on here? But that's,
Yeah.
oh, it is really good information, man. That's where too, like saying water is the enemy, saying all these different tidbits of information. It's stuff that I looked for. It's stuff that these are reports that we bring. Another thing I do, real estate investing. These are reports, home inspectors, we hire inspectors to go over properties. So we have a report that we can bring to investors. And we say, hey, we trust Alex, we trust Joe, we trust Dave, we trust whoever. Or lending institutions, financial backers, whatever it might be. These reports, much like appraisals, are literally as good as gold.
Mhm.
Appraisals, it's almost like they're printing money. That's a whole other thing, but no, it's getting a home inspector, educating individuals, having these little tidbits in the report. It's very, very helpful. I even find it helpful. And that's someone that's a red seal carpenter that actively looks at real estate, that actively looks at properties, that, you know, has a background in adult education. And it's just, there's so much information that goes into a house as a whole. I mean, working with Alex in the past year and knowing him as well as I do, you would think that the guy would have like a wagon that he brings full of all this information so he can open it up when he needs it, but he walks it all in there, right? So with weeping tile, pre-1980s, the weeping tile was made of clay. These had a 1/4 inch to 3/8 gaps to allow water to drain in, but it did not have perforations. They were covered with a treated paper. Now it's typically a black pipe with perforations and a textile sleeve to prevent the ingress of slid and sand. In the field, this is referred to as Big O, at least that's what we called it out here. One thing that I look for when I'm walking a property is I don't like seeing perforated tubes coming up. I actually like seeing some sort of like PVC composite or whatever it might be. But if people put as much detail as they do into what's below the ground, you can only hope that above the ground was done with the same detail. Drainage layers. Vertical drainage layers help prevent soil water from contracting foundation wall and promotes the drainage of the water away from the wall and into the weeping tile. Drainage board is on the left and has dimples and channels to allow the water to drain on both sides of the membrane. There should also be a cap that prevents water from getting in from behind the membrane. That's a really interesting note and detail. That's when you can typically, all these small things that are noted in here and also in your modules are things that when you go in and look at a house, if you don't see them, they can be areas of concern. And that's where with the information that you're now provided with, when you go to these houses, you see these items, it's all the small things, all the crumbs that equal the loaf of bread. That's a good rule of thumb or a good way that when I go to look at properties or however it might be. And that's also too, taking it to extreme, is that if a property is too good to be true, you just have to look that much harder. I don't believe in coincidences, but you know, if a property is owned by whoever and it's just like not even a blade of grass is out of place, you're hoping it's a quality product, quality sell, nothing to hide. But if it just doesn't fit, that's when you're looking really good anyways, but you need to look even better. Damp proofing is required on all modern buildings. Damp proofing is typically roofing asphalt or polyethylene film peel and stick membrane. It can also be combined with asphalt. A primer is generally required on the application. There are other systems as well, such as green rubber membranes. The asphalt is applied by brushing, rolling, spraying. While they function, do has limitations as flexibility. This is not a very fun job. Ask me how I know. young me, apprentice, when you're apprentice, the answer is always yes. Will you go do whatever? Absolutely. And I know how to do it. And I just learned it in whatever it might be. This is not a fun job. Or sealing in foundations with tar or whatever it might be. Hot, sticky, heavy. There's not a whole lot enjoyable about that. I think the most enjoyable thing about doing one of those jobs is when it's coffee or when it's end of day. Another thing you really want to watch for is radon gas. It's the breakdown of uranium in the soil. Areas of intrusion into dwellings is through cracks and openings. It's also a carcinogen, meaning it can cause cancer. So we want to make sure that there is no radon gas accumulation in dwellings. It's the second leading cause of lung cancer in Canada after smoking. And having worked in areas where off-gassing is an item, this is something that's really taken seriously. In areas like Southwest BC, where this, I don't want to say doesn't happen because it can happen anywhere, but it's not as common. But when you get into Alberta and working up in Fort McMurray or outlying areas, it is real. I can't speak for anything east of Saskatchewan because I just haven't worked out there. But obviously, I mean, if it's something that's in your area or you're seeing this or know of it, this is something that is, I mean, it can literally affect life, death, lung cancer, etc. Something that's taking exceptionally seriously.
So this radon gas, like from what I know, all new construction has to have some sort of measure for radon gas now, even if it's not in a zone where there's high concentration of radon.
I think Alex will be able to speak on that better. I can't speak on areas, honestly, outside of Southwest BC because I just don't experience, but Alex comes from Alberta, where this is more of the norm, if you want to call it that. And then he would obviously have a wider understanding working with all these different individuals and educational institutions from across Canada. Alex, did you want to hop on that one?
Yeah, you betcha. I believe 2015 is the code change. So for you, Cody, Alberta adopted the radon mitigation rough-ins November, I believe, 1st of 2016. So I mean, as long as you work in Alberta, that's safe to say that for the last 6 years, well, 5.5 years, it's been required. And like you said, it's just the mitigation rough-in, so it doesn't have to be the full vent setup, as you know, you'll see here in the next slide or so. But yeah, it's got to have something that's labeled radon, as a rough-in.
Gotcha. Okay.
Just out of curiosity, where's everyone from? Do we have most people Alberta East? Do we have any people from the West Coast, Best Coast? No judgment.
Yeah, I'm Red Deer as well. So
okay, Ontario. Yeah, that's where, I mean, having worked in Fort Mac, Fort McMoney, Fort McMisery, however you want to. Hey man, I know them all. Yeah. Fort Mac, man, here for a good time, not a long time.
You might as well come work in the oil field over here, Chris. Would love to have you.
Oh man, I did Syncrude, Suncor, Shell Albion, Cenovus, did a lot of sites for a lot of years.
Yeah.
You ever been to Christina Lake?
You betcha, yeah.
Ooh, so I was Christina Lake phase A. First steam gen. Yeah, man, it was 5 years of my life.
For Cenovus, I bet, eh?
Sorry?
Cenovus or?
Yeah, Cenovus, yeah, steam gen, man, steam gen 1. Phase A, I left in phase, I think I left in phase A, B, C, D, E, F. I think I left in the F phase or G phase. And that was before Sunday Creek, before Sunday Creek was the further one. Then they put up that other camp. I forget what it was
We
called.
did a lot of the weapons range stuff. So
yeah, down at Claw.
Creek.
Yeah, Foster Creek. Yeah, I've been to Foster Creek.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Yeah. That site was really good. I'm really glad I did oil and gas. It gave me a lot of experience at a really young age.
Yeah.
I'm really glad that I grew up in that industry. It was super pivotal in the experience that I currently have, it forced me to grow up at a really young age, which I'm really thankful for.
Long hours too. I mean, like everyone says, oh, the oil field doesn't really bring you anything to the table. Well, I'm used to working 14, 15, 16 hours a day for weeks. Like I just did a 5-week hitch, right? So I mean, nothing really phases me in that sense. So
yeah, you want to talk hard work, man. Wait till you have 2 kids. Wait till you have 2 kids.
I'm okay for right now, but
yeah, no, it's yeah, I was in oil and gas for a lot of years. And that's my background is in civil infrastructure, concrete. While I was up there, I was doing real estate on the coast and kind of built this, different platforms that I leverage now. But that's where the bulk of my experience was. First, it was residential, and it was just like cowboy carpentry, if you want to call it that. And it just definitely wasn't for me. So I got into oil and gas, toured around all those facilities, got into consulting, got into adult education. And anyways, here I am now. But that's where, having worked in that industry, having seen from, if you want to call it cowboy construction, just anything goes to the extreme, and now working with very reputable builders and reputable institutions and established platforms. It's nice. It's nice. And that's where too, with what you're mentioning too, having that, that background of you just did a 5-week hitch, man. It's a lot of times now when I think I'm working hard, I look back to those days that I used to work and it seems easy. It does.
100%. Yeah.
Yeah. It's you honestly, man, you'll take that experience with you for the rest of your life.
I agree.
Yeah, it's honestly in my life, it's the single best thing I ever did, besides obviously marrying my wife and have my 2 beautiful kids. But it was honestly the best thing that I did in career-wise, whatever it might have been. Yeah, I had a lot of really good times. And it's so funny because everyone's like, oh, oil this, gas that, like, whatever. Everyone's got their own take on it. But when you work in that industry, and like you said, you're doing a 5-week hitch, just the hours, the experience, the hands-on, the everything that you get, it's like you do one of those, because in the real world, normal people, we do our 40-hour work week. But when you're up there, man, it's like you're working 2 days in one.
Yeah, it's like 80 hours a week up there. So.
Yeah, it is, man. And now I wouldn't touch that with a 10-foot pole. But yeah, it's hard work, man. It's really, really hard work up there.
100%.
Yeah. So the purpose is the depression of soil below the structure. There's a hole in the ground below the slab tied into a fan. Current code requirement, it's only a rough-in, as Alex mentioned. You must have gas permittable layer under the floors, typically in granule fill, followed by a gas barrier, typically polyethylene sheet, airtight sump pit to cover, edges around the slab must be sealed, 4-inch pipe extended into granule layer. The mitigation system have been required since November 1st, 2016 in Alberta. The image on the left shows a passive mitigation system with the assumption that the sump basin lid is sealed and the radon would discharge out of the window wells. The image on the right shows another passive venting system. And again, with the reporting that we're doing, if this was another system that you weren't maybe sure of, if you want to call it that, because this is a whole other cup of tea, you could actually go as far as referring the buyer, homeowner, whatever it might be, to getting a technician that specializes in these systems. On projects that I've been on in the past, we've gone as far as hiring roofing consultants or building envelope consultants or whatever it might be when we're just not sure of a component. And as I mentioned previously, the one component, just the roof on this project that I thought I knew, which I underestimated, $100,000.
Holy.
Yeah, that's I'll get more into that on roofing, but it's funny, man. Roofs, they've gone up a lot in price if you were unaware. What was the value engineered approach, torch on, is now like the Cadillac of roofing costs. It's unbelievable how expensive it is right now. So these are statistics Canada map of just radon. And as you know, I mentioned being in Southwest BC, not a whole lot out here. You get into Northwest Territories, obviously more prevalent, get into Alberta, Saskatchewan, Manitoba, prevalent, and then you get into the Maritimes, also again, prevalent, so if there's anyone from out east, this is going to be something that you see or you'll start to see in newer construction. Flooring systems, columns. I almost think that Alex was at my place, don't ask me how, and took a picture of the structural post that I have in my basement with that brick one going up. Because if I walked into my basement, that's exactly what I'd see. Columns transfer loads from beams to footings. They can be made of wood, form concrete, concrete block, masonry, brick, steel, pillow post, and pillow post you'll see primarily in Alberta, Saskatchewan, Manitoba, Southwest BC. I have never seen a telepost. With engineering systems like trusses, most of the time columns are not required. Engineered systems are both for trusses and wood I-joists. You want to check for leaning, damage, rotting, missing columns. Some steel columns can be adjustable, which can be adjustable for initial settlement. The other thing too that you want to watch for is if it looks like an afterthought. As houses in, I want to say maybe like 2007, early 2000s, came into that great room kind of idea. More people now, or more products that I'm seeing come online, people have just gone in, knocked out their interior walls. They have no idea if they're load bearing or if they're not. And if they are load bearing, they just go into the basement, throw a post in. It might be point loaded down. They might have cut the foundation slab. You just never know what you're going to get into. And that's where too, if it doesn't look to be the age of the house, chances are that it was an addition. Maybe it was engineered, maybe it wasn't, but it's something that you just want to take a note of. And that's where too, with when people put in a column after the fact, if they've cut the slab and have like an engineered footing for that, or pad footing for that column to sit on, making sure that it's actually properly point loaded in your flooring structure is really important. One place that I was at a couple weeks ago, they opened up the main for which they did a really nice job on, but then when you went into the basement, it didn't match. And I'm looking at the drywall, and you could see where they had cut the drywall and then sprayed it in. So anyways, we asked some questions. Hey, was this engineered? Yes, it was. Hey, can we see pictures of it? Yes, we can. Okay, perfect. But it was just having that keen eye and looking for where the texture didn't quite fit. That's when we started asking the question. Pad footings, as I mentioned previously. So what this really is that post will sit on a pad footing. Your concrete slab covers it up. But I mean, if you're not familiar with framing, concrete, etc., imagine yourself standing in a pile of sand. You bring sand over top of your feet. Someone pushes you. When your feet are buried in that sand, they're going to stop your body from moving back and forth. And pad footings, they work in the same idea. And that's where I mentioned too, is that when columns come down, I've been in some places where they simply take a column post and they put it on top of the concrete slab. And then you say to them, hey, you know that's just resting on like 4 inches of concrete or whatever it might be. And they're like, well, it hasn't been an issue before. And it's like, but that's not structural. That's just like you're in your basement, you're having a dance, you're doing your thing, whatever it might be. You can't just put your post on top of your 4-inch thick slab and think that that's structural, because it's just not.
Mm-hmm.
Column defects. When inspecting older structures, typically pre-1970s that have wood columns, you want to check for rot at the base of the column, as this is a common issue. The requirement is pressure treated materials for a separation with a gasket or poly. And I mean, in these pictures too, you're going to see the one on the left here, you can kind of see that the third post over, it's kind of rotting away there. And then with the image on the right, it's completely, well, it's not, it still has some structural component. I'm not trying to say it doesn't, but you can see just how old the material is. The one on the right, that one's doing not a whole lot. The one on the left might still have a bit of life left in it. And having a background in construction, as soon as you start getting into structural, that's when most homeowners start getting scared. But if you're looking at replacing these columns, first, obviously, you'd want to make sure that you're getting something signed off by an engineer. But having a background in carpentry, it's not a whole ton of work to properly replace that column. I love getting into structural jobs on residential. You have a really good upside because most individuals, homeowners, whatever it might be, when they get into a house, as soon as you see like cracks in the foundation or whatever it might be, they get scared. And we've been flipping real estate, my wife and I, we've been flipping real estate now for well over 10 years, as well as now I work with some individuals that do that. But it's almost getting to the point where I'm like, at one time I wasn't buying the worst house that I've ever seen. But now when I look at something, if I see it on like the MLS or if I'm walking in person, if I'm not like, if normal people aren't running the other way, it's not the house for me. Like I want the structural defects. I want whatever you could imagine being just not a great house. That's this guy right here. The reason I like that is because banks and financial institutions will lend on the property. But if you're doing new construction, you normally finance 7 to 11%. Or if you're flipping a property that isn't your primary residence, you cannot, it's really hard to finance. And that's where too, like my background in real estate investing, construction, etc. Like you want to talk creative finance on how to make something happen, I'm your guy. And that's too, like down the road, if you guys are looking at something, you can either email Alex, he can get in touch with me, or you can just email me direct and say, hey, I attended this course that you did, blah, 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 whatever it might be. And I can always give you some added information or however that might be.
Yeah, I'll definitely have to snag your email, Chris, at some point today.
It's one of my partners on the wedding venue that we're looking at doing. Last year, he bought $18 million worth of real estate. So I work with some pretty, well-known individuals in the real estate realm, and my service for them is being the operator on their real estate. I go in, I look at, okay, can we remove this wall? Can we rent it this way? Whatever it might be. And that's where a lot of these slides, man, like these pictures that are in all these slides, and I can't speak for the other modules because I haven't seen them, but when you're thinking like, I won't see this, you will, and it will be worse. Because if these photos, they're not the worst of, I feel like this is just a normal house that's maybe not well maintained, that might whatever, but you see some real scary stuff out there.
Well, those metal posts that you can adjust, Chris, would probably be, I mean, your safest bet, right? I mean, you can adjust them, lock them in place.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely. Engineered, inexpensive, easy to install. The list goes on and on. But yeah, the telepoles that are really popular in Alberta, they're a really popular product. I have used them out here. I like them for ease of install. I like the fact that they're metal. Anytime that I'm replacing anything, if I can get away with doing some form of concrete or something that doesn't have the possibility of rotting out, that's what I like to replace it with. Obviously, a lot of the time, it's not the most economical solution. Doing pressure treated would then be the next best bet. But out here, water is the enemy. And looking at these pictures that are in all these slides about rot, we get a water rain here. Projects that I've looked in Alberta didn't have as much rot because the seasons are so much shorter. But out here, when we get like easy, we get 6 months of rain a year.
The humidity is so much higher than Alberta as well, being so close to the water.
Yep. Yeah, it's the rain, the coastal conditions, how quick things get weathered. It's interesting to say the least. And then too, with what, I'm not like a wing nut or anything when it comes to like global warming or whatever, that's a whole nother cup of tea. But from the building products that were used in the early 90s to 2000s, what I'm seeing with architectural reps or manufacturing companies that I work with, consult with, they're saying that their products that they've been using for 15 to 20 years they're not adequate for the highs and lows that we're now seeing. Last summer, we had highs of 44 Celsius in the Fraser Valley. And I've lived here my whole entire life. I mean, I've worked in Alberta, but I consider Southwest BC home. I've never seen anything like that before. And then we had the flooding. Then we had the extreme heat last summer, and then we had the flooding, and I'm still waiting for the crickets and locusts. But I'm hoping that we hold off on that, knock on wood. But yeah, I was just having a conversation with a manufacturer, and they were saying that we're actively looking at changing this product for its application in Southwest BC, just because of the conditions. And that's where what I've mentioned too, I'm with what I do now with specification writing, adult education, I'm able to work with these different entities and really learn or educate individuals from firsthand experience that I get from different conversations with people like Alex. Column defects, you don't want to forget to check for weight bearing when you come across columns. And again, just looking at these pictures, I wish I could say this is the worst of. The one on the left, I hope you don't see anything like that in the field, because if you do, you probably want to run the opposite way. But you do see things like this, man. I haven't seen anything this bad in a while at the photos you're looking at right now, but that's where I say that people just put something in there and they call it good. And just because they work down the road doing whatever, doesn't mean they're a structural engineer. Or when you go back to the homeowner and say, hey, this is what I saw, it doesn't look like it's structurally sound. Oh, it's been down there forever, you got nothing to worry about, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Getting into framing. So sill plates are not very common in new construction Alberta unless dealing with ICF. Ladders are the going system, which we'll talk about shortly. Sill plates, anchoring system to the floor system to the foundation. Anchor bolts are cast in the concrete during the building process or drilled in after typically. They're normally put in every 6 to 8 feet. What you're looking at here is on the left-hand side where you see that kind of L. That's actually a anchor bolt. And typically what you're doing when you're when you're forming and then pouring your concrete is what you're gonna do is you're gonna see what's called wet set. So what ends up happening is you go around, you take your anchor bolt, which can be like a J or an L or whatever. It's just a piece of a threaded rod with a deformed edge. And what you'll do is you'll go around, you'll put those kind of every 6 to 8 feet, you'll wet set it in the concrete. And an interesting thing that you can watch for or look for if you can see it is if they were wet set, because typically they're not drilled in. When you wet set it, you want to make sure that it's been moved around enough and that concrete re-solidifies around the anchor bolt. If a guy, if it's kind of flash setting or carrying up quicker and guys just kind of like ram them in there, you'll see voids around the anchor bolt. And again, this mentions that this isn't super common in Alberta, but Southwest BC, this is like this, the standard basically for construction.
Chris, if you can go back a couple slides to those, yeah, just one more, please. Yeah,
This one here?
Just one more. Yeah, to the columns. There we go. Bottom left of those two images should be a play button. These are actually two videos. So maybe we can see if we can get those guys going.
Absolutely.
So the purpose of these two videos is just because you see something there, you may want to put a hand on it, right? And same thing with the second image. So, I mean, that's a telepost literally just floating at the top, right? That's a deck, brand new build. So it just, you know, a lot of inspectors like to get a little hands-on with the posts and railings. So just an idea to do the same. You might come across the front entrances or porches that have a wraparound roof line, like a gable roof or a hip roof, and basically just give them a little push and feel, because you never know when the column or the post may just move on you. So
looks like they tried to shim the post up on the right picture, on the right video. Hey,
what was that? Sorry.
Go ahead, Alex.
Oh, sorry. I just said it looks like they like tried to shim the post up on the right video there, like the wood underneath the post.
Not quite. So sometimes when they pour footings like that, they'll put like a pressure treated piece of lumber, and that helps to actually tie in the column.
Oh, gotcha.
You betcha. Yep.
I have to ask Alex, are all these photos, videos that you've taken in the field, or are these a collection of other photos? Because
yeah, these are a combination for sure. So I mean, a lot of these, you know, taken by myself or my inspectors in my company. A lot of other, I mean, just because we reach out to so many inspectors in Canada, we do get quite a few submissions as well. A lot of the, you know, any image that references the code are typically taken from the building code, whether national or on the provincial level. And obviously we have permission to use all those images. So.
Yeah, but that's where, I mean, looking at a lot of these images, and I mean, we're going to cover 140 slides. With what Alex is mentioning, you put your hand on something, you shake it. I've seen it, I've witnessed it, I've felt it, I've walked it, everything that's in here. And that's where I say it's not like this is the worst of or the best of, because I've seen worse, I've felt worse, I've walked worse. And as experienced as some individuals are, or if you're new getting into the field, whatever it might be, you'll be able to write a novel. I mean, I don't imagine it would take long for you to see what is in these videos in real life, or even new construction, going around shaking like a porch, the hip, shaking the hip, walking on a roof. You take a couple steps and it's nice and sturdy, and all of a sudden you feel like you're going to go through and you get a 2-inch heart attack, or siding that wasn't put on properly, windows that don't open, doors that they've taken a sander to. The list just literally, it's a mile long. It just goes on forever and ever. And myself, I would rather buy something from 1950 to 1985 that has never been touched, like, you know, the grandma special. Someone passed away, they're selling the house, awesome. Then new construction, if it's new construction, I really want to know who the buyer is, or the builder is. I want to know who the builder is. I want to know that they've done quality builds, because a lot of stuff, even on new construction, the horror stories that you hear, it's just a laundry list. It just goes on and on for, I want to say forever. It does end, but you'll learn in your area who the reputable general contractors are, who the reputable builders are, who does quality work, who might skip the, who might not do such quality work. The list goes on and on. But that's what's nice too about being in your area, your kind of field, wherever it might be. You get to know a lot of the individuals, you get to know a lot of the good real estate agents, however it might be. And that's where too, with what Alex has mentioned, you know, knocking, feeling, experiencing the product. I can't say how much that does, because even just walking a set of stairs, it's one thing to look at it and say, take a couple measurements and say, hey, this is great. But it's another to actually measure the rise, measure the run, make sure everything kind of lines up, or feel, hey, is this new construction? Does it have a squeak? Does it have a moan and groan? Does it feel a bit off level, or however that might be? Sill plates and rim joists. And again, this is where I mentioned, so anytime that a sill plate goes on, it either wants to be pressure treated, or if it's common SPF, spruce pine fir, you want to have a sill gasket underneath it. Concrete obviously holds moisture in it. So if it is just SPF, common framing lumber, and it doesn't have that sill gasket below it, that's when you can run into an issue of rot. I mean, you're not talking within the first 5 years here, but maybe it's 15, 20, 25, 40 years down the road when that bottom sill plate, that's a structural member, starts rotting out. And using a sill gasket or using pressure treated lumber does make the difference. Another notable thing in this photo, speaking on anchors, those you'll see it on the left hand side of the 4-foot level there, right on the corner, also at the bottom there, is what some apprentices will do, or newer people construction, is when they put on that bolt, they'll just keep cranking that bolt. And what they're actually doing is they're lowering the compression strength of your sill plate. So if you were to think of, let's say like a sandwich, and the sandwich is, 2 inches thick or 1.5 inches thick, and you were to take your hands and just put all your weight together and you turn it into a pancake, it's not the same thing. I know it's not a great example, but that's what's happening when you have 1.5 inches or 1 5/8 of your bottom sill, and you really turn that nut. What ends up happening is you shrink the structural integrity of that sill plate. And when I was working in the field, there's some guys that will just keep going until there's nothing left. And all of a sudden they've taken that 1.5 inches of structural integrity and they've brought it down to maybe 1 inch or 3/4. And when you think about the fiber compression and also the strength that they've taken out of that 2x4, it's just not the same. In new construction, if I was looking at something and I saw one bolt, if I saw 2 bolts that were close together and one, that washer was sunk down or it was quite loose, I would actually say to myself, this is a really reputable builder, because they saw something that wasn't done proper and they put another anchor point in close to it. Rim joist defects. If during the exterior inspection, you notice poor grading or downspouts extensions not away from the structure, you want to be vigilant when looking for defects in the rim joist. Sometimes you may have to pull the insulation away from an area to inspect. And that's where too, you really want to watch around downspouts. If they go, sometimes those can get clogged with leaves or whatever it might be, and the water can back up. And some homeowners are a bit more vigilant than others, but some might just be like, it's just water or whatever. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter. But they go to sell the property or they go to whatever, and then they're looking at something like this. Ladder systems. The image on the right shows the construction of a ladder system. The ladder system provides the framework for the wood frame wall. The 2x4s are cast in place with the concrete, and there won't be any anchor bolts as are found in sill plate systems. Ladders should be covered in parging to prevent water intrusion and possible rot, although it's not a code requirement. In Southwest BC, even when I was working in Alberta, I didn't see this as a super common style of building. It is a bit quicker, although I think, Alex, you might be able to expand if you see this that much in the field in Alberta and Saskatchewan, because I just really don't see that being that common in my neck of the woods, but maybe you have a different experience with it.
Yeah, this really is kind of Alberta based, to be honest, Chris. I would say probably 95-96% of homes are built with ladder systems in the province. Yeah, you bet.
Okay, very interesting. So yeah, definitely something you want to note if you're in Alberta, Saskatchewan. I mean, maybe going out east a bit. Flooring systems. Again, all we're looking at here is you have your engineered header or your engineered beam. You have some your brackets that are obviously nailed off proper, your eye joists, etc. Pocket beams. Left beam is a built-up beam, and the right's a steel beam. I'm on the wrong slide here. So what we're looking at here is you're looking at a block out that's been put into a foundation wall, and now that 3-ply beam is sitting in that pocket. And what's really notable when you have a pocket beam and a wood beam sitting in there is you want to make sure that one, you have the minimum bearing, which is 3.5. Obviously, you want to check your building code for where you might be, but you also want to ensure that you have proper air around that. Typically, you're looking at about 1/2 inch, but what can happen is if it's sitting in there tight, is you can have a bit of rot in the back section of that beam if you don't have proper air around it. Beam defects, it's not uncommon to find notch beams, especially if you're working with electricians. Sorry for saying that to any electricians, but that's like the favorite. I got to run my wire, I got to do whatever, I'll just drill right through that beam. And then the carpenter says, oh, what's going on here? Well, the building code doesn't state anything about notching the beam. It's presumed that no alteration should be made. These two pictures, the one on the left, I would say might be a bit more common. It's a 2-ply. The one on the right, with all that ducting going into that beam, there's no nothing left of that. Nothing left of that one, man. So beam defects again. The left image, it has several issues, including a rotated beam, a wood shim, and poor placement of the support post below the beam. The image on the right is another poorly installed support post where the weight bearing capacity is greatly diminished. And, if you're going in a basement, something on the left, I would say that would be more common to what you would see. Yes, there's a beam. Yes, there's a post below it. It's close-ish, if you wanted to say that. It has 66% bearing on it. It's obviously not great. It should be done properly, but that's what a lot of guys will kind of get away with. While the one on the right, that is, I want to say, super common. They use the wrong style of nail. They can't get it in. They throw it in, a little bit, bend it over, call it a day. It's just not how people want to build, but unfortunately, it's the way that a lot of people try and get away with things. Again, beam defects. These images show a common defect that can be found in older structures. This generally happens when too thin of parging is installed over the built-up beam. From the expansion and contraction of the materials, eventually the covering breaks away and you're left with a weather intrusion point and possible future rot. For individuals that don't know what parging is when you take a concrete mix. Normally you'd use a product like CAMS 212. You can also use like a dry pack. And what you do is you would use like probably 80% dry mix, 20% water. You mix it up in a bucket with a margin trowel, which is just a really thin, it's almost like what someone would like brick with, but they're just square. And what you do is, so anyways, you mix this up really dry, and when you put it on and you seal in a concrete surface, whether it's a honeycomb, bug eye, whatever it might be, you're just sealing in the concrete. Or sealing in this case, you'd be sealing in that beam from weather, from intrusion, from water, from whatever it might be. And the image on the left kind of shows, you would assume that there would be something behind there, but that's been parged in. If you're ever like in a downtown area or a high-end resident or a high-end commercial building, and the concrete just, it looks like a piece of artwork. You can't tell where the various lifts were installed. That's typically when parging's been done. And working in oil and gas, any foundation that's on any one of those structures has been parged in. It's not a great task to do. Again, the most enjoyable part of that day is when it's coffee or when it's quitting time. But I have done a fair amount of parging. It's almost an artwork, not that I'm an artist, but the individuals that do that and can do it quick and efficient. It's a talent. It's not as tricky as mudding and taping, but you want it to look good when you're done. Flooring systems. Floor systems provide not only a walking surface, but also lateral support for foundations from the concrete slab to the basement and wood frame flooring above the foundation. Here you see a different couple pictures of different flooring systems with how quickly we're advancing in building styles, different engineering methods, etc. You can see what was kind of the old standard, just standard 2x10 SPF, and then what moved into kind of like the late 90s forward I-joists, which are super popular out here. And then they also have a 2x4 truss system. Again, just a little bit closer up. And one thing that when you're looking at the style of cross bridging, if you're walking an older house, you want to make sure that that cross bridging has all been nailed off. And in a newer house, if it's an unfinished basement, which is really common for general contractors to do, that way they're saving a bit of money. The homeowner feels like they can add a bit of their own value to it. You want to make sure that that cross bridging was actually nailed off. So the way that cross bridging is typically installed is when you're doing your floor system, before you sheet it, you'll walk on top, you'll nail off the tops, you'll frame up, and then you'll nail the bottoms once everything's kind of settled. But it's all the small things that really lead to how good the framing crew was, how good the electrician, how good the HVAC was, the list goes on. But it's all the small things that make a really big difference. And as you walk more properties, or maybe you're just looking to tune in some of your skills, it's all these little things that make a really big difference. Flooring defects, poor end bearing. It's recommended to use joist hangers, although hangers are not required. Twisted joists. This is why bracing and blocking was used before wood I-joists, to prevent deflection, what can cause squeaks and the joist to fail. Again, when you're looking at joist hangers, what you really want to make sure with those joist hangers is that they're properly secured and properly nailed off. Joist hangers typically use a nail, it's called a 10D, or that's what we call them out here anyways. It has a little 10. They're only about 1.25 inches. Sometimes they get bigger, 1.25 inches, 1.5 inches. Thicker gauge wire, and it typically has a smaller head. A lot of guys, framers, that, hey, I got a nail here, a nail's a nail, which it's not, might try and get away with using just 2.25 inches. And 2.25, like a 2.25 inch nail, they have quite a thin head on them opposed to a hanger nail. And two, when you're looking at joist hangers, you really want to make sure that it's snugged up to the joist or beam or whatever it's sitting on. And a good indication of someone that knows how to install a proper joist hanger is they'll have these metal tabs. They're almost like little fingers on the joist hanger. And sometimes they're only about maybe 3/16 to 1/4 big, but you can just tap them into the joist or beam or whatever it might be. And that way it snugs up itself. So it's just, little tricks that you'll see as you're walking, inspecting, all these things. The more you do it, the more obviously comfortable you get with it. And that's where too, my component is I'm a red steel carpenter. I understand the structural, the roofing, building as a whole, but I'm the first person to admit that if it's electrical, if it's HVAC, if it's whatever, I don't know much, if anything, about it. That's where, I mean, even getting into roofing, which I have a few horror stories, which I'll share when we do that module, because, you know, earlier in my career, I thought a roof was a roof, and that's definitely not the case. The horror stories that I have, I wish that was the case, but it's not. And a lot of those, well, the few stories that I have, they lead back to poor workmanship. So loose cross bracing or herringbone, you want to recall the bracing, bridging, strapping ties the joists together so they can share the load. You'll see more images of notched joists, but keep in mind that when a joist is notched, the strength of the joist diminishes to the remaining depth of that joist. Looking at these two pictures, the picture on the left is when that bracing hasn't been nailed off. You can see that too, it was installed improperly. And then the excessive notch, you can see that, you know, let's say they take a 2x4, they notch 2 inches or 1.5 inches out of it, you're losing all that structural integrity. It's like when you take a rope, and let's say that rope is rated at 1,000 pounds. You take that rope, you then tie a knot in that rope, pull it tight. Around that knot, you've reduced its holding capacity of up to 50%. A lot of people think that, hey, just because most of the meat is still there, we're good to go, but that's just not the case. Notching is a very common defect you'll come across specifically in pre-2000 homes before the transition to wood I-joists. And these pictures, the heavy notching, I don't know how many times you would talk with a framer, or talk with a homeowner, or talk with whoever, where this is okay. All the meat's there. What do you mean I can't cut it? What do you mean I can't run my duct through that joist, whatever it might be. But that's what's nice about the transition in newer homes to I-joists. They have like little knockouts that you can bang out and then run your electrical through, or however that might be. And it's not that in wood frame construction you can't notch. It's that you need to know what you're doing, where you're doing it, and if it falls allowed within the National Building Code. The building code, if you're not familiar with it, my division, I'm Division 6, I'm also Division 9, but other, you know, electrical, they would have their fire section, they have theirs. But Division 9 is around, I want to say it's probably around 600 pages. And the information you get into span tables, you get into like the never of building information. And I almost want to say that understanding code, the ins and the outs, as long as you have a, you know, a general understanding of it, you're doing really good. But that's the reason why we have code consultants. Code, when you get into the nitty gritty, it gets into this whole other thing. And that's where a guy like Alex that, you know, works with the National Building Code as well as the Alberta Building Code and possibly the BC Building Code is called the BC, Saskatchewan Building Code, and other areas actually have their own jurisdictional building code, which Vancouver actually has one. So that's where too, depending on where you're working, you just want to check, you know, what's kind of the industry standard, what are we looking for? And if everything else fails, go to the provincial building code. And then also if you're working in different provinces, depending on how that looks for you, you can also reference the national building code, which is called the NBC. And a nice little like tidbit of that is that you can download the NBC or BCBC or whatever provincial building code you're working with on your phone, and then you can actually use a search function. So you could type in like end bearing or stairs or whatever, and it's going to pull up the little tidbit for what you're after. Flooring systems, again, cut joists. You would just not believe, I guess maybe you would believe what you're going to see when you walk these unfinished basements. It's a lot of things that are fine until they go to sell the house or until someone else is moving in that might not think this way. And although wood is a great product, it obviously does have its limitations. Looking at that cracked eye joist, I mean, with how that crack is in there, if you put a pull sure below that, got it back to its proper width, and then married on something that was maybe, I mean, let's say that crack is 3 feet, you married on like an 8-foot board, you're still going to have some structural integrity there. You nail it off. Just different recommendations that you could make to the homeowner. Flooring defects, damage and missing fasteners are a common sight. Again, this is what I was mentioning with the joist hangers. The nails that this framer or whoever was installing this used are actually spiral nails, which are, they're a bit more brittle. And when you drive them, they turn in kind of like a nut on a threaded rod. That's kind of the easiest way to think about it. But they're really hard to drive in, unlike commons that are just smooth. And as I mentioned earlier, those little, the hanger tabs, you can see that towards the top of the picture, they've actually been sunken into that joist or beam. So that way it's made snug. But because these nails are the wrong type and also the wrong length, when you drive them in, they have a tendency to bend. So that's where too, when you're looking at this, you want to make sure that the proper nail is used, hanger nail, and not 2 1/4. It's just not what you're after. When you're changing the width of a nail, you're also changing like an engineered component of that hanger. It's not just that a nail is a nail and a screw is a screw. It's just not the same. And a good field test for this is if you drive a 3 1/4 nail, drive it in halfway, go to hit it from the side and the shear strength, it's going to bend. I think nails have around 280 to 350 pound shear strength. You do the same thing with a screw, it's going to snap right in half. Engineered systems, wood joists. Wood eye joist consists of the webbing and flange. These are engineered systems and should not be modified unless approved by the manufacturer. The webbing may be altered, but not excessively as it commonly is. The webbing is what provides the strength of the joist. You want to view the permissible knockout locations, but be aware that every manufacturer is different and has varying allowances. And again, that's where too, if there's a manufacturer's signage on an eye joist, you can always reference the old internet, Google, whatever it might be, and just kind of do a really quick overview before you kind of put that in your report. Fire rated systems. Some wood eye joists may be colored. This is typically a fire retarding chemical that is applied to the factory. Pink wood is typically the brand name of this product. Some jurisdictions may require fire treating, which helps provide a secure floor during fires. Sprinklers are also coming standard-ish out my way. Can't speak for the rest of Canada, but that's where, with doing higher density, we're really trying to get the amount of combustible material down in a lot of these more high density buildings.
You can go back actually 2 slides to Chris. I'm not sure if you mentioned it, but I'll just one more slide as well, please. Thank you. Yeah. So one easy rule of thumb, folks, just because, you know, as you start getting to the buildings built around the 90s and obviously to today, you're gonna probably come across wood eye joists. And again, an easy rule of thumb just to figure out if something is permissible or not is, imagine that you have the top and the bottom cord and the webbing of a wood eye joist, right? As long as you're able to, and you have all these different penetrations for the duct and conduits, whatnot, as long as you're able to maintain like a truss system, you should be good. But once you start impacting that reinforcement of the webbing, which is the actual strength of a wood eye joist, that's when the problems start to arise, right? So again, if you see excessive notching, which we're gonna start looking at a few slides here, or any sort of overcutting, you want to start raising some concerns with a potential buyer. This is, again, really common in brand new builds if you do brand new home inspections. where the trades guys maybe, not as skilled as you'd like. Just again, look for that triangle like you would with a suspension bridge, so to speak.
It's nice when Alex mentions these things, especially I want to put a focus on new construction with how expensive trades are becoming. Just to kind of give you a wave of the magic wand. Man, when I got into trades close to 20 years ago, journeyman wage back then was probably honestly 22 an hour, low 20s. We're now hiring carpenters on projects that we do. You're almost hard pressed to find someone for $50 to $60 an hour. And that's where, with he's mentioning in new construction, it's not always about the bottom dollar, but it is, I'm just speaking rule of thumb here. What general contractors pay their trades reflects the profit margin for what they can sell that house for. If you're paying, if you want to call it industry standard, it's still hard to find guys. And some of the companies that I work with based out of the States, it's unbelievable. It's almost like, if to put it in perspective for the rest of Canada, it's almost like when oil and gas was doing live out incentives, and there's another word for it, live out expenses, and an incentive, I believe is what they were calling it, paying people just to show up. Live out obviously goes if you're a remote worker and you're living somewhere, but then an incentive would be like a per day allowance just to attract people to the work. And places that I speak of, you get into like San Antonio, Dallas, Fort Worth, parts of Florida. They literally can't even find trade people for the amount of building that's going on. It's interesting. It's really interesting. And that's where too, in new construction, it's hard to find people that are good at what they do. It's hard to retain employees. It's hard to retain staff. It's even on a small scope of work. We were putting in a garden suite, and this is about $5,000 to $7,500 worth of drywall. It's a small-ish job, but they're dealing with me. I'm super easygoing. But what I don't do is I don't pay guys up front. I will buy material. I have no issue with that, but I won't pay guys up front for work that hasn't been performed. Normally what I do is I do a 50% draw at 50% completion, and then I do the final draw, or I do 240s and a 20, or however it might be. And just on drywall, I fired 3 or 4 crews. And this was just, use this guy, I use him. And to give you an extreme example of the conversations that I had with a drywall company, like reputable company, he had the truck, he had the signage, he had the website, the rate was the going rate. It's not like I went with the lowest guy by 50% and hopefully this guy does the work. But when I went into the suite, what they had actually done was, normally when you install drywall, you'll stagger your joints, much like you would do for sheathing. The reason for that is so your studs, typically what they do is they don't twist, but it's more for aesthetics. So when you put on your drywall mud, you don't have like this 2-foot bow in your wall. And I walked into this suite, and this guy boarded the majority of the suite in a day. And I walk in and I'm looking around and I'm like, I'm just kind of wondering what's going on here. And the guy's like, yeah, I'm done. I'm ready to put on the mud here, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, well, why do all your joints line up? And he's like, well, that's how I've always done drywall. Gets super defensive. And I'm like, okay, is this like something I don't know about? Is this like the new industry standard? Because back when I was in trades, you would always stagger your joints, and I just approach it super friendly, just like that. Guy gets super defensive, throws his things down. Oh, you're impossible to work for, leaves. I'm like, okay. So he leaves, peels out of my driveway, spits rocks everywhere. Okay, whatever. What's his deal? And then I'm looking at all these joints. They all line up. They're perfect. No staggered, no nothing. And I'm like, there's a lot of screw pops. So I can tell that the screws aren't actually going into any material. And then I go up and I push on one of the joints. And where the stud was, the drywall ended like 6 inches before the stud. So what this guy did was he just put backing in and screwed into the backing. And for me, like any project I run is like, if I'm hiring you for a whatever you're doing, I expect you to do the job. I don't expect you to go above and beyond. I just expect industry standards. That's all I expect. Nothing outside of that. And he had done, what he did was, instead of cutting, like even with it butting into a corner, which is you just throw on your corner bead like super easy, he didn't cut any of the drywall. Put in an 8-foot piece, did that one row. Put in the next 8-foot piece, didn't put any backing in that row. So all he had done was, instead of the drywall landing on like a 2x4 structural member, even if it's load bearing or non-load bearing, instead of it landing half and half on a stud, he just put a 2x4 on flat and then screwed into that 2x4. And I pushed on the wall and it moved 1/4 of an inch. And I was like, I'm gonna have to fire this guy, and I haven't even paid him yet. So next day he comes back and I'm just like, hey, I just want to ask you about the drywall here. I'm like, am I missing something, or was I not clear on how this is supposed to be installed, or what's going on? Goes, I've been doing drywall forever, and this is how I've always done it, blah, blah, blah. Gets super defensive. And I'm like, okay, let's pull off one of these boards. I'm not pulling this board off, so okay, whatever, you stay here if you want to get paid. I pull off the board. The whole thing, man, is just 2x4 on flat, drywall sitting on either side. And I'm like, so you didn't cut the drywall back like 4 inches to put it on solid backing? And he's like, I've never put in solid backing, blah, blah, blah. This has always been fine. This is how I've always done it. And this is like a guy, he had company signage, he had a website, and I'm paying the going rate. Fired that guy, fired the next guy. It was insane, man. It was insane. And that's too, like, new construction. It's not, being a carpenter, have a lot of respect. Being like a Red Seal carpenter, I have a lot of respect for tradespeople, non-ticketed, ticketed, guy that's been doing it for a week and a half, whatever it might be. I have a lot of respect for tradespeople, and it's not an easy job. And a lot of the time, people get painted in such a bad light just because they're doing what the homeowner wants or whatever it might be. But man, I could not believe how many drywallers I went through just on a small scope. I could not believe it. And it's just, that's the pain that I'm feeling just doing this small little job, man. Think about new construction. Like, it's just, that's where I say that when you get into your area, you know the builders, you know the products, you know the subdivision. I've been really concentrated in 2 markets, 2 sub-market, like a sub-market of a larger market. And it's almost to the point where I can drive down a road and be like, those 3 were a builder, that one was someone different. Those 3 were a builder, that one was someone different. And as we've looked at these houses inside, it's like, yeah, I know that this, I don't know the builder personally, but I know that this one was not a quality build. You walk into another group of homes or whatever it might be, and you're like, oh, this is like ABC 123 builder, quality, everything's nicely done, less concerns. You still go in with your eyes open, but it's not like the hairs on the back of your neck stick up. And that's too, I mean, it's just, yeah, the drywall, man. It's just, it literally blew my mind. I couldn't, like, it just blew my mind, man. It's like, I don't get it. Just all you have to do is put on a stud. I'll pay you. I got no issue. And what's funny is people, I think I'm really easy to deal with. I don't expect people to go above and beyond, but I expect people to do the job that I'm paying them for. That's it. I got nothing past that. Pretty realistic expectations. And I pay the going wage. I'm not like, I don't beat people down over price or anything like that. It is what it is. And I gave this guy that did the drywall, I think I gave him like $1,000 or like 900 or something like that, because he did the insulation, he did the vapor barrier, okay, whatever, I'll pay you for the couple days you were here. We'll go our separate ways, whatever. And man, my wife, when I gave him that $900, she's like, you gave him that money, blah, blah, blah. She's like, you didn't do anything but cause you headache. Man, if someone thinks I'm hard to deal with, man, I just took my wife on you. Watch. Yeah, it's we've done a lot of jobs together over the years, and she's seen it. She's at the point now where with just being around it, she can walk in and be like, that doesn't look right, or whatever it might be. And all of the time when I go and walk real estate, when I look at different whatever it might be, I mean, she's right there by my side. Fire rated systems, the notching, and that's where too, wood I-joist defects. Looking at this is an engineered system. With what you're looking at, with how they just kind of put blocks in there and they're calling it good, you would really have to check with the manufacturer's literature to see if that's okay. I want to say that that is not okay, but the way that I kind of, you know, if I put it in layman's terms for people is, would you take the engine out of your car, you know, get someone that may or may not know how to rebuild a motor, and then put it back in your car and go for a drive in the middle of the desert or the Arctic or wherever it might be and hope for the best? You wouldn't, but that's what a lot of people do with general construction. They just kind of do what they think is best and hope for the best. But really, especially when you get into I-joist engineered systems, you can't just go in altering things and hope for the best.
Would you say you see these more on larger homes, Chris?
Yeah, I would. More mid to high end homes, I-joist. Yeah. What's nice about I-joist is that you get a larger span. So if you're really doing
span
anything,
longer,
yeah. So if you get anything like honestly above, you know, I would say like mid 2000s ish, 1995 up, I-joist, it's a great system. And that's where too, like if I went into a home, what I'm looking for to see if it's I-joist is how big are the spans? Does it look like there's drywall patching? Does the house's architecture match up with the interior? So, you know, let's say the house is from 1970. Standard like mid-level entry, 6 stairs up, 6 stairs down. We've seen them all across Canada. What a lot of people do is they take those load-bearing walls in the kitchen and they just remove them. Okay, so now it's just wide open. Did they put in a beam? Is there drywall patching? Does the style of interior match the year that the house was built? And if the answer is no, then what I'm looking for is like drywall patching. Is there any photos? Was there a building permit pulled? All these other things before we start going down the rabbit hole. But yeah, what's really nice about these is that you get that great room, big span. Most people would think I'm a king if I said that I live in a 15 room house, but my house is smaller square footage. And back in the early 1900s, when they built rooms, it was like, how many rooms could they get into 600 square feet? The style of house that we actually live in, it's called a 4-square. And the way that it was built is it was prefabbed, and you would actually select your layout out of a Sears catalog that was mailed to you. So you'd say, yeah, I want that one. And then they'd ship the panels and they'd put up the house. And we just have like a standard. If you were to think of like the haunted house, we have like the standard haunted house, but it's not haunted. No, I'm just kidding. Not haunted. We did everything when we moved in, but yeah, it's like the standard. Our downstairs, it's 700 square feet, but it has like 5 rooms in it. All the rooms are super small. Everything's original. It's a neat old place, and nothing has ever been done in it. Original floors, original case, original doors, original doorknobs. And when I'm doing some of the work on this house, and you're working with like a doorknob that's been used for 115 years, it works like the day it was made. It's unbelievable, man, the quality. It's really unbelievable. I install a new one, like in a rental that we own or whatever, 2 years, man, they're done. These old ones though, they have like the skeleton key. You take off the knobs and they have like all these interior little knives to hold the handles together. And it's almost like a puzzle, because if I take this thing apart and I scramble the pieces, it's going to take me a long time to put it back together. But on a new handle, man, in and out 5 minutes. Pull the screws, throw it on there, set it, done. They really take the carpentry out of carpentry with all these different products that are manufactured, but it sure makes for a quick build or a quick fix or whatever it might be. Wood I-beam defects. Here's some images of unapproved alterations to wood I-beams. This is what we're saying is like the big notches, the big, I hope this works, the big, it's been fine forever. And to fix something like this, coming from a carpenter's background, it's a total rat's nest. And I'm not just talking about the wire going through everything. It's a fair amount of work to get a product like that into working how it should. It's definitely not the end of the world if, you know, if I came across a house and I saw this, the house is fine. But it's definitely an area that you would want to pay attention to, make notes of, make the homeowner aware of.
Yeah, there's absolutely no cutting of the flange, but like the left picture, that web removal is crazy. Like, I can't believe anyone thought that was proper.
If once I take coffee here, I'll have to show you one of a builder that I know. He sent me a picture of a glue lam, like an expensive beam. There's a hole for ducting cut right through this thing. You're talking like a 6 to 9 inch beam that's, you know, 15, 20 feet long. Someone literally, like, I don't know if you took a chainsaw to this, man, to get your cuts in there. But it's like, he sends me the thing. He's like, so on site today, the HVAC guy got fired. And it literally looked like the cut flange, but it was a glue lam beam. Structural beam, do not alter, do not cut, do not nothing. Do not nothing. Oh yeah, I'll cut that. Don't you worry about it. Yeah, running right through there. You're fired. You're getting a new beam. Oh yeah. It's having done, I've GC'd new builds, renos, a lot of different builds over the years. I like things that haven't been touched. Go in for the reno, you know what you're getting, you got it. You don't have to worry about all these different things, all these different components that people may or may not know about. And if you're getting it anyways, I mean, at the end of the day, man, it's the same thing. What I-joist defects? Generally, joist requires hangers unless they are cantilevered from design. You'll have to use your judgment, but please note that a maximum cantilever of 4 feet is not allowed for wood I-joist. And that's too where you're seeing that photo. You'll see a couple of hangers in there, and then all of a sudden they're missing one. And what you're looking at there, most likely what they've done is they've just taken a gun and either nailed it through the backside or toe-nailed the top and bottom of that I-joist and called it good. But those are really the things that we're looking for, right? Especially coming from a carpentry background, there's a lot of things that are just kind of called good. And maybe it's not, maybe it's just misinformed. Maybe it's the general contractor, maybe it's the homeowner, but a lot of these things that, you know, carpenters or builders do, I like to think that it's just misinformation, because nobody, at least I hope, nobody goes to work and says, I'm going to do a poor job today. Everyone wants to do the best they can with what they're given. And that's one of the things that I really appreciate doing is adult education, because you get to bring a new idea, a new concept, you get to sharpen someone's ability with whatever it might be. And really what's interesting too about working with this platform or different architectural design platforms is the systems are always changing. It's really interesting. it's really interesting how far building science has, like what has been achieved in the last, 5 to 10 years. It's like the previous 20 years to that, it didn't even matter. And that's too with these modules and with getting, different speakers in like myself that have a different background. It's interesting because two people will not present the course the exact same way. No two individuals, whether it be home inspector or carpenter, electrician, HVAC, whatever it might be, have the same experience. There's always a different fact, a different take, a different whatever it might be. And that's what's so great about the building industry. That's what I love about it, because I can tell you right now that when I started as an apprentice and I eventually got my ticket, I never thought that I'd be doing adult education. I never thought that I'd be instructing the carpentry curriculum. I never thought I'd get into specification writing or a lot of the things that I do. And where I work now, I often say that the biggest item that I possess, the biggest thing that I'm able to leverage is my understanding of general construction. When you become a home inspector, you're literally a walking encyclopedia or close to of how a house is built, of how construction's done, a bit of everything. And that's why Alex doesn't have me do the electrical component or the HVAC component or whatever component it might not be, because my specialty is residential construction, general construction, concrete, etc. It's an ever-changing industry, and I can guarantee what you're learning today and what you're doing in 5 years, although they're similar, building standards, building techniques, building practices, it may or may not be the same products. And one of the tasks that I do is lead generation for construction companies. So there's a platform, it's a Google platform, and I'm able to pull up any construction project in North America if it has a permit on it. So at any given time, there's over 700,000 projects on this platform. And what I do is I look at what architects and designers are using for projects 3 years from now. And the products that are in like the design conception phase now are not the products that have been the last 5 years. It's an ever-changing industry, man. And it's like, no 2 days are the same, which is what's really cool, right? They're using iJoist now, but let's say 10 years down the road, they're 3D printing houses or whatever it might be. I have no idea, right? And all of a sudden you learned wood, but you're moving to plastic and composite and PVCs and a whole different style of building, whatever it might be. It's a really interesting field. And one thing I don't like doing the same thing every day. And that's why I love working in trades and having a trade background, is because things are always changing. They're evolving. I find it interesting. I find it really exciting. Engineered floor joists. Generally, these are found in higher end homes and have been around since the 80s. Some manufacturers do allow site modifications, but when in doubt, you want to contact the manufacturer. Some floor trusses are top hanging, where the bottom members, they just float and appear to have been altered. You will also notice that cords on this are flat rather than vertical. What's really nice about this style of joist, super easy to run anything. Although they might be a bit more expensive on the front end, typically after you factor in the cost of an electrician, you might be able to make up for some of that cost. Subfloor systems. Diagonal planks were commonly used until approximately the 1950s. These were made from common lumber and typically were used to build the foundations. That's why you'll often find concrete on this material. Plywood took over in the 50s with plywood. homes became more square, spiral nails were commonly available, which also helped reduce noise, speed of installation, and much better securement. One thing that you're noticing on the left-hand side is some of those boards, or all of them, very well could have been used for the footings. That's why they kind of have that discoloration on them, bit of like dried concrete, however it might be. One thing I would want to watch for if I was looking on the left-hand side, the reason I note that is because that's what the house that we currently live in has. You want to watch for like any type of rock or aggregate that might be below those boards. And then also too, on the right, tongue and groove. You want to make sure that when they install their tongue and groove, what ends up happening is you install your tongue and groove, glue it, nail it. You want to make sure that that tongue isn't smashed or cut. I mean, obviously you can only do this if you're in a basement and there's no drywall on, but what some like cowboy carpenters might do is when they put the, when you have one sheet down and you have your tongue and they put that groove in, they'll stand on top of the board and they'll hit the tongue with a sledgehammer, which seats the first row. But then when they go to put on the third row, because the first is set, they're installing the second, that tongue is complete. There's just nothing left. And again, engineered product, houses are engineered. When you lose that tongue and groove, you almost want to put, if I was framing a place, I'd want to see a piece of solid blocking below it. If that groove, if there's nothing left, you'd want to put solid blocking underneath it, because I mean, this is engineered products, building code, national building code, etc. And these are really the things that even if you're in a house and you see things that might not be proper, as long as the fix looks good, obviously you want to note that. But if a house is 40, 50 years old or older, you can tell that people that have lived in it or somewhere along the way took pride in ownership or pride in maintaining their product or whatever it might be. I've walked houses that are 10 years old, they are completely destroyed. And I've seen other houses that are 50 years old that have the original owner, and you can't find a blade of grass or a scratch or anything like that. Particle board only allowed in prefabricated homes. Particle board is basically sawdust all glued together. OSB is like flake board, but has longer strands in the inner core, making it stronger. The use of glues and screws during the installation of OSB has made floors virtually squeak-free. Inspection of these materials should be foreseen, particularly around bathroom fixtures. Particle board, chipboard, where you will often see this is below sheet flooring in bathrooms. Like picture the 90s bathroom with sheet flooring. And where you can see that is if you pull out your heat register, and then preferably also around the toilet. Anywhere that has water with particle or chipboard can become really soft really quick. OSB has come a long way in 20 years. Stick frame wall construction, and this is what I was mentioning earlier about point loading the roof to the walls, interior load bearing walls down to the slab. If you were to picture, basically midway between the second slab thickening to the third, and just kind of putting in a wall there, that would be called an interior non-load bearing wall. Load bearing walls, they carry a load from the building into the ground, and then it gets transferred from the ground away. Typically, like just a general rule of thumb, if you're looking for non-load bearing walls to load bearing walls, if you're in a house and you have 2 stories, like an interior, it has to be an interior wall. And if it's typically on top of itself, typically that would be, rule of thumb, be a load bearing wall. Or if it's within roughly a foot of each other, typically it's a load bearing wall. If it's just a wall down a bedroom or whatever it might be, And on the second story it's in, but on the first floor, you don't have a wall below it. Typically that would be an interior non-load bearing wall, meaning that if you remove that wall, you wouldn't risk that building being altered structurally. But obviously those aren't the recommendations that you're making to people. If you're removing any type of interior wall, if you don't have a background in framing or thoroughly understand the National Building Code or provincial building code, you'd want to check with a structural engineer. And that's also something
So
too.
typically then, Chris,
Sorry.
also I was gonna say, sorry, typically, so if it's an interior load bearing wall, it would run through the home from the roof to the basement, essentially.
Yeah, it doesn't like that wall that goes into the trusses in the top kind of triangle of that house. That's called a pony wall. You don't always need to see a pony wall in an attic to be considered a load bearing wall. But what you're looking for when you're doing a load bearing wall, let's just pretend that the house has no drywall on it. What you'd see on a load bearing wall is you would see one joist stop and another joist start. And you're going to see that lap of two framing members. You'll see it all nailed off. If you had a wall below that, that would absolutely be a interior load bearing wall. Load bearing mean that it carries a load from the house. And the way that I like to think of a load bearing wall when people say, hey, I'm just going to like willy-nilly whatever I'm going to do. I like thinking of it as a scissor. So if you pull out that wall and it sinks, you're in for a whole world of not enjoyable a day's task, however it might be. I have removed interior load bearing walls. I have had them engineered. I have, like there was one house we did, it was like 1,600 square feet on the main. We removed all the walls. This was like 1990s. It was like, it was not very attractive for today's standard, but 1990, man, it was like everywhere you looked was like gold and oak, like oak hand railing and oak baseboard and like gold fixtures, the whole entire house. And it had like a 4-foot chandelier. It was a cool place. And I just rented that a couple of years ago, but it was a really cool place. And we came in, we said, like I had the vision, and the market was so hot. Like it was probably the hottest market I've ever bought in. And this house had been on the market for a long time, no action, no nothing. I walk in and I'm like, let's just blow out all these walls. And they're like, we're not doing it. And I'm like, hell yeah, we are. And we got it engineered. We put in all these different beams. We point loaded everything to the basement. And then when we were finished, what was horrendous, it was ugly, man. It was so ugly. Turned out to be gorgeous. It was, you walk in 1,500 square feet, it was kind of 1,500 to 1,600 square feet. There was not a single wall in the whole entire thing. Turned out to be a really nice product when we were finished. Yeah, it was a lot. It was like a jigsaw puzzle, man, putting it together and like figuring it out how it all worked. But that's where too, I mean, if you do it proper, you get a structural engineer, you figure out what's going on. But yeah, if I was from building with my background, rule of thumb, if you see 2 floors that are directly on top of each other, typically running down the middle of a house, chances are those are typically load bearing walls. And then if you're in a basement and it's unfinished, or if you're just looking for pictures online, if you type in like example of load bearing wall, typically what you're going to see is that it's in a Western framed house, like a stick frame or platform construction. Sorry, platform is, you'll see two joists that typically sit on top of that wall, and they'll overlap a couple feet, however it might be. But that's just a good rule of thumb. Rules of thumb are, that's all that they are, is just like general guidelines. Rules of thumb are not, cast in stone, this is what it is, blah, blah, blah. But I like rules of thumb. I like old adages, etc. Wall systems, masonry walls. Brick structural walls, you want to check for water intrusion, mortar deterioration, cracks and bulges, efflorescence and spalling, and loose brick. You want to check for lintels above openings. Concrete block holes may be found from basement to attic. They may be filled with vermiculite, which is discussed in the previous building science. What ends up happening is, I mean, as you're looking at this brick structure, as you see those windows, and then it gets a bit wider around the top, that's where they would put in a lintel. I can't speak for the rest of Canada, but commonly what's kind of like a misconception is people call lintels headers. It's super common. The difference between a lintel and a header is a lintel is typically load bearing and a header is typically not. And I mean, I can only say that for Southwest BC, but I believe that's one of the questions when I wrote this curriculum. A common misconception that kept coming up. Is that something that you see too, Alex? Is that guys will call, it's like when you see it called like a king stud to a cripple, or however it might be. I mean, it's like what we call something on the West Coast might not be what they call it in Alberta, and then it might be even different when you get out to out east.
Yeah, absolutely. We had I think a Red Seal instructor in January, and he basically said the same thing. In BC, it's really common that if you have a 2-ply beam, out in BC they're called lintels, and anything that's 3-ply, is a beam or a header. So that's same thing basically. Yeah, if you guys ever, we're gonna get into decks here in a little bit, but that's a pretty big thing. If you ever reference the NBCC or whatever local building code that you guys have in your area, they won't have anything to do with a 2-ply beam or a header, if you will. So it's all 3-ply minimum. So
perfect. My wife was good to me. She brought me extra large coffee in case anyone's wondering. When you got 2 kids, 2 and 5, coffee. That's it, man. That's the secret. Is there any other one else in the program here that has young kids, young family?
No, I'm just a bachelor.
Fair enough, man. Nothing wrong with that. That's I don't want to say live it up while you can, but man, when you have a 2 and a 5-year-old, I've come to know Paw Patrol, Blippi, all the other cartoons. My daughter, she loves watching this movie. It's called like Spooky Buddies. It's just whatever. It's like these dogs that talk, kind of like Homeward Bound. But she loves it, man. We watch it like not every day, but I swear I've seen the movie like 200 times. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun, man. And that's something too. One thing I did want to touch on, and maybe I'll switch gears here for a couple minutes. I mean, I get that there's so much to know about buildings. With what you guys are moving into, essentially being a home inspector, you're now self-employed, or you're looking at building a side hustle or whatever it might be. I can spend just a few minutes just to kind of like refresh our brains, kind of let us gather our thoughts. There's a lot of information we're covering here. Does anyone have any questions about marketing or about different practices, how they can kind of grow a company, however it might be? As much as I love general construction, another kind of like feather that I wear in my hat is business development consulting with companies. So if you guys have any questions like, hey, how important is social media? Or, hey, how do I do a website? Or, hey, what's LinkedIn? Or whatever it might be, I don't know. Feel free to throw it out there. I'll probably do another break, later on in the day. But if you have any questions that kind of pop in your head, because you may work for someone, or maybe you've been self-employed, or maybe whatever. As you get into being self-employed or business for self, all these different things come up. How do I invoice people? How do I register a company name? How do I advertise? How do I market? How do I, whatever it might be. It's just a different gear, we've been using the right side of our brain for so long. You switch to the left for 5 minutes, the right gets a bit of a break. Yeah, if you guys have any questions, feel free to throw it out there. If you don't, I'll probably do another little 5-minute break later. But that's something that I do. the way that the feathers in my hat kind of look is I do construction, whatever that might be. And then I do writing online for real estate and different manufacturing platforms. And then kind of the third feather that I wear is kind of that consulting or marketing, whatever it might be. And that's just the way that I'm self-employed, and that's just the way that I like keeping busy. I like doing different things, different days, so I don't just get, tiresome of doing the same task. But that's where too, I really enjoy instructing. I really enjoy business development. I really enjoy these different fun little tasks. And as you get into the world of building your own company, you might be like, what do you mean it's $10,000 to post on Instagram? What do you mean to make a little one-page PDF cost $300? All these different things that you may or may not have thought about. The costs can be done very inexpensively, or they can be very expensive. And I'm just going to give you a very, very wide stroke. One of the things I do is writing. For writing, I stay really busy with writing. I write a lot of content on real estate. Some of it's educational, some of it's humor-based. I say I write kind of like a BuzzFeed style article that, people 40 and under actually want to read. It's not just like super dry, but yeah, go figure, right? But
speaking of that, Chris, do you have like an Instagram page or Facebook or anything?
Yeah, so I do like my own stuff. It's just copywritingchris.com. I'm not super active on Instagram or anything like that, but to kind of give you guys like a very wide stroke here, you can pay someone 5 cents a word to write your marketing material, or you can pay someone $2 a word to write your marketing material. Looking at Alex's background, you could pay someone to make that for you $10, or you could pay someone $150. And all these different things come into play when you're self-employed. So knowing a different area to look, or a question, or whatever it might be, it all helps, right? I mean, 10 years ago when Vistaprint was brand new, it was like the only way, where do you get a business card? Vistaprint, and people didn't even know what that was. And now there's like, you can't even shake a cat without hitting a new platform, a new web development, or whatever it might be. And it's other people I work with, they do other things, but it's fun. It's just like building science, how you market a company, how you bring a company to market, it's all changing so much. And Alex, as a business owner, having employees, he can tell you that, man, that what was working 2 years ago isn't working now. And next time you see him, he's going to be the famous Canadian home inspector on TikTok doing a dance and giving some information here. He's yeah, as soon as we're done the call, he's going to get going on the Macarena or something. Need to get that dance going.
Yeah.
Totally.
Yeah.
Yeah. With masonry veneer walls are non-load bearing walls. The loads are carried by concrete or steel below the masonry veneer or wood behind it. Masonry may be brick, concrete, natural or manufactured stone, or even tile. And looking at this picture or schematic, this is very typical for what you'll see in a residential home, or even kind of getting into some commercial, but this is majority residential. But these are all things that go into a simple wall. Interior, getting into the framing, getting into building envelope, getting into rain screen, and then getting into what someone looks at. So saying that there's a lot that goes into a home inspection, it's almost an understatement, because you need to know electrical, HVAC, general construction, building exterior, roofing, all these different things to make up what it is that is actually being, what's happening for. And that's where the normal homeowner that majority of individuals are going to work with, when they go to a house, if they're looking at this wall, all they're going to see is the brick. That's all they see, right? All that they're going to see is, oh, I don't like the color of that brick, or oh, whatever it might be. I don't like the cultured stone. I love the cultured stone. I like brick. I don't like brick. And then it's, our job to break down the system and say, oh, by the way, you don't have weep holes, or oh, by the way, your finish grade's too high, you might have insects coming in, or oh, by the way, I put my hands on the wall and it doesn't feel like it's actually properly adhered to the building.
Yeah.
Maybe it wasn't fastened on properly and the guy just was having an off day and kept on building away. Masonry veneer wall lintels. Lintels must be added below the brick above openings like windows or doors. The lintel is just a piece of angle iron that transfers the load from the above opening to around and then down the foundation. And in the next slide here, you'll actually see common framing practices. So this is just an opening. You have your header. Above your header, you have your top cripples. On either side, as you come down your wall, you're going to have what we call out here, we call them jacks, or we call them crypts. Jacks are typically below windows, but you'd call that your cripple and then your king stud.
So jack studs and crypts are the same thing then, or what? Just different terminology?
Depending on how far you want to go down the rabbit hole. But yeah, just if it's I'd call a jack, like, or a crypt, same sort of thing if you're framing. But that's too where what we call it out here isn't going to be what they call it out east. And if all of a sudden, let's say I got plunked into Ontario or the Maritimes or whatever it might be, if I was writing reports or if I was doing some whatever I was doing, all I would do is I would just go Google and I would type in, hey, what's the normal for Nova Scotia, or what's the norm for Toronto, or what's the norm for Alberta, or whatever it might be. And that's where you're going to find the common lingo that individuals are going to understand. Wall framing. Excessive notching should be reported as this weakens the framing members. And again, what we're seeing is a lot of the same items over and over again. And that's where too, I mean, I'm sure Alex's phone rings maybe, once a day or every other couple days where someone says, you have to see this. I'm sending you a picture right now. It's unbelievable. Because he has someone in the field that's come across something that they thought they've seen it all until they've seen this, or whatever it might be. Party walls. Wood party walls require 1 hour fire rating using a 2x4 with fire rated drywall, caulking and or tape and mud. The joints are typically sealed. This is done on both sides. And to the extent of this, it's normally just a scratch coat. You need to check for damage to the wall and any loose tape. Older installations may lack fire taping and fire caulking. And all that firewalls do is that if you get into multifamily or in big residential properties, what ends up happening is if a fire started in one of the lower floors, moved into the attic, if there isn't that fire blocking, that fire could just spread. So what that fire blocking will do is it will kind of contain the fire to a segment of the house before it gets burned through and moves on to the next segment. I mean, obviously you can't stop a building from burning, but you can slow it down or put in sprinklers or whatever it might be to really preserve life. Again, what you're seeing here is one, it's fire rated drywall, which is normally it's a type X. There are a ton of products out there, but this one is type X. And then what you're seeing on the right hand side is just that fire taping. And you can see that since it's in an attic, it doesn't need to be pretty. It's not like a dining room or a master bedroom or whatever it might be. But what you're noting in this area is that the taping has actually fallen off the wall. And as easy as a fix as that could be to bring it up to code or however that might be, would just be putting on another scratch coat of mud. You could run fire tape, paper tape, whatever it might be, throw on a quick scratch coat, and then you've brought it up to par again. Steel stud walls, they're not very common in residential construction, but some newer builds now may have these due to the higher lumber costs due to COVID. If no one was buying lumber during the peak of COVID, just consider me unlucky number one here. I heard about distributors issuing pricing that's good for 12 hours was that was the most extreme that I heard. 12 to 24 hours. We were getting quotes. We were buying some lumber packages for some projects that we had going on, and they were good for 5 business days. And then if it was outside of 5 business days, you'd have to requote. And it was just, man, it was all over the place. Typically they're in residential installations. They're 99.9% of the time, they're non-load bearing and they can flex under load. What's coming from a framing background, one thing I really do like about steel stud, quick, typically it's inexpensive. And that's what I really like about it, is really fast, super inexpensive. And two, if you're like, let's say you're working far away from a distributor or a lumberyard or whatever it might be, you can put a whole bunch of steel stud on a trailer, on the back of a truck, or whatever it might be, and go where you need to go. And just as an example, imagine you're in Edmonton, you're doing a job in Fort McMurray, and you're back framing a basement. It's all interior, non-load bearing. If you were to buy, a lift of lumber, it's going to be pretty heavy. Where if you bought steel stud, you can throw it in the back of your truck or throw it on your trailer. It's not super hard to work with. You can cut all this with a snip, quick angle grinder. It goes together really quick. I do really enjoy working with steel stud. I use it when I can, especially with lumber prices now. Just rule of thumb, if no one's buying lumber or has bought lumber recently, it went as high as $1 a foot for a 2x4. So if you were to do like 2 year ago costs, you're looking at like $4 and anywhere from like $3.80 to like $4.80 a foot, or not a foot, sorry, per stud. 2x4 by 8 would be like $3.80 to like $5.50, somewhere in there. During the height of COVID, we were buying our lumber for as expensive as almost $1 a foot. So $8 a stud. I heard prices as high as $12 a stud. So it's like $1.10 per 1 foot piece of lumber, which is, it gets expensive really fast, man, when you're buying lumber at that rate. Wall sheathing. Wall sheathing provides a cavity for insulation, lateral bracing for wall stops, air leaks, and mitigates water penetration. You want to check for proper orientation of insulation. Markings will say which face should be down and which face should be out. And yes, I've seen it installed wrong. It generally has arrows indicating which way to mount the sheet, generally in a perpendicular manner. Typically, you'll have small gaps between the horizontal joints in the sheets to allow the wall cavities to breathe or to move moisture as well. The picture that you're looking at on the left, it's just saying that which way it should be installed. And then on the right-hand side, I know that it's harder to see, but the joints are staggered unless they should be. They look pretty staggered to me. But what the carpenter trick is, when you're putting in your sheet of plywood, you want to, a lot of guys, what they'll do is they'll take their carpenter's pencil. You'll put 2 carpenter pencils in between each sheet. That way it just has some air to breathe. You could use, I've seen guys use nails, use carpenter pencils, whatever it might be. Getting into roofing systems, just showing how much information there is in carpentry. I taught first year. And when you're doing any kind of learning or whatever it might be, the first of anything is typically the hardest, most challenging. The reason being is because I'm trying to teach this huge information to these individuals that may or may not come from a construction background. And basically, when you're done first year for the carpentry apprenticeship, you should be able to take a speed square. A speed square is like one of those little squares. It's a little triangle. It's 6 inches by 6 inches, has a 45 on it. And if anyone's ever looked at one of those, there's all these different numbers and increments and all these different things on it. It's a ton of numbers is basically all that it is. But when someone's done their first year in the 4 years of the carpentry apprenticeship, they should be able to take a framing square, a little 6-inch tool, and be able to lay out every single one of these roofing components by the time they're done. And that's one thing that I taught people how to do. You'll never use it in real life just because it's so impractical, but it's the apprenticeship. The apprenticeship is what it is. But when they were done with me, and I'm like cramming information into their head, they should be able to take that 6-inch square and lay out, look at any one of these pictures. Not only know what all the components are called, but also understand the math and practically lay out any one of these components that goes into one of these roofs. So as we make our way through the slides, just kind of let that sink in, because there is so much math behind a roof, and there's just so much information behind framing a house. And all I'm covering is just the framing. And that's where I say, I mean, I've done my red seal. I have a lot of respect for tradespeople and people that come from like blue collar industries, because most people don't understand that one tool, the speed square, can take almost 2 years to know how to use efficiently and everything that it covers. It's a lot of information. So it's a great.
Is there a door? Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead. No,
I was
go
gonna say,
ahead.
is there a door that can be closed? There's just a lot of background noise for the last 10 minutes or so. Maybe.
Oh, just 1 sec here. Let me
Sure, thank you.
stop this 1 sec. I'm gonna. That should be a bit better now. I got my wife's working across the way there.
Oh, sure, thank you.
Perfect. But yeah, that's where, even with as much information as there is in framing, even just getting into roof trusses and roof styles and the math behind everything, there's just so much information. There's like, it's a never ending, and it's always changing, and there's just so much to learn. I really appreciate trades for that, because it's not set in ways. It's always changing, new technologies, new sciences, new whatever it might be. And that's where too, I mean, bringing it back to the apprenticeship for electrical, plumbing, HVAC, whatever it might be. If people aren't aware, when you do the apprenticeship, you do not spend a lot of time in classroom. It's more hands-on. It's about 50-50. But at the end of each year, you cover roughly, I want to say, about 17 to 1,800 pages of information in 6 weeks. And in those 6 weeks, you're only studying, or whatever it might be, for about 2 hours a day. And if I was instructing the apprenticeship, we would cover probably this slide presentation is 132 slides. I would probably cover all of these topics in like maybe an hour. And when people have questions like, hey, can you explain a bit more here or there, whatever it might be, the answer is like, you have to study. It's just a lot of information. And that's to where, bringing it back to the home inspection, you become an encyclopedia of information. There's just so much to learn. And that's what's nice too about having different resources like Alex, like the Canadian Institute of Home Inspectors. You can always send them an email and say, hey, this is where I'm stuck, or hey, what do you think on this? Or hey, what's the software that you use for this? Or whatever the item might be. And with working with him and doing these courses, I know that he really believes in continuing education and customer service, et cetera, et cetera. And with him having his own employees in the field, it's a quick, easy answer for them, right? Hey, this is what I use. Hey, this is how we do this, whatever it might be. So roofing systems, truss schematic, also known as stick framing. Some of these designs may or not have a ridge board. The carpenter or framer will have to figure out the proper cuts and design for the bird's mouth. The bird's mouth is that area where it says heel and it kind of intersects with the bottom chord. The total span of the roof is the outside corners of the two outside walls. The line length is the distance between the middle of the ridge board and the outside wall corner. The overhang, projection, those are really more what you're going to be focusing on in home inspection. So the overhang, I know it doesn't.
You're a slide ahead, actually.
Here. Oh, okay. Sorry about that.
Yeah,
but what you really want to note is just really the projection, overhang, how that looks. Because really, when you get into 99% of homes, when you go into the attic and you take a look around, it's just going to be a truss package. That's all that it's going to be. That's what's funny too. There's a bit of a disconnect. It's like the carpentry apprenticeship thinks that it's like 1850 and people are building their own houses. Like, oh, I'm just going to pull out my framing square and lay out my rafters. It does happen, but it's not very common. And the carpentry apprenticeship just changed 2 years ago. I think 2 years ago, it finally updated from like 1985. I taught both sections of it. I taught the standard, which was in like existence for 25 years. It talked about things that were like the dinosaur age. And then the new one, harmonized, when I taught harmonized, I was like, this is amazing. It's like talked about everything relevant. It was really interesting. So conventional roof framing, again, this is, if I was teaching you guys how to lay out rafters, we would go over all of this stuff. And that's where I say that, you know, when an individual is finished first year, just in the carpentry apprenticeship, they would look at this. And if I gave them a total span of 10 feet and a rafter run of 5 feet, and I said the rise was 512 or 612 or whatever it might be, they'd be able to lay it all out, do all the math, cut everything and have it be what I'm after. Really the points that you want to notice are just the projection or tail, which is where you would put your soffit. If you're on a newer house and you look up, you're going to see that white soffit. That's what you're noting. And then you're also going to want to note unit rise and unit per run. So on normal roofs, your run is 12 inches and your rise is normally going to be 6. So it'd be like a 612. In other parts of Canada, they'll call it a 1-2. They'll just reduce the fraction, which is, it's kind of weird, but they do it. It's more standard in government jobs. But all that you're doing when you do a unit rise versus unit run, all you're doing is, if you have a framing square, 12 inches, 12 inches, all that you're doing is gauging the slope of that roof. And for most new construction, I would say that anything between like a 412 to 612 is kind of the standard, if you want to call it that. When you get into higher end homes or like cabins, you might see stuff that's like a 1412, 1612, 1812. And that's when you get those really steep, kind of like A-frame almost roof lines. Again, this is, so the drawing on the left-hand side, all the different parts of a roof, and that's to ridge board, rafter, collar brace, collar tie, gable and stud, ceiling joist, top wall plate. And then you get into the slide before that, you get into line length, actual length, total line, rafter run, total span, bird's mouth, plumb cut, and we're not even touching on intersecting roofs or gable roofs or hips or whatever. And that's where, I mean, getting into all this information, that's what the carpentry apprenticeship is. Carpentry apprenticeship is really like the why behind construction. And with what you guys are studying, I mean, all that we're doing is a very high level overview, but there is so much why that goes into framing a house. There's just so much building science, there's so much information, there's so much, it's like a grandfather clock almost. Every little piece has its purpose, and if one thing's missing, then the little pendulum might not swing, or the arm might not turn, or however it might be. But what we're doing is we're going into these items and we're looking for things that people might miss. And I mean, although we're doing a high level overview, there's just so much that goes into them. Here, we're just looking at ceiling and flat roof joists. The image on the left shows nailing with a cleat system, while the right shows a ridge board. Notice the different decking materials that are used on each photo. The one on the left shows boards, while the one on the right shows plywood. Normally what you're seeing when you see something with strapped with like 1x4 or 1x6, normally what they did there was they did shake. Shake's like a cedar style roof. When you're doing ridge board, or when you're doing plywood, normally they're doing asphalt. With the cost of lumber and manufacturing, shake is definitely something that's phased out over the last years, unless you're doing more high-end homes. We'll touch more on that in roofing though. Lateral bracing is required for truss systems, and the engineer will dictate both what the permanent and temporary bracing that is required. The temporary bracing is used during construction. Once the sheeting is completed, the temporary bracing is then removed. Just because you don't see every truss being braced, it doesn't necessarily mean that they're missing. The design may not have been required. Each end of a gable roof should have a gable brace. Knee braces, they're short braces from the gable wall that go up to the roof line. They may be installed to stiffen the system, but you likely won't see this in the insulation. What's interesting too about these pictures is if you remember behind it, it's a Y, right? Why is there strapping like this? Why is there an angle like that? Why is there a board like this? And changing a pitch or building something different or whatever it might be, roof systems are an engineered product. Normally roof systems are just left alone, truss package landed, nothing's done. But as we get into some of the next slides, you're gonna see something that's actually called a dormer. And one thing that I like doing is, if I'm looking at an older house, we're actually looking at one right now. We're looking at an older house that has very limited square footage, but it has a nice steep roof. The roof's 612, it's like a 2,000 square foot rancher. And that roof, that's a nice steep roof. And lots of people have looked at this house, it's not their cup of tea, but when I see it, all that I've seen is putting in dormers, right? We'd have to get a structural engineer in there, we'd have to hire some carpenters, we'd have to do a couple different things. But as long as we can get someone to say, yes, you can do it, and I think, well, these are the costs to do it, what we're doing with dormers is we're increasing the square footage of a property very economically. And as real estate prices keep going up and up and up, or maybe they're going to drop off the edge of the earth, who knows? But people are doing more creative or more traditional items in order to get more square footage. I don't know for everyone else, but if you're not in an area where they're doing townhomes that have a flat roof, what they're doing now, and they didn't do 10, even 15 years ago, was now those flat roofs, it's more of a California style framing, where the roof is now a rooftop patio. I'm not sure if that's that popular in Alberta or going east, but it's really popular in Southwest BC. And going back to the leaky condos, which happened in like late 80s to even early 2000s, they were doing that kind of California style framing where it's just a flat roof. But because of the leaky condos, they really shied away from it, where now, because land's so expensive, they're getting back into that. And they're also incorporating dormers out here, probably in Toronto also, as much as they can. It's just a very economical way to get some square footage out of an area that may not be that desirable. It's also neat too if you go into an older house and they have dormers up in the attic, or if you're inspecting a house where they've cut open the attic, they've put in stairs. It's just something that you really want to pay attention to. So dormers can be used both for aesthetics and or bring additional daylight in. Sometimes they are false dormers that you can't access, or they have windows that can open. You'll be able to access them that way. Looking at this picture on the left-hand side, that's just a schematic of how you'd frame a normal dormer. But then on the right-hand side, as we're looking at that picture, you can kind of see where the arrow is pointing to the shed dormer. It's a very economical way to increase square footage that I think is going to be explored as real estate becomes more expensive. Looking at this house, let's just say that you're doing a 2-generation house. Mom and dad bought this house. Kids are never leaving. Mom and dad say, okay, well, how can we give kid or family or whoever, how can we go upstairs? Someone says, hey, we can put in a dormer. You do 1 suite lower, you do 1 suite or living area upper, and then you have a multi-generational house. Obviously, you need to get it engineered, inspections, et cetera, but I do see these becoming more popular, and they were very popular, I would want to say like pre-1960, just because it's very inexpensive square footage. You have a truss package anyways. You're not doing a whole lot of work for added square footage. This is an image of a false dormer, exterior and interior views. And again, it's just kind of a nice architectural detail. Lookouts or ladders. The lookout transfers the weight from the overhang back across the load-bearing wall inside the structure for support, so that the middle of the rafters beyond the gable wall doesn't sag. And again, these lookouts, you'll see these on gable end roofs. And what you're typically seeing covering this is a white vinyl soffit. But that's if you wonder how that was able to project past. That's all that it is. Roofing system defects. Again, trusses are engineered products and should not be altered unless approved by a manufacturer or engineered. Split trusses should also be repaired and indicated in your report. A nice thing to do too is when you come into an area like this is what I would be looking for is I'm normally looking for mouse traps. Depending on the area that you're in, it can either show a mouse issue or it can show proactive home ownership, depending on how you look at it. And then what you also want to do too is you want to see how well it's nailed off, what type of sheathing product can use. Typically OSB is a little bit cheaper than plywood, although those markets have kind of changed a little bit for past years. And that can also indicate too what type of or quality the house was built to. It's interesting too, because I mean, if you knew a house was built in, let's say 2005, and you Googled, hey, what was the common price of OSB versus plywood in 2005? And if the markets were substantially different, you might be able to say to yourself, well, this is a quality product. I mean, you'd have to ensure that it wasn't re-roofed at a time. You'd obviously want to make sure that there's plywoods on the walls and not OSB before you kind of came to that assumption, but it's just something to note. Material pricing changes, just like markets of really anything. I wouldn't say it's as much as fuel, because that's daily. I mean, if you fill up out here, if you fill up under $2 a liter, I hate to say that, but it's like winning the lottery. But downtown Vancouver right now, they're probably paying, I don't even know, $2.20, I might say. So knock on wood that I know in Alberta, I think you guys are paying like $1.50, $1.60 maybe.
Yeah, that's right, Chris. What, $1.56, I think, right now?
$1.50, yeah, man, I'm filling up $2.
Cost
And
of living.
yeah, and downtown Vancouver, you're probably over $2.30. Lucky for me, I try not to leave my house. I'm too busy studying and reading and all the other fun things I do. If anyone's wondering if you have any young kids that need to be put to sleep, I can be hired. I can just verbatim whatever's in front of me. I'm also for hire too. So if anyone's doing like a party and it's like, hey, let's ask this guy a question, I'm for hire. Just send me an email.
So once I have kids, Chris, you can come babysit for me.
Yeah. I'll bring out the code book. And,
yeah, there you go. That'll put them to sleep.
I'll put them right to sleep, man. And that's too, I mean, I get that we're doing like a crash course in construction here. It's a lot of information. What I will say though is any one of your instructors that you've had, given their background, these individuals could be taking 20, 30, 40 years of experience and cramming it into a 2-hour segment. Back when I instructed more, I literally taught carpentry 8 hours a day, 5 days a week. And it was like someone could ask me a question and I would have to like check the Rolodex of where the information was put and be like, oh yeah, here's the answer and here's the reference to code and whatever it might be. That's kind of changed more to a general understanding. And I'm glad at one point I knew construction that well, I really am. But as home inspectors, I mean, by no stretch of the imagination are you expected to know the ins and the outs of every single component of a house, just because there is so much, but it's more of the why. Where can I find the information? How can I find the information? How can I package this together so a normal homeowner, someone that might not be as knowledgeable as you, how can I package this together so they can understand it? Roof system defects. Loose gang plates should be secured as they weaken the engineered system. Split trusses and rafters should be repaired also. And that's too, in these pictures, you're looking at a gang plate. So these are assembled in a factory, lumber's put out, they'll put a gang plate down, they'll have like a hammer or a stamp that just presses it into the board. If I was inspecting a house and I saw things like this, it wouldn't be anything that jumps out as me as run for the hills. But they are just things that you want to note. Damaged sheathing. So I'll just do a little side story here. We had a house, it needed a roof. It was a cedar to asphalt conversion. And I hired a guy. All he had to do was sheet the roof, or strip it, sheet it, put on asphalt. That's all he had to do. Man, it's not like we're doing rocket science here. The guy did such a poor job. The recommendation that I got from a consultant that I paid almost $1,000 to come and put together an assessment because I was going to sue this guy. The literal recommendation from the consultant was this complete roof needs to be removed. This was a $27,000 roof. And this was 7 years ago. Roofing prices have gone up substantially since then. I hired someone that I thought was reputable. They had a truck, they had a website, seemed knowledgeable, blah, blah, blah. But the quality of work, oh my gosh. And that's where, I mean, doesn't matter if it's new construction, old construction, whatever it might be, you wave the magic wand. You just never know what you're going to get into. The way that this person was able to kind of fly under my radar was a business card was left on my doorstep. Hey, I've done a bunch of roofs in the area. I go door knock. What did you think of Joe Blow? We loved him, did a great job. But it wasn't Joe Blow that was doing the work on my house. It was a guy that I called that Joe Blow fired that still had the cell phone number. This guy comes, does the work. I'm like, this is like insane. I don't know what's going on here. I phoned Joe Blow and I'm like, hey, Bill is working on my roof. And he's like, Bill doesn't work for me. I'm like, what do you mean Bill doesn't work for you, man? I called the car, the guy answered the phone and he's here. And he's like, no, I fired him. He comes, the owner, Joe Blow comes, Bill comes, the owner is ready to like do something not very nice to Bill. Bill says, I'm out of here, leaves. And Joe Blow was there with 4 roofers for almost 3 days, fixing, like stripping, fixing, tying in. And it was like the more we looked after we had this consulting report, the more we found. And it was just, it got to the point where Bill had done the roof. There wasn't proper flashing. It wasn't proper flash. There was negative lapse. And the way that I found the roof was leaking was because we were doing a complete gut on the house and the subfloor was wet. Subfloor is wet. Okay, where is it coming from? It's coming from an exterior wall. I cut the drywall and it's like a garden hose is running into this house. I cut the and this is brand new drywall, and it's $1 million house. I cut the drywall, pull it down, and I'm like ready to blow a gasket. I was so unimpressed. Cut the drywall. I'm like, it's coming from the roof. A roof was the first thing that was replaced on the whole entire project. I get on the roof. I see like, the more I look, the more I see. I'm just like, oh my gosh, this is a total can of worms. And it was just a total nightmare. I call the roofing contractor I thought I hired. I never did that job. At this point, I think they're running a scam. Like this is just what they do. This is their shtick. And I'm like, I'm ready to blow a gasket. I get a roofing consultant in. I go to this guy. This guy gets out of here. I told Joe Blow, I said, I'm ready to sue. I'm ready to take you to court if you're not going to fix this. Okay, I'll fix it, blah, blah, blah. And anyways, they fixed it. But man, it was like, I was looking at these slides last night and I know we're doing roofing after lunch here, but it's just like, oh, seen that. Oh, these are projects that I've done. Oh, look at that, right? Yeah, I paid someone to do that, paid someone to fix that. I wish that wasn't the case, but it is just, it's like the drywall. We're doing a small little scope. I'm paying the going rate. I'm hoping that these people are professional and I vet them as best as I can, but they're just fall through the slips or like fell through the cracks, and it happens. And that's where too, like being a tradesperson, I don't like doing like the Mike Holmes where it's like, oh, rah this and rah that and whatever it might be. Maybe a homeowner hired someone and said, hey, I have this used lift of lumber I got from a job. Can you re-roof my roof? And the person, oh yeah, I can do it. And that's all they can afford. And they're doing the best they can. And then as an inspection, all that we're looking to do is just capture everything. And I don't want to say that, hey, a carpenter didn't know what he was doing, an electrician didn't know what he was doing, because I truly believe that nobody goes to work and says, I'm going to do a poor job today. We're just doing as best as we can with what we have, the tools, the information, everything we have available. Ooh, this is when we get into the decks. So basically from here on out, I believe is mostly decks. Decks are a DIY, they're a DIYer's dream. It's just a deck, it's just structural. I'm just putting my kids, my wife, and my family, and my guests, and let's have a barbecue, and let's invite 40 people, and let's enjoy my deck that's not engineered. You see that a lot of the time. And if a deck, I like thinking that if a homeowner builds a deck, maybe they build it and they don't know that they're supposed to put slope on it. But if it's not engineered, by the time they bring everyone out there and they party and whatever they do over the course of a year, it might sink a bit. And then over the course of 2 years, it might sink a bit more. And then 20 years later goes by and it's down a foot, right? These are, I really like looking at decks because you never know what you're gonna get. What we're looking at here is, if you were looking at said, hey, I want this built proper, this is what you're looking at. Everything's bolted together properly, nailed, proper spacing, proper everything. This is how it should look. But as we get into more photos, you're going to see that the majority of times that decks additions are built, It's just more of like, I'm not paying that per square foot. I'll do it myself. Okay, well, let's just see how bad they get. So a stair schematic, what you're looking at here is just a standard rise run. The part that says run, that's where your foot would go, stair tread. And then what you're looking at where it says rise is the top of the stair material to the top of the other stair material. What you want to note when you're looking at stairs, especially exterior, is take your tape and run it on a couple stairs and just see if they're roughly in the same ballpark. I looked at one property a couple weeks ago and there was up to an inch difference in the stairs in the various heights. And when I walked down the stairs, I was walking like kind of like goat footed, like sideways because they were really narrow. And I was like, yeah, let's make sure we capture that. And the group that I was with, they didn't feel a thing. Just like, oh, I'm walking down a set of stairs. And I'm like, how do you not feel that? The other area that you want to note too is if a carpenter does a good job, the lowest stair, so the first step, will be the same height as the second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth step. So what they're doing is they're taking into consideration the finished flooring that's going on the bottom and the finished flooring that's going on top to make sure that when they build their stringer, it's the same. What I look for is if I'm going into a house is the last stair on either side. Does it feel nice? Does it feel solid? And that can also indicate too how long ago they were done, if they were upgraded, if they're older, however that might be. But that's just what I like looking at, and then I'll, walk up it. Does everything feel nice? Does it feel sturdy, etc.?
Chris, if we can go back to one more slide, just for the benefit of the individuals that may not have our modules, because we do have all this information we're going to be covering there shortly, just in regards to all the defects. But if you guys are in a large metropolis or a city area, a lot of times the municipal and planning development will actually have deck schematics and really good worksheets. So I would recommend you guys have these in your binder that you can quickly reference. But as per the NBCC, and every jurisdiction of course is a little bit different, but you'll notice from this schematic here, a lot of the common issues that we're going to see here in the next few slides come from here, like Chris mentioned. So if we start at the top right where we have the balustrade opening more than 4 inches, that's super common. That's again to prevent any toddlers from falling through. That's what they basically base on the size of their heads. Another really common one are the guard heights. So I think Daryl, it was Daryl, I believe a couple days ago mentioned this. So if the ground below the handrails is more than 6 feet, you have to have a 42-inch handrail or guard. If it's less than that 6 feet, only 36 inches is required, as you can see in the top left. Sloping away from the building is a jurisdictional requirement. So some areas they do require a grade away from a structure, others don't. But yeah, I guess those be the really common issues that we find, on top of course the rot, which we'll talk about here in a sec. But the footings is another really big issue that we come across with decks, because like Chris mentioned, it's typically a DIY installation that when it comes to a rebuild for a deck that's usually 15 years or older. A few things to keep in mind is if the deck doesn't have a roof, if it's less than 600 square feet, if there's 3 risers or less for the stairs going into it, and if the grade to the underside of the joist, again, this really depends on your jurisdiction, but the NBCC says if it's on the underside of the joist, you're not required to have any footings. So just keep that in mind. Also, if the deck is not attached to the structure, generally it is not required if all those other items are also within the limits. So I guess without further ado, let's get into some really fun photos.
When I've gone through these photos prior to this course, I was actually impressed to the lengths that Alex has gathered some of these photos, because some of them are so extreme, you can't imagine that someone would actually do that. But then as I think of it, I'm like, no, I've seen that. another one I'll be like, oh, that's no, I remember seeing something like that. So I do, I really do enjoy outdoor spaces. The property that we're on right now, I know if anyone is here is kind of, if you have another screen open, whatever, if anyone wants to see the work that we just did to a property, you can go rosedaleheritageinn.com. Rosedale, R-O-S-E, Dale, D-A-L-E, Heritage Inn with 2 N's.com. And you'll see the finished product of a project that we just finished. And it was pretty bad when we bought it. It was horrendous. It was nothing but horrendous when we bought it. Brought it back to life, turned it into a wedding venue, and now we're looking at doing a daycare out of it, funny enough.
What's it again, Chris? Rosedale Inn?
It's rosedaleheritageinn.com.
Heritage.
Yeah, if you type that and you'll see, and then if you go to photos, you'll see some photos of the spaces. And I can't make this up. I bought this property. There was a 6-container grow up outside. And the owner was just like, yeah, I have a personal grow up outside. I'm like, okay. And he's like, yeah, it's over there. I'm like, oh, okay, that's what the smell is. Now I know.
Amazing.
He wanted to keep, he had a license for it. He wanted to keep the grow up here. He wanted to pay me a whopping $300 a month. I can't make this up, man. Truth is weirder than fiction. He wanted to pay me $300 a month to keep his 6-container grow up here. I said, absolutely not. And he was making over $250,000 a year from it.
And you wanted to pay $300 a month.
$300 whole dollars a month. I can't make this up, man. I cannot make this up. I have pictures on my phone. When we moved in, everything was gone. It was just the containers.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I remember one day, man, I was like, when is this guy getting rid of his containers? And then a couple days later, my wife and I come home and there's a tractor in our front yard and it's dragging a 40-foot grow up. I can't make this up, man. 40-foot grow up container down the road. They put like a truck axle. It had no air in the tires, just rolling down the road. Like just another day where I live, man. I live in like a rural area outside Vancouver. You can't make this up, man. And that's like these pictures. You can't. It's truth's weirder than fiction, man. It really is.
Yeah, I'm actually just looking right now at the pictures.
Yeah, it was a fun project we did. I did a lot of the work to it. I don't think there's any pictures of the garden suite. But you'll see like the pergola, you'll see the house, we brought the house back to life. You'll see some pictures of the interior. The interior was horrendous, man. It was ugly. It was an ugly place. It was on the market for over 2 years when we bought it. But I like doing really like deep value adds. Those are my favorite.
I looked at that mansion property too. That was
yeah, that's
crazy.
cool. Hey.
Yeah, man, that's awesome.
Yeah, that's we actually got
elevator in there. Hey.
Yeah, we got an email back from them just last night, and they were saying that we can get financing on it. Financing is really hard. We can get financing on it, but they said we'll rent it to you. So that's kind of like the next. I got that last night at like 8 o'clock. We'll rent it to you, and yeah, it's interesting, man. And that's too like with my experience now. I started as a Red Seal carpenter, went into oil and gas, got into adult education, got into writing, and now the largest client that I work with on the real estate side of things, realtor.com, they get 60 million views a month on some of the content I write. I work with global manufacturing companies, doing like business development, consulting. We also do real estate side of things. It's interesting. And the real estate side of things, I work with like a name in the industry. He does the money raising, but I find the properties, find them, walk them. And that's where I say like getting the home inspection, man, it's like gold. It is. Because we've used it a lot of the times. It's what that property there, that home inspection for me to put the Sumas Powerhouse, when I did a line item in for every estimate, every single thing that was in that home inspection, I could not believe it. The estimate that I put together was over 400 points. And I went back to the owner and I said, here's the estimate. Here's the home inspection. I want credits for every single item that I'm doing. And that's what you guys produce, the home inspection. That's the power of them. They have a lot of power, man. They really do. They do. Yeah, I don't want to say it's like printing money, because that's not, an appraiser can print money basically. But a home inspection, man, it's like, you never know who's going to see it. You never know how far it's going to go up the flagpole. You never know who you're talking to. You never, whatever. Yeah, it's interesting. It's really interesting. And that's where too, with Alex will be able to talk more on the software in another conversation, but the software they have, I was like shocked, because the one that I got before that was a couple of years ago, and it was from an older gentleman. It was like just a PDF, where the one that this person did, man, it was like drones, and it was interactive, and it was like everything. And I was like, I couldn't believe how impressive it was. Yeah, it was, industry's come a long ways, man. That's too, where I say it's like the why, the how do you take what you're learning here and then apply it in the business
Real world
world,
setting,
or your side hustle or full-time gig, however it might be. Right? I find all that really interesting. I really like the how. So this picture here, stair schematic, kind of just gives you a general rule of thumb. One thing I will say, so typical stairs, they're normally at 33% slope. I believe they're at 33% slope. But an interesting rule of thumb that you might not get from someone that didn't come from trades is something that's called the 18-inch rule. 18-inch rule, or the 450 rule. So what that indicates is that the tread, or the run, and the rise, when you add them together, should be 18 inches. If it's 18 inches, or 450 mil, if it's that size, it's going to be a comfortable tread, a comfortable stair. And when you look at the math of what falls within the National Building Code for rise and run of stair, you can play with it enough to always maintain that 33% degree for a stringer. It's 18-inch roll or 450. It's just like a rule of thumb. It's obviously not set in stone, but if you're looking like, hey, I've never done a set of stairs before, I don't know what I'm looking for, run 10 inches, rise 8, 18-inch roll. Run 9, rise 9, 18-inch roll, or run 11, rise 7, 18-inch roll. Right, it's just a rule of thumb. I've talked to some people, they've known it before, other people haven't. I like rules of thumb, they're kind of fun. So deck rot points, again, I swear it's like Alex was at my house for like this whole week taking these photos. My back deck, it looks, the support beam, exactly how it looks. We need to get to that. This is an old house, man. And I don't know how many people have worked on it over the years, but we have redone a lot of it. But what you're seeing pictures of is super common. The support beams, an interesting thing about this 2x4 that's on flat. If it wasn't painted and it actually had a stamp on it, the reason why, it's kind of weird, but you might think, well, why is a 2x4 on flat? If that 2x4 was fir, I believe it's fir. I'm pretty sure it's fir. Fir is the hardest natural softwood. So often you'll see fir used for a double top plate before they land the truss package on. That way it won't crush or compact. Like, oh no, it's not fir, it's spruce pine fir. I forget which one it is, but anyways, that's the hardest natural softwood. That's what I would have to assume that is. And again, getting into just decks, you'll see this one on the left here. You can see how the cladding has been painted. Excuse me, you can see how the cladding's been painted. You can see how the stairs have been painting. But when that screwdriver was put into it, you can see just how deep it goes. Being a homeowner, having, you know, property that we're selling, I wouldn't suggest gouging your screwdriver into people's houses. It probably might not go so hot. But in these photos with them as examples, I'm going to assume that every photo had the permission of the person that owned it. But you can see just how deep that screwdriver has gone, essentially almost right through that stringer. And again, the rod on the deck there, the 2x2. More images of rot. You have your ledger board, your stringer. And that's where too, what you want to watch for in stringers or anything exterior is if people are just covering it up with paint. You know, paint hides everything. It's like bark mulch. You have weeds, just throw some bark mulch over it, good to go. Again, deck rot, super common in stringers. One thing that I like doing, obviously I like building out a pressure treated, but what I will do with my stringers, if they're landing on a concrete surface, is I'll actually take, or I'll ask the carpenter, if I have a carpenter working, is to take a shingle and just cut a little like 3-inch by 10-inch square out of a shingle and just put it below the bottom of the stringer. That way it just gives it a bit of a break off of that concrete slab. And I mean, let's say you get an extra couple of years out of it or whatever it might be. It's just really cheap insurance. But those are, you know, just generally little small things that you can look for that show the difference of, did this person know what they were doing or did this person not know what they were doing when they did it? And again, the picture on the left here, no footing, the picture on the right, cracked footing. The effective depths of stringers should not be less than 90 millimeters or 3.5 inches. Cantilevers should not be more than 24 inches or 18 inches, depending on joist length. So what we're talking about here, the effective depths of stringers, this is actually referred to as the throat. The throat should be 90 mils. This throat on this is, you're looking at about like 53 mils. So you're almost half under code. And then the other thing that I would notice on the stringer is these cracks. They might not go all the way through the board, but you can tell that whoever cut the stringer, when they cut it with a circular saw. When you cut that last little bit, you either want to use a handsaw or you want to use a jigsaw, because what this individual has done is they've actually weakened that much of the meat on their stringer's throat. So, I mean, it's measuring and you're reading about like 53 millimeter, but you could almost bring your tape down another couple mil or to the bottom of that cut, depending on how deep it was. And that, I would say, would be a more accurate representative to how weak that board actually is.
So Chris, do you think the stringer is cracked on, I guess, the throat of that because of how he cut?
Well, wood's a natural product, so it could dry out. I mean, let's just say that, you know, it's been there for a year. Wood has moisture, it cracks. If it wasn't cracked right through, I wouldn't say that that's the end of the world. I mean, it's a natural product. What would really concern me is if I was looking at that stringer, is I would say it looks like it's cut out of like a 2x8 maybe. I would be like, when you walk up these, it's most likely you're going to feel a lot of bounce. The recommendation would be to have the stringers replaced. The other recommendation could be, what you could do is you could take a 2x4. You can even take a 2x4 because it's not wide enough. I was going to say what you can do, what a lot of people do is when they cut stringers, they'll put a stiffener board on the inside. So let's say you cut it out of a 2x10, and then what they'll do is on that throat, they'll take a 2x6 and just put some PL and screw it off or nail it off or whatever they'll do. But that's like when you build to that extent, you just walk up the stairs and you can tell this is like, it was done by someone that knows what they're doing, or this is a quality build, or however that might look. But with regards to that, my recommendation for that would be like, these got to go. There's just not enough there to, I'd be worried. I'd be worried. And just kind of showing you how home inspections can work on both sides of the fence. So let's just say your question is, what would my recommendation be there? So let's say I hired any individual here to do a home inspection. You find these stairs, they need to be changed out. Okay, so I'm playing devil's advocate here, showing you how a home inspection can work is I take your home inspection, I go back to the homeowner and I say, look, these stairs are not up to code, man. I'm worried about walking up these, my wife, my kids, these things could collapse. It's going to cost me $2,000 to put in a set of stairs. I now want $2,000
off the
cheaper off the purchase price.
100%. Yeah.
But you do that on every single item you find. That's an extreme. That's an extreme, and there's a lot of stars that have to align in order for that to happen. But that's the power that a home inspection has, right? I don't know if you want to call it a sales tactic or call it whatever you want, but that's when I say that, it's like printing money. It almost is.
I'll definitely be doing my own inspection when I buy a house. So
yeah, no, the other thing too, I was going to mention is that not all home inspectors are created equally. Not anyone, no matter what it is, no matter partner, teacher, whatever, I don't know. We're not all in it for the same purpose. You guys might see some inspections or some whatever it might be in another module, like don't do this. It's the same as construction. I've seen some where I'm like, oh my gosh, I paid for this. And I've seen others where I'm like, oh my gosh, I paid for this. This is the best thing I've ever seen in my whole entire life.
Yeah, yeah.
An example on that Sumas powerhouse, the home inspection was very expensive. But when I got it, I was like, holy smokes, it's unbelievable.
Mm-hmm.
Getting into more deck defects, you'll see here, lean footings, leaning supports. You'll see here more leaning supports, things that don't really line up. And I mean, this is where I say, and Alex also too, these are like DIYers gone bad.
Yeah. They
really are, because it's just, I'm gonna build it, doesn't matter, but it does matter. This is where car jack. Yeah, we got a car jack on one and we got a bottle jack on the other. And the bottle jack, to put icing on the cake, the bottle jack is actually sitting on a mud sill. So it's sitting on a 2x4 that's sitting in the grass. I don't know what's going on there, but I mean, someone had to have built it this way and left it. I don't know, but that's just an extreme. So you'll see rotted joist, you'll see damaged joists. This joist here, what they did was they actually toe screwed. In theory, those should be nails, like on the picture on the left here. The way that you can create rotated joists is by throwing in solid blocking. Again, loose hangers, poor connections, wrong nails. And that's where I mentioned the picture on the right, that those are one of those tabs that you can seat, hammer in, it stays there. And then obviously you have to nail it off, but it's just a little trick for the trade, because if you've ever put in joist hangers, they're really not that exciting to put in. Here we get into more deck defects. I'm gonna have to pause this for a sec because I have to pee like a racehorse. So I'm going to, is it okay, Alex, if I call a 5-minute break here?
Sure, yeah, you betcha.
Perfect. Okay, so
we could either do a 5-minute break now, or we can take like a 35-40-minute lunch break, just because we skipped the coffee break. So whatever.
Sure, absolutely, yeah. How long does everyone want to take? I'm not sure if anyone else has work going on or phone calls or emails that they need to get to, or however that kind of looks.
I have a teeth cleaning at 2:30, so that's about it. I'm good till then. So
okay, easy enough, man. I can't argue with that. We'll definitely be done before that. That's 3:30 my time. Perfect. What do you want to do for lunch, Alex? I know sure, you're pretty busy.
Why don't we do a half-hour break, and then we do the roofing module still, and I think another few slides here. So why don't we take a half hour, come back 1:45, whatever your local time zone is.
Perfect. That works. See you.
I'm not sure if everyone's back. Cody, Lacey, Cole, Cliff.
No worries. If they miss it, we are recording, so that'll be fine as well.
I'm back now. You bet.
Oh, perfect, man. Me and you, Cody. Bad
Yeah,
Boys
the
for
main
life.
guy, me and Chris.
Yeah, ride together in the
Love it.
sunset, man.
Love it, man.
Get some we'll get like we'll reenact Easy Riders from 1970, right? Big chopper with the sissy bar
100%,
at the
man.
back. When in Alberta, we'll cruise to Syncrude and back.
I got my I got pegs on my BMX, buddy. We're all good.
Oh, well, there you go, man. Woody, I'll hit the skateboard. We'll tie a rope to the skateboard, and you can bike, and I'll steer behind you.
That's right.
Yeah, my daughter, she's 2, and they know I like skateboarding, so we're in like a Home Depot or Walmart or whatever, and my 2-year-old picks up a skate or Winners or whatever, and she's like, I want a skateboard. I'm like, oh, that's my daughter. Yeah.
Yeah, that's
it's a
funny.
lot
I
of
grew
fun,
up
man.
doing that too.
Yeah.
Actually, a
ahead.
mutual friend, Alex and myself, he's a realtor around Lacombe, Red Deer area.
Yeah.
And he was known as the best skateboarder in Lacombe, Red Deer area where I grew up. So it's just pretty funny, you know, like.
Yeah, it's I love it, man. All those things I grew up with, man. Just because you grow old doesn't mean you have to. Just because you grow up doesn't mean you have to grow old. That's my whole
right.
life.
I don't know how much I want to do it now because I feel like I'd hurt myself, and I really don't want to do that. So
That's my wife is telling me.
yeah.
Okay, so quick break. Back at it. Got extra large coffee. Got lots of water. Stay hydrated. Stay caffeinated. Be good to go. All right, so back to decks. Vinyl deck. What's interesting about this is you can get the rot below the deck, and also tears. They can be quite expensive to replace. And then we get back into beams. Again, floating beams, pour shims. If you're, ideally you'd want to cut your post to be right underneath the beam. You could also get away with using metal if that's what you wanted to do. Again, pour shims, pour shimming or no shimming. It almost looks like that block blew away, like they didn't quite nail through it to secure it in place. This is an interesting part here. Missing or poorly installed drip edge. You want to check inside the home beneath the deck. If you had a vinyl deck and the door sits too close to that vinyl deck, and if the slope isn't just quite right, what you're basically doing is creating a big old umbrella for water to be invited into your house.
Mm.
So riser height, it must be, if it's unequal, it should be within 1/4 of an inch. Success stars should be within 3/8 of an inch for the flight, too high, too low, no more than 8 inches, no less than 5. And again, that's where what I mentioned is that you really want to pay attention to the last step and the first step. This deck here, you can see that if they didn't fur up that 1.5 inches, they would have been landed really nicely at that kind of 8-inch mark, or even maybe 7.5.
So no greater than 8, you said?
No greater than 8. I believe that's code out of the National Building Code.
Okay.
But then again, the other thing too with that is that it's the 18-inch roll, 10-inch run, 8-inch rise. You can't go wrong.
Yeah.
And then balustrades, if they're too wide or poorly connected, you want them to be 100 mil or 4 inches between your spindles, spigots, however you want to call it. Getting into decks, they can potentially be a ladder for kids to climb over. That's why if handrails you obviously want your handrails to be vertical opposed to horizontal. And then to incorrect beam orientation, that I've seen a lot. I haven't seen that with the boards not being on edge. That I think I'd almost be impressed by.
It's like a
Yeah, so deck defects, handrails are required for structures more than 24 inches in height. Crack stringers are not as common, but you want to look out for those also. And that's where too, if you're unfamiliar with stairs, What you're looking at there, how the stringer comes into that 2x6, that's actually called a hanger board. And a lot of the time too, they'll use 1/2 inch or 3/8 plywood. And all that you'll do is you'll have a stringer, even it could be an 8-foot height difference from first floor to second floor. And it actually just rests on that 3/8 or 1/2 inch sheet of plywood. And you just screw off the backside of it. And it's unusual because you think, hey, is that as good as it looks? But doing that forever and inspectors don't say anything. And again, floating support posts are common to find, especially when resting in concrete blocks. You want to make sure that the posts are resting firmly on the ground or floor or below. Excessive sims due to lack of materials, qualifications. Floating stringers are common and are easily noticeable when you use the stairs. That too, if when you step on that last stair, if it kind of bounces, but I mean, something like this, you could really just shim the bottom of that. It's not as good as new, but it's not bad. It's getting into rotated beams or leaning supports. Good examples of them there. Getting into using roofing nails. This again is kind of like, I don't want to use the term cowboy carpenter, but it's more of like a misinformation thinking that all fasteners are the same, because that just isn't the case. And then getting into fastener defects. This deck builder used exterior screws. Screws don't really have any shear strength to them. So again, you're looking at a nail, it's shear strength around 300 pounds. But if someone was using a screw, the shear strength could be anywhere between like maybe 80 to 110. That might be a bit high on that. Again, the hanger is not properly done. And then getting into floating support posts. Neither of these are seated in the pocket properly. And really, this might be doing something, but it's not doing what it should be. And really, to fix something like this, it's not a big job for a carpenter to do. Joist separation, stringer separation, a lot of DIYers or individuals that might be misinformed kind of think the more screws, the better. But really what you're doing is you're separating those wood fibers, and it just doesn't do what you need it to do. And really the picture on the left, they should have a hanger board, and then it should be screwed from the backside into the stringer, because this really isn't doing a whole lot. And I'd be kind of hesitant to walk up that, to be honest. Getting into improper beam placement, inadequate support. The image on the left is just plain, it's really bad workmanship. The support post should span the width of the beam they support. It shouldn't just be a fraction of it. That way you get the most amount of bearing. This one here, cracked spindles. And again, this joist or beam is just really floating. It's not really doing a whole lot. Getting into poor workmanship, rot. This is actually sitting in a saddle post. So what ends up happening with that hold down is it will have the foreign piece of bar on the end, commonly rebar, and they'll set that into the, this one, in this case, it's set into the patio. And you would have to assume that there's some sort of thickening below that in order to hold that support. But that's where too, earlier on post, what I was kind of saying is that if you see something like that in a basement where it's kind of questionable if it was engineered or not, a lot of people will think that, hey, if they just drill a hole in the concrete, they put in a saddle post, they're good to go. But that's just not the case.
So you actually can't have deck posts sit, like for example, my father has his deck. It's the post is set on a poured concrete pad in his backyard. So I mean, is that proper? Does it actually have to be fastened somehow to the ground?
Yeah, it should be, I mean, either a saddle or fastened somehow into either cast. Well, cast wouldn't really work, but it should really be sitting in some sort of engineered hold down.
Gotcha.
It shouldn't just be sitting
all treated
on
wood. So I don't see it rotting anytime soon, but I mean, yeah,
really where you're going with that though is, I mean, let's say there was like any type of wind uplift, or if you had a ton of people on there, you really want the base of that post to be properly fastened into an engineered product using engineered fasteners. And really, when you work with engineered products, they're not meant to be altered. It doesn't work the same way. And you'd be really hard pressed to find any type of manufacturer's literature that says, well, this is what we designed it for, but if you use this or that, it still works, because they're just not going to take on the liability.
Yeah, exactly.
So the growth should be removed along with carpet. Fun guy. I see what he did there. That's good. That's dry. My favorite. Carpet. I see a lot of carpet on stairs too. Cody, I feel like me and you would get along, man. That's the dry jokes. Love it.
Yeah, man, 100%. Yeah.
You with the
I knew
BMX?
right away we'd get along as soon as we started this morning. So.
Yeah, you with the BMX, me with the skateboard, and Alex with the camera. We're all good.
That's right.
There we go. This is beam separation on the left, and then this is an extreme example of rot. And this is where I was saying too that when you have two joists that overlap on top of a beam, this is a nice example of that. This is obviously load bearing. Again, we get into rot on the left. There's like almost nothing left of that. There's basically nothing left. This rot with the screwdriver in, you can tell by it's been painted over to, I don't want to say hide that, but at least if it's rotting and you kind of seal it in with some type of paint, pressure treat, preservative, however it might look, you're making a step to getting the most life out of it. And then on the left-hand side here, not only are they not using dimensional framing lumber, but it's doing absolutely nothing. What some people will do is they'll frame in a pony wall below their stringers, and that just kind of takes the bounce out of the stairs. It's a nice way to do it. It's a really nice way to do it. Unconventional framing members, these should really have joist hangers, and it looks to be like they're kind of not the same size as the dimensional, let's call it 2x8 or 2x10. Decking should have a small gap between the boards to allow for drainage. A lack of drainage promotes rot. It also too, the decking on the left-hand side, if you put together your boards too tight and you live in like a coastal area like myself, what will end up happening is the boards can swell and be so tight that they'll actually buckle because they've taken on so much water, and they'll actually pull the fastener above or pull right through the fastener. Really, when you're putting decks together inside a board, you have what's called pith, which is like the annual rings. And typically you want to put pith up because of just the way that the wood naturally cups when it dries out. And then when you're putting down your boards, you can use like your framing square or a nail or screw or whatever, just to get a nice 1/8 inch gap in between your boards. It's just good building practice. And then getting into creative designs. This is
That's
absolutely neat. I'd hate to say that I've seen things like this. I haven't seen anything this bad, but if you look at how much money they've put into their deck above, it's just the supporting members that I don't know what they were thinking. But exterior decks, budgetary number for exterior decks are probably like $40 to $60 a square foot. So the deck itself, it looks not horrendous, but they're probably running, $40 a square foot, and then a builder does something, a DIYer does something like that. Mobile home defect. It's very common during mobile home inspections to find that the wood support blocks have rotted away. Mobile homes,
that's exactly,
they get set, left forever, and then you come back however long, and this is what you're looking at. They can be saved. I actually just did a garden suite, and we restored a garden suite that it was from like the 1950s probably. Brought it down, saved what we could, built onto it, and did a really nice job of it actually. And then that's the end of this module. I do like the creative use of a log with the telepole below it. When times get tough is all I have to say. And then I'm going to load up my next module here, which is roofing system.
You ever need some kindling, just go grab some bark from downstairs, eh?
That's it, man. That's all you got to do. Just
I got my other book.
get this loaded up.
If you go to your plus and minus, Chris,
I'm doing something wrong.
That's okay. Yeah, just you can do Control Z, and just to the left of the minus, actually, that will take you to the one. Yeah, one more. There you go. That should take you to the full presentation mode.
You're good to me. And it's yeah, no, I appreciate that. Perfect. And we should, this is a shorter module, so this is 90 slides. And then the time that I'm looking to do is 3 p.m. Alberta time, which brings us to, that's correct, right, Alex?
Yeah, you bet. So that's
Okay.
2 o'clock your time. And
2 o'clock.
again, depending on the amount of interaction, I mean, it's up to you guys if you wanted to skim through the last break around, 1:45, 2 o'clock Alberta time, or if you want to just mosey on through, there's a chance we'll get done before at 3 o'clock. So I'll leave that up to Chris and you guys to determine. I'm just hanging out.
Yep, beautiful. No, I appreciate the tech support. Yeah, like I said, I mean, you guys have done a really nice job of the slides, of the information. Done a really nice job. Perfect. How are we doing, my main man, Cody? Maybe he's not back yet. That's okay. I'll get into it. Everyone else.
Yeah,
so,
we got the title. We're good.
Good to go. Okay. So wood and shake shingles, again, the cost with this, with lumber as high as it is, not the most economical system to use. I would say that obviously asphalt shingles, probably 80% of the market out there, if not more. But shakes are thicker roughly than shingles. Shakes can have a maximum exposure of 10 inches, while shingles generally are 5 5/8 reveal. Shingles last approximately 30 years, while shakes 40, both with proper installation and ventilation. The basic manufacturing process is that logs are sawed into blocks, the blocks into bolts, and then bolts are sawed into splits into blanks. The blanks are then sawed into split into shingles or shakes. Shakes are split by hand, with a special splitter or hydraulic press, typically uneven in thickness. Shakes may also be re-sawn. Shingles are cut by a saw with equally thickness, resulting in a tapered product. In Canada, shakes and shingles are generally made from Western red cedar and Eastern white cedar. Western red cedar is the best material for roofing application. It resists rains, acids, oils, and with specialties that make it a superior product as it repels weather and insects better than any other. On that grading stamp too, you're going to notice a lot of different information on that. One thing that I have noticed being into roofs is that sometimes if you can find some packaging that might be left over from when roofers were installing their roofs, or maybe they left a package of shingles or whatever it might be over from the job. Sometimes if there's a manufacturing stamp, you can actually read it and tell what year it was manufactured in. It just kind of gives you a bit more information about the product that was installed. Installation shakes been installed as low as 1 to 3 or a 412. And that's where what that slope is if you have a framing square, you're saying that for every 12 inches of travel, that roof is going up 4 inches. You can never see knots in the exposed area of the shakes or shingle on the roof line. The undercourse may allow for inferior products depending on jurisdiction. Sheet or shingles run in a 3-ply manner, while shakes only 2. However, shingles don't require an underlayment, while shakes require an interlay layer. Wood shakes and shingles defects. Some of the common issues found during roofing inspections are butt rot and vegetation. Butt rot is due to wicking of moisture by the products, as this area typically sees more moisture than upper portions of the product. Again, either of these roofs, the butt rot or the moss vegetation, I would absolutely not get on a roof that looked like that. And even if I was looking at, even if it was a house or something that I owned of myself, I would still, if it was a wood roof, I'd be really hesitant of getting up on it. If you were to walk a wood roof, which I don't recommend, it could just be a total can of worms. You may have to put down some 2x10 or something that's gonna move around your weight a bit more, maybe the homeowner needs to go up there and replace a shingle, or maybe they're going to hire a contractor, whatever it might be. But if the roof hasn't been walked on before, it could be a real can of worms if you were to go up there and move around a few times. The image on the left shows heavy deterioration of the roof covering material. The image on the right indicates that the structure originally had a wood shake or shingle roof, and now it has been converted to another type.
I think you're a slide ahead there,
Yeah, I think
Chris. So
I'm
no worries. Yeah, just talking about cupping and skiing, which is often, a cause from poor ventilation. So a lot of times if the bottom end is still moist while the top end is dried out from the sun, that can lead to that cupping and skiing action. And of course, like Chris mentioned, just be very mindful, guys. And sorry, Sarah, folks, if you guys do plan on walking on wood shake or shingle roofs, that you try not to walk on any areas that, look like you actually may crack them. So as you can see, if you walk a little too hard, you can split them. So just be mindful of that.
getting into the image on the left shows heavy deterioration in the roof covering material. The image on the right indicates that the structure originally had a wood shake or shingle roof, and now it's been converted to another type. The way that you can see this is when they install shake shingle, the originally installed 1x4 and then nailed into the 1x4, their rows off. What they'll normally do now is they'll put down OSB or plywood. And one thing that I would say is an added bonus is if you're in the roof and it's not strapped, and if they ever use TNG, that's going like one step further than would ever be required. But that shows, one, that they didn't really mind spending an extra maybe 5 or 8% on material, and two, they just really wanted it done. I don't want to use the term proper because it's kind of overkill, but they wanted to be able to walk up there. They didn't ever want it to be an issue. Wood shakes and shingles. So here we're seeing that deteriorated ridge cap, and then on the right is poor installation. And that ridge cap is really, once that starts to deteriorate, you're just asking for water to come into your roof. A nice way, if you're doing an inspection, is when you actually go into the roof. If you have a flashlight, you turn it off and you see what you see, light coming in, however that might be. Wood shake and shingle repair. We want to look for previous patches, metal plates or shakes, shingle replacement. You also want to pay particular attention to the attic around areas of ongoing leaks. Again, the example on the left is a bit extreme. You can replace shake shingles. This individual that's doing this, the roof really doesn't look that old. And he's not walking on a 2x10 or anything like that. So I would have to assume that this individual isn't worried about cracking or maybe damaging this roof at all. Split or old shingles in line with factors and remove. You want to clip, slice, or saw off nail heads just under the overlying shingle shake. You want to cut new shingles to fit and slide the replacement into position, and then toenail and lap into place. This isn't a job that I would suggest a homeowner to do. Any roof that, if it's a project that I'm working on, I always hire a roofer, as well as having proper WCB coverage, being comfortable at heights, etc. Roofs can really be an extremely dangerous place. And with the affordability of drones and how capable those are, it doesn't cost much to get set up, fly up there, take the footage that you need. Asphalt shingles, most commonly roof covering in North America. It was actually invented in 1903. The service life is anywhere from 15 to 40 years. It depends on ventilation, color, maintenance. In the 1950s, the 3-tab shingles were developed along with the self-adhesion strip. Only 4 fasteners are required per sheet, and these pieces, they're about 10 inches, 10, 12, maybe 10 inches wide, let's say on average, and about 3.5 feet long. They can be installed on a roof slope as low as 412 or steeper, and they're not allowed on slopes less than 212. Older systems, interlocking T, they're good for wind resistance and lower slope roofs and can still find them on roof lines. However, they take longer to install, which is why roofers don't like to use them. These are not really made anymore. 3-tab is really the industry standard. The organic cord would curl with moisture and age. Again, can still purchase these units, but not common on new builds or redos. Installation detail of a 3-tab. Be mindful of the fastener locations, as these are often put into the adhesion strip, resulting in a weak bond. I've seen that on a lot of projects that I've worked on where the nails aren't properly fastened. And if they aren't properly fastened, they'll just run like some blackjack or like some sort of sealant over top of it. The shingle should project a 1/2 inch past the fascia and rake the edge screwed at the top on the face side, prevent water intrusion. Having that 1/2 inch, what they're talking about on the starter course, is just going off the roof that 1/2 inch. You can also use a drip flashing, which does make a huge difference. It's not something that I see on a lot of projects that I've walked on. We did use it when I redid a roof here. And that's the first time that I've used a drip flashing, and we'll get into a drip flashing later, but it's just a very inexpensive item that if you're going the extra mile on what you're doing, it is really nice to have. Installation detail of a 3-tab, note where the fasteners must go. If shingles are loose on the roof line, this is likely because the nails were placed into the adhesion strip, which again, when I say it's quite common for nails to be in that adhesion strip, I've seen it more often than I'd like to admit. Installation detail, laminate shingles. The installation starts with the starter strip, which has an adhesive band that faces up and binds the first course, which has an adhesive band that faces down. This creates a double bond, both at the eaves and rakes, where it's very important against weather intrusion. The newer shingles are designed to look like cedar shingles. This is done with their 2-ply system. You want to ensure that the nailing was done on the common bond strip, which means from the manufacturer. This will allow both plies to be fastened with 1 nail. And again, another installation detail. As can be seen, standard application requires only 4 nails, while steeper, higher wind areas should have 6 along the roofing cement for additional integrity. The nailing zone is about 1.5 inches when the fastener is installed correctly. It secures both plies of shingles. What's interesting about the higher wind, we were doing one flip and it was like on the side of a mountain and got a ton of wind. And it was actually to the point where I had one roofer come in, I had the roof replaced by that guy that didn't do a very good job. And then someone came and fixed it. And then, by the time the roof was fixed, I had soffit that was blowing off. Then I had to get someone to fix the soffit. And it was just the whole entire time that I was living there. And I could not believe how windy this one section of this house got. Shingle deterioration, early signs. It starts with curling of the corners and then widens the gaps. These are very common in the older style of organic shingles. The organic means that the core or substrate is paper product that's very prone to moisture absorption and heat damage. We use fiberglass matted newer shingles. Next, you get into higher granule loss. This is a high water intrusion. And again, we're going to get into torch on later on this. I just had a really neat experience with torch on and then looking into different manufactured products, which brought me into cold apply roofing, which is kind of taking over where torch on left off. Shingle deterioration. This is valley deterioration and then significant granule loss. You can kind of see on the right-hand side here, the granule loss is still together. And then on the left-hand side, it's just kind of fallen off the edge there. This, you want to be mindful of roofs that have 2 layers of shingles. It can be seen from eaves, 4 sets of shingles, or attic with lots of fasteners. Vegetation prevention. Some products can be added to mitigate vegetation growth on roof lines. Certain locations will have more moss and lichen growth, perhaps due to higher moisture in the air, lots of shade, or poor maintenance. Common product that you'll use for this is zinc. And you can get that from any Home Depot. They have zinc strips that can go along the roof ridge cap. You can also get zinc in a powder that you can just kind of sprinkle on. And these type
and
of
you can
roofs,
wash it off. Sorry, Chris, sorry to
Yep.
interrupt, but you'd spray or you'd powder that zinc on, and then you would just spray it off, or what? Like spray it in?
Yeah, just spray it off. Yeah.
Gotcha.
And one thing I would do too is this is just going into like kind of preventative maintenance for any home. If you're cleaning off a roof, what you do want to do is detach your downspouts from your roof, because what's going to end up happening is you go on your roof. Let's just use this one bottom right as an example. It's a smaller roof, but let's pretend like it's bigger. You go up there, you detach your downspouts, you clean off all the stuff out of the downspouts, you wash down all the moss or hire a company to do it, whatever. And then instead of all that moss going into your downspouts and then going into your perimeter drain, it's actually just falling off the house or garbage pail or whatever you might have underneath that downspout. It's on properties that I've done that have like a lot of moss, I'll actually get a contractor in to clean the roof, just kind of like re-beautify it. But that's one question that I asked. And I was like shocked at the amount of people that said that they don't touch gutter and downspouts. It took a good like half dozen phone calls before I found a company that's like, yeah, we'll disconnect the downspout. I'm like, well, everything you're washing just goes into my perimeter drain. And then my perimeter drain is going to back up. So what's going on there? Oh yeah, but like, oh, come on. And that's too, it just kind of gets into like, I don't have high expectations for anyone that I'm hiring, but I expect you to do a job. And if you're just going to take all the moss and put it in my perimeter drain, next year when my perimeter drain backs up or floods into my basement, I'm going to have to call someone to stink out my perimeter drain line. So all you're doing is just passing the buck.
Yeah, you're probably pretty vigilant on doing stuff like that as a homeowner yourself then, hey, Chris, like you know what to look for and what to do, right? Like one thing, man, if I had a house, there was no way I would want to flood. So why would I want clogged eavesdropping, right? Like,
yep.
I don't know. Yeah.
No, I do a good job of maintaining properties. And that's normally too is like what I'm looking for when I go around looking at real estate or whatever it might be, is I'm looking for properties that are either like a deep value add or that haven't been maintained in 30 years. And all these things, they scare away a lot of potential homeowners. It can be a lot of information. And I think one thing some people might find is as you write your report, some homeowners might need more time kind of going through everything and say, okay, how bad does this actually look? Or what does it kind of mean to? So I don't want to say you're being a bit of a counselor at that point, but some people that have more understanding of building products and houses as a whole, they're gonna be able to read the report and they're going to say, oh, this isn't so bad. You take the same report, send it to someone else, and they're going to think the sky's falling. They might need you to go through it, kind of say, hey, this is what this means, or hey, this is what that means, or these are the areas that I would want to pay more attention to. So, items 2 and 9, pay high attention to. Items 1 through 15, just deferred maintenance. And this one over here, you definitely want to pay attention there.
Gotcha.
With inspection defects, you want to watch for common areas of shingle loss due to wind. Normally you see these areas that might be at the end of flat areas with low tree coverage or on the sides of hills and mountains. Again, just another inspection area. What we're seeing on the picture on the left, obviously this wasn't installed properly.
We can go back just a couple of slides because I just want to speak about, just one more, please. Thanks. So for whatever reason, folks, if you're not able to do a full roofing inspection, say you're pressed for a time or there's a bunch of snow that you can't get on the roof, I would strongly recommend you try to at least check out the blue line areas on the image on the left, just because those are the most common areas where you're going to find shingle loss or deterioration. So the rake, so that's the little triangle portion on either end of the gable roof, that's typically where you're going to have the highest wind deflection points, just the way that the wind forces work on roofs. And of course, the ridge line as well, right? That's just typically where you have the low pressures lifting up the actual shingles. And yeah, so if you're able to get up on the roof to check those areas, that's great. If not, obviously you can try to do a ladder on the edge. If weather permits and you're not a fan of heights, like Chris mentioned, drones are really inexpensive. I mean, we fly the DJI Mini 2s. They're about $800, and they work really, really great. You don't need a license or anything like that. So yeah, I'd say at a minimum, try to check out those areas just because, I should say, try to check out all the faces of the roof line, especially the south and the west, because we're going to get into some heavy shingle deterioration here. But a lot of times, a homeowner may only change the south and the west while leaving the north and the east, just because you get a lot less UV degradation. So do your best to check all the sides, all the faces of the roof line, whether it's just a small starter strip or, if you want to just brush off a lot of snow in the wintertime, you can do that as well. But at a minimum, try to get the rakes and the ridge.
Great points. Thanks, Alex. So what we're looking at here is we're seeing multiple layers. While having 2 layers of shingles is acceptable by the building code, so long as the roofing structure can bear the additional weight, generally it's good practice to remove the deteriorated layer, as the added layer can prematurely deteriorate the upper from heat. And what's one thing interesting about having, if you have a double layer of asphalt, is if you note that in the home inspection, what's interesting is sometimes homeowners, when they go to a roofing contractor and say, hey, I need a roof replaced, the roofing contractor might come by and say, hey, well, I can do this project for $5,000 or whatever it might be. I can do the project for $5,000. They came, they saw, they quoted, quote's good. But then when they come back on further inspection, they say, oh, by the way, this has 2 layers. I'm going to have to charge extra because of the labor costs or disposal costs or however that looks. And that's one thing that is nice in these home inspections is, as the person owns the property, they can almost use it as a maintenance plan. So the items that might be, higher or need to be changed right away, they can kind of plan this into their budget for the life that they have the property.
Would you say having multiple layers, Chris, would affect the breathability of your attic?
Yes and no. 2 code does say that you can do 2. Anything more than 2 is pretty extreme. But what we're going to get into later is you're going to have pre-1990, if I'm guessing right, is they had whirlybirds. But anything that's now standard, you're going to have proper roof venting. And as long as the roof venting is done proper, you can get away with having 2 layers.
Quite well then, yeah.
Yeah, you can get away with having 2 layers. From a home, like from a contractor's experience, you're probably going to save, let's just say the average roof is $10,000 to re-roof for standard rancher, let's just say. $10,000, you might save like, I don't know, 10%, 10 to 15% if you were to keep your existing roof on there. So if I was looking at a listing and it was recently renovated, or it's a flip, or it's recently being relisted, or whatever it might be, these are all things that I would look for, because what house flippers are trying to do is they're looking at any way that they can save money by relisting the house as quickly as they can. So if one person says, well, if I take this roof right down to the sheeting, it's going to be $10,000, but another roofing company says, well, for $7,500, I'll re-roof it, and you're saving $2,500, the person might just say, oh, I'll save $2,500 and we'll throw 2 layers up there. Or you have 3 layers, or however it might be. But I've seen things like in bathrooms where I look at it, where you have a tub surround and it already has a tile backsplash. And instead of pulling off that tile backsplash and disposing of it, they literally just put new tile over top existing tile. which doesn't bond properly. That's you're putting mortar on a smooth surface, so it has the potential to fall off. And then they just trim it out with like a 1-inch trim or like a quarter round to hide the fact that there's 2 layers of tile there. And it's just like, oh, the list goes on and on. You'll see some really funky things like in this next slide here. So the picture on the left here, you know, we've all heard of, you know, having 1,000 coats. This is the DIY special. It looks like the guy probably went to whatever store and picked up different shingles, different whatever. As bad as this looks, I just had an employee, or not employee, I had a contractor that would reuse like anything to try and save a buck. I would almost have to, if he was done with it and I thought it was garbage, I would almost have to throw it away before he would like reuse it on another portion of the build that we were doing just to save a couple dollars, whatever, which I do appreciate him trying to help me out. But in the area that I live in, there's a few roofs that come to mind, like the DIY special where half side's black and half is a gray, or it was close enough, or however it might be.
I honestly thought the left was for aesthetics, like just how the multicolor.
yeah, I hear you there. But no, I haven't seen anything that bad, but I've seen stuff where I'm like, this is like, it's bad. It's worse than someone wants to admit to. Or it's funny too, we just looked at one house and it was a for sale by owner. It was, I think they'd been smoking inside of the house for 30 plus years. Windows optional at that point, like they were shut. It was, you know, you could almost peel the nicotine off the walls. And I walked in, I said, hey, just whatever. And they're like, oh no, yeah, it was like this when we moved in. Okay, I'm just here to look at your house. That's all I'm here to do. But oh, that was an interesting one just up the way here.
Make a quick note too on that rainbow roof there, Chris, if you don't mind. So one thing to pay attention to, folks, is if you're looking at that right-hand side where you see the B vent coming through the roof line, you'll notice there's a plumbing vent stack below the B vent. So if you look at that course of shingles, or all the shingles below, those are your classic 3-tab shingles. And near the ridge of the roof, yeah, thank you, you have your laminated architectural style shingles. Now the thing is, those generally cannot be intermixed, right? So if it's all 3 tabs, multicolors, that's all fine and dandy. If it's all laminated, multicolors, that's all good. But when you start interchanging them, generally the offsets are completely different. So right, just something to keep in mind as well. And then sorry.
No, I was going to say that's a very, I didn't even notice that. That's a very keen eye.
Yeah, no worries. And then again, image on the right just talks again about the deflection points of wind, right? So this is obviously most likely a hip roof, I should say, on the right hand side. And you'll notice, right, when you have that hip coming down, you got some shingle that's been folded back, right? So just again, really try to be vigilant on hips, ridges, rakes.
Perfect. Thanks for noting that, Alex. So crays or cracking, it's generally a sign of low quality shingles, and newer shingles are aging from seasoned shingles, such as an older 3-tab unit. The cracking is due to thermal expansion and contraction of the shingles heating up and cooling down. When inspecting the roof line, pay attention to the shingle lines. If you see lines that appear to be out of form, take a closer look at those units, as they may be loose. And again, with that, the crays or cracking, you can kind of see what's going on there, just wide gapping. And then the image on the right with the high nailing, it actually can pull right out. And as much as, 5 years ago when I thought a roof was a roof, that's really just not the case. I mean, you're everything against all the weather, against the snow, against the heat, against everything. And once we get into torch on here, I got a fun little side story of just actually a couple weeks ago. So granular loss is an indication of aging, generally with older 3-tab shingles. Granular loss is coupled with curling. With newer architectural shingles, curling or other signs of deterioration are not very common. And again, the one on the right here, that's the interlocking. Inspection deflects. The image on the left shows a poorly recessed fastening. This may be due to low air pressure on the nailer or possibly hitting a knot. The image on the right is an image of poor installation practice where the nailers were placed into the adhesion strip. And again, two things that are very, very commonly done. When guys go to install roofing, I mean, if you ever watch a good roofer, it's like watching a good drywaller. They're just pulling them out, nail them off, pull out the next one, nail it off, pull it off, nail it off. And that's all that they do. Even a good practice is, even if the roof looks brand spanking new, if you're able to walk on it, it's nice to get up there and just make sure that there's no pop throughs, make sure that the nailing was done proper. Because I mean, as I've experienced with the one roofer that didn't do such a great job, it can just be a complete can of worms. Ice dam indications can be noted throughout damage to shingles. It's not recommended to lift shingles during the winter conditions, as you may crack the shingles or break the adhesion strip bond. What ends up happening with ice dams, it's when you're in the bottom, excuse me, it's when you're in the bottom section of your truss. What ends up happening is warm air kind of gets caught in that bottom section of the truss. It doesn't get proper ventilation out of the soffit. And what it does is it heats and then freezes the snow that's on the roof and can cause an ice dam. And really nice thing, I mean, if you've ever been to a ski resort or whatever it might be, when you see that buildup of snow at kind of the bottom of the roof line,
Beautiful.
That's a prime example of an ice dam.
I think Alex and Daryl there from Building Science mentioned a little bit of stuff to mitigate that, I guess. So.
Yeah, absolutely. We spend quite a bit of time there. So again, typically ice damming found in pre-70s homes, usually when there's very limited attic insulation and poor attic ventilation. So generally, if you bump up the insulation, add some soft ventilation to help exhaust that heat loss through the dwelling into the attic space, that's going to greatly reduce it. And I think, yeah, we saw photos of heat strips and scored shingles, just like that previous slide Chris showed as well.
Yeah.
Obviously, in the summertime when there's no ice, you won't be able to tell unless, of course, you see either heat strips or scored shingles.
The other thing I was going to mention too, kind of from a client perspective, one thing that's nice is if you're in an area like Alberta or I guess kind of east where the winters are cold, the snow's long. If you're able to kind of educate your customers on why they should purchase in the summer or why they should do home inspections in the summer, it could be a nice kind of educational component to what you guys are doing. And that's really educating people about their home, educating them about different aspects of how those components all work together. This tile system is slate. They have natural and artificial. I can tell you right now that natural slate is exceptionally expensive. It's also exceptionally heavy. Artificial still has a nice look, but if you go buy a really high-end property, it may have a natural slate roof, but chances are, even on a really high-end product, chances are it could be a concrete or a composite. Tile system, it's a high-end material. It really requires skilled installation. It has a 20 to 100-year lifespan, depending on quality and installation, with 3 levels of grading, S1 being the best. It's not recommended to be walked on. Planks may need to be used or inspected from the eaves or drone. I mean, if I look back to how much time I spent in Alberta, Saskatchewan, I really didn't see this many types of roofs out there. But as you make your way into Richmond, parts of Surrey, even parts of the Fraser Valley, these roofs are quite common. Very common with different areas and also different price point of homes. Tile systems, concrete tiles are more common than slate in Canada. Typically, they weigh about 800 pounds per square. It's very common to find damaged corners of concrete tiles, as these are the weak points. You want to avoid walking on the corners if you choose to walk the roof. And that's again too, and with what Alex was saying, I mean, affordable drone setup, you're looking at $1,000. You use that thing, you know, 2 dozen times, it's going to pay for itself in no time. Fiber cement shingles, typically designed to look like natural wood shakes, slates, and tiles. These are lightweight compared to slate and concrete, as well as being more affordable. During the installation phases from 1920s to 1980s, the fiber of choice was asbestos. This product was called transite and has typical concerns as per any asbestos-containing material. Metal tile shingles, depending on product, zinc, copper, aluminum, stainless steel, galvanized steel, lead, they can determine the lifespan from decades to a century. Galvanized steel is the most common material for steel panels. Generally a lightweight product with good wind resistant, imperative to water absorption and decay, fire resistance, insect resistant. It's however costly. When you're doing a metal roof, the one that I just priced out, it was about $1.50 a square foot. $1.50, $2 a square foot, which the price adds up pretty quick. Metal tile shingles defects. Vegetation should be removed from all roof lines, including metal roofs, as it can remove paint, which is a protective barrier and possible corrosion, which can lead to leaks. Any clearing should be checked with the manufacturer on the approved methods to clean the roof covering material. And again, that's where a lot of these, you know, higher end products, they're going to have a standard manufacturer that most likely does a large portion of Canada, if not a large manufacturer that does most of North America. Made of recycled plastic or rubber that mimic natural materials like slate or cedar shakes. It's considered a green product resistant to decay and insect infiltration. Premium product with cost similar to cedar shakes with approximate lifespan of 30 to 50 years. More builders on multifamily commercial are leaning more towards green products. That's a real trend that I'm seeing right now. Green, there's another thing, it's called GABA. That's kind of new. It stands for a huge acronym. Note that if you're missing snow guards, especially around access points to the structure and parking areas, decks, etc., these are very inexpensive to install or have installed, depending on the roofing system that you have. But I can tell you the difference between having one of those snow guards installed over a walkway or garage or whatever it might be is a really inexpensive safety measure for a homeowner to take on their property. And where the snow guard is installed on the left-hand side is installed where typically you'd see ice damming. And that's one thing that's also nice about metal roofing is that when that snow guard is installed, the ice snow can melt and then just kind of drip off the roof, and you're not worried about big chunks falling off as easily as opposed to other styles of roofing. Again, metal panel system defects. The image on the left shows a damaged one, while the one on the right shows a well-installed guard. The image on the right shows loose fasteners that can lead to leaks and keyholing. These fasteners, if you haven't installed them before, all you do is you just have a little impact bit on your drill and you just sink them down. You want to make sure that that composite washer is properly butting into the metal. And depending on what type of gun guys are using to install them, if they're using an impact, sometimes they can be put in too tight and they'll actually dimple the metal. But if you're using a drill and you can actually adjust the torque, it's just kind of a sign of someone that knew what they were doing to maybe a DIYer or homeowner. Plastic panels, many products out there that come in a variety of colors that have been around for decades, common for patios, carports, greenhouses. These are really common with DIYers. They're very inexpensive, very economical. Although they look clear when you put them in, it really doesn't take long for them to be just covered in gunk. I'm not a huge fan of these. If I was to do a roof, this would probably be my last recommendation, although they're really good for natural light. Many jurisdictions have building height restrictions which prevent tall slope roofs. You may see in older areas in your city and acreages, which is why there have been a shift towards flat or low slope roofing systems. On the right is the protected membrane system, where the membrane is below the insulation and is adhere or fastened to the deck. The membrane could be a PVC, TPO, or EPDM. Typically the decks are concrete, but may also be made of steel. These are a really interesting roofing system, which we're going to get into later, but torch-on is exceptionally expensive if anyone hasn't priced it out lately. I phoned around on a 2,000 square foot roof. I was looking at 100K. I was shocked when I heard that price. And yeah, it was 2,000 square feet. I think it might have been 2,200 square feet. But what guys were telling me when I said, why is this so expensive? Is they were telling me that the fire insurance, because it became so popular, everyone was doing it. They were just hiring kind of like Joe Blow off the street, however it might have been. And then there was a lot of insurance claims. So now the premium for torch-on roofing has almost quadrupled in the last 5 years. Guys were telling me that their insurance premium for doing torch-on was anywhere between $100,000 to $150,000 a year, depending on how many roofs they do. And they're like, well, where do you think that insurance premium goes? Right down to the customer. It's very surprising. Modified bitumen or roll roofing. They come in 3 feet wide. Roll roofing can be single, double, or triple layered. Doesn't last long, 10 to 30 years. Depending on the installation, environment, and maintenance, sometimes used as starter course for shingles or in valleys. It can be installed as slopes of low as 1 to 50 and a maximum slope in 1 to 4. If you come across a low slope roofing system in need of replacement, and these systems require high heat for adherence, you may want to suggest that the contractors have open flame insurance, which is kind of what I mentioned in the previous slide. There's an interesting product. It's a cold applied roofing system. It's kind of like a rubber system. And if the torch-on is done properly and there's not like bubbling, blistering, you can actually roll it right on top of the existing roofing. And if there's any areas that are really bad, they can cut it out, patch it, and then just do it right over top. And it was about 20 to 25% cheaper. And the warranty went up to 60 years. And this was, I forget the manufacturer that I spoke with on this project, but I was like shocked. The guy was like, you could literally do this on the roof, fill your roof up with water, let it stand forever, and we guarantee our product. And with traditional like torch-on roofing, that's just not the case. If you have any kind of like pooling water or however that kind of looks, it's just not great for the product. So here on the left, we see ridges. That wasn't really done properly. On the right, you see seam failure. Seams and cracks are common with aging, roll roofing, and then common should be indicated, as these will be future water intrusion points. The seam and the cracks may be an indication of inadequate heat being used during installation or poor installation. Generally, you want to see a 1/4 inch seam bleed out. And when we talk about that bleed out, it's just kind of you'll see kind of like a bit of black tar that comes from the seam after it's heated up. High foot traffic. This is also high loss of granular, and then alligatoring and cracking. It's interesting that we're covering all this stuff now, because my understanding of torch-on roofing was it's the cheapest alternative out there. All you do is you get someone up on the roof and they just torch it out. You got one guy rolling the roof, another guy on the torch, and you just roll it out. And that's just not the case. And I remember supervising guys like 10, 15 years ago, and that's all we did. We found literally someone that was new in construction. We said, hey, you're now the roofer, lucky you. Here's a guy that's going to run the torch, do your thing. And that was that. A few jobs that come to mind, that's what we did. And now it's so many years later. And one of the biggest reasons that when I was talking to this roofing company, they said that they didn't get into torch-on roofing anymore was because the VOC and off-gassing was exceptionally high. Now with everyone being, more prone to being lead proactive and using low VOC products and products that are greener and products that are more inexpensive to get rid of, they can just do like a cold apply 2-part roofing over top of torch-on if the torch-on still has some life in it. And the rep that I was talking to, he was saying that he's looking for anywhere between 75 to about 85% lifespan. Once it gets up to that 100-point lifespan, he's like, there's nothing we can do. It's just too expensive. It's not adequate for us. Modified bitumen roofing defects. Any seam noted should be indicated in the report and fixed, as these are water intrusion points. And again, I really can't get over how important roofing membranes are. It's really, especially when you get into flat systems, you're getting into more, typically you're getting into more multifamily or even commercial. And the roofing systems are exceptionally important. I don't know if anyone pays attention in the news, but maybe a year ago, the water damage that some strata corporations were requesting tenants to have could be upwards of $300,000, which is just, that's where I say you got a little leak on the roof. Where instead of building out now, we're building up, get a little bit of water, and it just runs down the wall, runs down the wall, runs down the wall. And all of a sudden there's 8 units that are all displaced, or however it might be. Again, this photo, it shows many issues such as cracking, bulges, and open seams. This bulge here, I believe that bulging is caused from when there's moisture underneath the decking and it doesn't have anywhere to go. Alex, is that kind of mirroring what your experience is in roofing as well?
Yeah, you betcha. You betcha. It's typically moisture or some maybe off-gassing that's going on. And that's really, really common with blisters that I think we're going to be talking about here next slide or two.
Yeah, and that's one thing too. I mean, that's where I say that this is a very broad overview. I work with a lot of manufacturer reps and manufacturing companies. So these are people that have spent like 20 years just on rolled roofing, or 20 years just on ABC 123, whatever the widget might be. And when I walked this roof, this 2,200 square feet, it was like I was getting a crash course in torch-on roofing. And my understanding of torch-on roofing was it's cheap. Just go up there, hit your torch, roll it out, good to go. But that just wasn't the case. Built-up roofing, it's one of the oldest low slope roofing systems and can be used on near flat roofs, even as low as 2%, and are often referred to as tar and gravel roofs. Inspection should check for bald spots in gravel, cracking of membrane. The minimum slope of asphalt base with gravel is 1 in 25. Gravel is 1 in 50. Coal tar base is 1 in 50, and cold process is 1 in 25. Built-up roofing defects, ponding and blistering. Generally, ponding should not last longer than 48 hours. And that's one thing that with the cold applied 2-part roofing, the guy was literally saying that you could have water up here, it could sit for quite a while before you'd see any type of issue. Blistering is a common occurrence on built-up roof systems and does not generally mean that it will leak or is defected. It can be caused by trapped moisture or gases within the system. This is examples of wind scouring and ponding. Again, things that you want to watch out for. It's just like with wood and water and how that's kind of the enemy. When you get into roofs and you see how much force can come from wind or the elements, snow if you're in Alberta, out east, it's honestly unbelievable. It really is. Scupper and roof paint. Sorry, you can tell I've been talking a long time when I'm on my second liter of water here. Scupper and roof drain defects, blockages. It's where the height of the parapet is more than 150 mil, or exceeds the height of the adjacent wall flashing is when you'll get a scupper put in. And typically what a scupper is a secondary or primary drain. It's nice if you go up on a flat roof and you see a roof drain and you see a scupper near it. What's nice about that is that if the primary drain is blocked and the water backs up, it has a secondary place to go. And that's one thing too with just proactive building maintenance, preventative maintenance, etc. It's nice to get up on flat roofs, take a look before the rainy season, before the winter, make sure that the roof drains aren't blocked, make sure that the scuppers aren't blocked, make sure that everything's working how it should be. Roofing access for underlayment. It's required on all materials except membranes and panels, designed to prevent meltwater from backing up under roof covering materials, creating ice dams. It's a second defense against water intrusion. It's not required to run coarse on the roof, only required on cedar shakes, and it must be a breathable type of material. Eave projection. What we're looking at here is that metal drip cap, right where my mouse is at the bottom. And that's a really nice detail. If you're walking a property, and in my opinion, if you're walking a property and the gutter's installed and you see that metal drip edge, it's a really nice detail. Just based on seeing that type of, call it hidden improvement on a property, I would expect that the rest of the property should kind of follow suit, depending also on how old the property is. It could always be re-roof, and then that was something that added in. But for a metal drip edge, I think we were buying those at about $20 per 10-foot length. So to cover your roof, to do everything properly flashed, etc., or even to go the extra mile, it's not a high cost. And that's one thing too, is when you're working with your clients, if you present it as, hey, this is something you can do above and beyond what you already have going. If you're looking at doing a new roof, whatever it might be, they now look at you at being knowledgeable, or sorry, I shouldn't use knowledgeable as the term. They look at you providing extra value in with what you're doing for them. So then when they deal with the roofing contractor or however it might be, they are armed with your roofing report. They're armed with the information that you've enabled them when they deal with their contractors. Eave protection installation is required to be 36 up from the eaves and 12 inches beyond the inside face of the exterior wall, and can have many names included: peel and stick, ice guard, self-adhering membrane, leak protector, etc. And really, when you're doing your perimeter walk around, this bottom section is where you're either going to see an aluminum soffit if the house is probably pre like 1995. In newer homes, it's going to be soffit. And what you want to look for in there is to make sure that the screws weren't fastened right through the material. Normally when you're fastening those screws, you'll use a bit that kind of has like a cap on it, so it doesn't sink the screw right through material. It doesn't sink it right tight. It still has a bit of room to breathe. And if the soffit is done in cedar, you want to, or cedar pine or spruce or fir, you want to make sure that it's not super tight to the point that it's going to buckle. I just had some soffit installed on another project, and the person installed it not perfectly, and it's already buckling. It's only been a couple months.
I'll make a quick note about that underlayment too there, Chris. So there are a few cases, folks, where it's actually not required. So if you have a very steep roof, A12, or if the projection is beyond 36 inches, or if it's unheated, then it's not required. But again, chances are you won't be able to tell if there is any underlayment or not. But if you're up in the attic space and it's just strapping on, say, like a wood shake or shingle roof, then there's cases where it's not required.
Perfect. Thank you, Alex. Roofing exteriors, this is where we've talked about ice damming. Ice damming, it's when heat escapes into the attic, melts the snow, water runs down towards the eaves, cools, freezes, causes dams. It can almost get to the point where it does go down, freezes in your gutter, and then comes back into the house. I had a project a couple years ago where it just, whatever led to whatever on this project. And the ice dam had actually, how this is looking as it comes into the eaves, it had actually gone through the OSB sheathing and had come into the house. We noticed leaking here, so I go up on the roof, I take a look around the roof, I don't see anything. Anyways, I don't see anything, and what had ended up happening was ice down here, leaking towards the house, just down like a little run, and then coming into the house. I couldn't find anything in the attic, and that's what I had to assume what was happening. Cleared out the snow, re-slope the gutters, put on a wide mouth downspout, which is actually a really nice feature. And it's also very, very inexpensive just to deal with getting the water away from the house. Roofing accessories, drip edge flashing. Again, this is where that drip edge, when it's in, it's inexpensive, $20 a stick. It costs next to nothing for time or additional time when it's installed. But you can see the difference between when it's installed to when it's not installed. And I mean, this is an extreme case. It's not obviously a wave of the magic wand, but when it's installed, you know that when the water runs off the roof, it's going to hit that drip edge and then go right into the gutter and get away from the house. Drip edge flashing defects. The image on the left shows what happens when the drip edge is installed behind the gutter. Check to see the drip edge has been installed into the gutter or behind, as it's common to find drip edges installed behind the gutter after re-roofing. The implication of this is water drips down the fascia, which can be a hazard. This is a really common occurrence. I do see this a lot, that when we actually just had a guy install drip flashing, he didn't do a proper job, and then getting the gutters in, the guy's like, this is a total can of worms, we're gonna have to fix it, et cetera, et cetera. Drip edge flashing defect, while not common, when checking for drip edge flashing, check to see if the underlayment is installed above the drip edge and not under the drip edge. Again, this would be commonly overlooked. And if you haven't worked with drip edge before, it kind of looks like, I guess, a number 7 is the easiest way to think about it. But that top edge that gets nailed on to the plywood or OSB, the roof sheathing, it's only about 1.5 inches long. There's not a whole lot of meat there. So it's pretty easy for that paper to kind of fall behind the drip edge flashing. And it wouldn't be a ton of work for someone to come by and just kind of take like a putty knife or whatever it might be and just get it on top of the flashing, run some type of caulking or however it might be, and just make sure that everything's done right. Valleys, valley flashing, you have open valley, woven valley, and a cut valley. There's several different ways to install roofing materials in valleys, whether open, woven, or cut. Many shingle manufacturers recommend to install open valleys with metal flashing to allow for a longer lifespan of the shingles. Open valleys, the shingles are cut back and the metal valleys exposed. Woven valleys are when the shingles are alternately overlapping with nails 6 inches away from the center of the valley. It's not a preferred installation method for 2-ply shingles, as it becomes a very thick valley and may not seal well. Metal valleys with a center line kind of W are great, as they not only help reduce water shooting from one side of the roof to the other as it comes down that valley, but they also allow for more rigidity and they prevent buckling. A lower grade V can also work, which is a bit more common. And that's where too, when you're walking your properties, if you see like a woven valley, I'm not a huge fan of a woven valley. It's just, sure, you can do it. I would rather see metal. And even with a metal flashing, I would rather spend an extra $1 or $2 a length to get something, either a V in the middle or a W, however it might be. But these are great things to note when you're doing your inspections with your homeowners for things that are tangible to them, to say, yes, this person looked, yes, this person saw, yes, this product that we're purchasing that very well could be $1 million or however it might be, is a quality product and someone's taking care of it. It's also
How much would
something
it cost, do you think, Chris, to add something in there? Like if the homeowner was concerned? Because that looks like spots, like, especially for the cut, looks like water intrusion could easily get in there on the cut valley anyway. Like,
if I was quoting a project like that, I mean, you would have to assume that this would pass code, jurisdictional or provincial. So assuming we can do this in that area, it would be fine. Same with a woven valley. Woven valley, you can get away with doing a woven valley. It's not ideal, but in order to actually like cut out your valley and put flashing underneath it, you'd be, it'd be, I don't want to say it's not worth it.
probably, yeah.
But you're probably looking at like 4 to 6 hours for a guy to try and do something like that. And at that point, it's a can of worms. It really would be.
Yeah.
It's just something that if you noted in your report saying, hey, you have a woven valley when you re-roof or a cut valley when you re-roof, you might want to do tin, or you have a note in there. Assuming that the average person lives in their house for 7 to 9 years, you're going to say maybe they're going to re-roof at some point, and that's just another opportunity for them to get more value out of the report that they've paid you for at any given time. And you can also use it kind of like as a educational component. Hey, this is what I saw. If you replace your roof in the future, this is what I would suggest. And maybe you offer, consulting at 5 years and 10 years, or however that might be. I'm not sure, but just kind of added value for individuals to kind of become repeat customers. This is just a valley installation schematic, but as you're seeing the shingles are trimmed back 2 inches from the valley. You're seeing how this would be woven coming up the other side, the underlayment, the extra fastening. Valley defects: damaged metal valleys or fasteners in the center of the valley should be indicated in the report and corrected. No fasteners should be found within 6 inches of the center line in the valley. And something like this too, where you have those nails, I mean, what you could note to the homeowner is to pull them out, put in proper roofing screws, and then put like roof patch over top of them. I haven't seen anything, like I've never seen valley flashings negatively flashed, meaning that they would be installed improper. So as the water runs down, it runs behind the other one. But I have seen a lot of negative flashing. Alex, is that something you've seen before? Valley flashing that's been negatively flashed?
No, I haven't. I imagine that after one good rain or snow thaw,
you'd find out right away.
Absolutely, yeah, it'd just be a complete funnel.
It's like running a garden hose in your house.
Absolutely, yep.
And that's where too, I mean, with the negative flashings or improperly flashed roofs, it can be a complete can of worms. It could be that someone's doing a flip or someone just re-roofed or whatever, and they're selling, early summer and the rain hasn't come yet, or however it might be. And that's where I'm a huge, huge believer in educating people and educating homeowners in using these reports as a educational tool for those individuals that are now going to be living at, maintaining, taking pride and ownership in their home. Step and counter flashing: where roofs intersect walls or other roof penetration like chimneys, provisions must be made to mitigate water intrusion. This is achieved by base and counter flashing. As you'll see, this is stepped up the siding. You'll see here too with the counter flashing, step flashing, even if you're looking at an older house, that just has the stepped flashing without the counter flashing. I mean, as long as this, if you were to run some caulking back here and then properly secure this with a roofing screw, it's better than nothing. And just because if this doesn't have the counter flashing, it can be something that can be added later, but I'm just thinking of the last couple properties that I've seen when I've looked at step flashing. I don't see a lot of counter flashing. I normally just see it here. We would have our rain screen and then our siding would run on top of that step flashing, or I've seen it where the siding's tongue and groove and they just run that step flashing to the siding without having any counter flashing, and just siliconing the back of it or running some type of sealant and then throwing roofing nails or roofing screws. And if it's a roofing nail, they just silicone the top of it. Chimney flashings. Chimneys require proper flashing and counter flashing with the counter flashing embedded into the motor, which is often poorly installed. Chimneys are definitely a sign of, you want to pay extra attention to the chimney. You want to make sure that they're properly counter flashed. You want to make sure that they're properly done, because this is a huge potential for water coming into the property. Chimneys and skylights, I would say, is the biggest thing. And when people ask about skylights, I often say the only thing that someone can guarantee when they install skylights is they can guarantee that they'll leak. And it's a whole can of worms. We just looked at a property a couple of weeks ago and it had 6 skylights in the foyer. The roof was a little bit older and someone said, "Hey, Chris, what would you do here? The roof's okay. It's not great. It's okay. It's kind of nearing end of life." And I said, "Yeah, I'd strip off this roof. I would sheet over top every single one of those skylights and then run the roofing over top." And like, "Oh, but we've got the natural light, blah, blah, blah." And I'm like, "Nah, you're just asking for water to come in there. That's all you're doing."
Just going to ask you, Chris, what would you do? But you already answered my question before.
Yeah, pull off the roofing, get rid of the skylight, sheet over top of it.
Yeah.
The other thing too with skylights, what ends up happening is a lot of moisture can be caught in along the drywall. And what ends up happening is if it's textured, that texture will eventually peel off. Or if you go to paint the texture with a roller, there's so much glue in the paint that it peels off the texture. And then the skylight dry will have like moisture caught in it. So you'll have to seal it in with a Kills It before you repaint it, mud it, and then retexture. It can be a total can of worms. And I've seen some really creative skylights. Like, I don't know why people were so into them, but they go up on an angle and they're like 11 feet into the roof. I've seen another one. It was like probably 15 feet, like straight up. You see some really creative solutions when it comes to skylights, and I just don't understand the attraction to them. Chimney crickets and saddles. So what we're looking at here is a chimney cricket or saddle. It's a one-piece saddle. It can be a rubberized asphalt sheet installed on sheathing before installation or metal flashings. Any chimney wider than 30 inches requires a saddle or cricket unless other provisions out of a basic home inspection view are completed. Check for water damage in attic space and ceiling below areas where they're missing. I would say that these are often overlooked. When you get into chimney flashing defects, you have one on the left-hand side, which is poor installation, and then you have one on the right where it's a missing saddle or cricket or wider than 30 inches. So you really should have something back there to shed the water. And again, what I do like about this picture is the fact that we have that metal capping. I actually just added this to the house that we're living in. What it ended up happening is this would have been a chimney at some point. Well, I can only assume this was a chimney at some point. They then did a retrofit and they ran their exhaust up the chimney. They've sided it in. We used our chimney here actually as a chase for our hot water tank. Yeah, this house again, it's 100 and some odd years old. Kick out flashings. This is also too, I was dealing with a stucco house a couple of years ago. These are really important, and stucco or building envelope around gutters can be very easily damaged. So here we see our exterior wall sheathing with housing cap. You see that drip edge coming in. The image on the left shows a common issue with kickout flashing that's too short. It's recommended that this be installed into the gutter. The image on the right is a close-up of missing kickout flashing at the sidewall. Not only can missing kickout flashing cause damage down the side of the structure, but can also drive moisture into the walls. This is very common on stucco buildings. Or what you'll see is that the stucco has been patched in and it just doesn't quite have the same texture or spacing of texture. And that's something that I always look at. I really like dealing with vinyl siding. Vinyl it's really easy to deal with. Stucco is nice because if you buy a house of stucco and the homeowner says, hey, I want to paint it, roll it on, good to go. I'm a huge fan of stucco, very cost effective. Hardy's obviously the dream, but Hardy is
really expensive, eh?
Really expensive, yeah.
Yeah.
Hardy, you're looking at, I want to say right now, you're probably looking at about $16 a square foot, and vinyl, you're probably in around $8 a square foot to install.
Yeah, it's like half price.
Yeah, half price. It's basically always been the rule of thumb from vinyl to Hardy. And anytime that I'm pricing a project, you can almost take.
What about stucco to vinyl? It's probably quite a substantial increase, hey?
Yeah, if you wanted to do stucco to vinyl, what's kind of interesting about that is that you could just get like 1x2 lath, nail it on the stucco, and then put your vinyl on top of that. But the area or issue that you're going to run into is because stucco isn't dead flat. When you put on your vinyl siding, it's not going to look very good.
No.
So you can do different things with stucco. I'm not a huge
just the durability is really nice with it, right? Like, I mean, for example, hail, the last few years, lots of hail damage in my father's area, and his house was untouched besides the roof. Everyone else vinyl just destroyed, right? So
yeah, I've heard stories about the type. I mean, I haven't done projects, siding projects in Alberta. When I was in Alberta, I was Fort Max. I was doing mostly concrete framing, etc. But yeah, it's the amount of damage that hail out there causes. It's like unbelievable because out here we don't get it. We do have hail, we do have rain, but it's just not to the extent. But yeah, if you're looking at durability for hail, wind driven, snow, rain, etc., stucco is a superior product to vinyl, in my opinion. Stucco does come with its own kind of so we're looking for maintenance issues though. It just comes with certain things that you want to watch for, but it's like any siding product. If you do your maintenance, if you maintain the product, you can get a really long shelf life out of it, being anywhere between 30 to 40 years. Again, another example of a kick-out flashing defect, just not properly installed. And that's where too, I mean, if I was looking at this, I'd be worried about this bottom section here. This area here is too short. So what will end up happening is if water comes down here, it hits this flashing and it may or may not make it into the gutter. You could run some like a roof patch or something in here, or maybe cut a flashing to fit in there to kind of help it get in there. But if you have a large enough roof line and a steep slope, it's unbelievable how much water can pick up on the roofs. And especially with the rain that comes in Alberta, like fast and furious, it's just like, it's unbelievable. Out here, it's just kind of always raining, but where compared to Alberta, it's just like it pours for an hour or two and then you might be back to blue skies.
Yeah. Unless you're in Fox Creek, then maybe not, but
Haven't been to Fox Creek. Haven't been to Fox Creek.
That's the
It's
most rain I've ever seen in my entire life, like ever.
There was back when I was in oil and gas, the big job going on was Kitimat. I think it was like the Rio Cana job or something like that. But Kitimat in the native language means Valley of Snow. And Kitimat, I think, for BC has the most annual rainfall. And I forget what it's measured in meters, but it's just unbelievable. That and the Queen Charlottes. I've heard working out of the Queen Charlottes is like unbelievably gorgeous, but I've heard all it does is rain, just nonstop. And at least out in BC, if you don't like the weather, you just wait 5 minutes and it changes.
Yeah.
So with limitations, transitions between walls and structures require flashings. Often poor installations and workmanship may not have any flashing or poorly installed flashing, which are often covered in tar. This, I hate to say that this is a one-off, but I have seen this, and people kind of call expandable foam carpenter in a can, because if you have like a draft or whatever, you're like, just hit it with some foam, good to go. That's not really the case. Same thing on a roof. It's like, okay, well, how much tar can we put on this roof to fix it? Roof vents play a vital role in removing the moisture and heat out of an attic space. Attics must have both intake vents, which are generally in the soffits or through what are called slant back vent and exhaust vents, such as ridge vents. Dormant, they're the cheapest out there. They can be damaged with hail, often covered with snow. When in the attic space, you want to check that the roof vents are opened, because you will find sheathing and roofing membrane covering them in your inspections. I have seen this before and it's unbelievable. What they'll do is they'll just sheet, and then they'll forget to drill the hole or cut the hole or however it will be. And they'll just nail on the roof vent and pretend like everything's good. And then what's happening in the attic is there's a lot of heat, a lot of moisture, can potentially lead to rot. I was just doing a job and I had some walls. It was an exterior, and I had a bunch of wall sconces along this wall. And the guy that was doing the tongue and groove siding went right over top of all the wall sconces. And I'm like, I don't know how you do siding over top like 4 wall sconces when they're there, but he did. And what I had to do in order to find them, instead of drilling into the siding, is I had to go inside the house, cut holes where I thought they might be from the drywall side, and then properly locate them through the siding, and then use my hole saw to access the wall sconce. But yeah, guys can just like get in their mood or get in their zone or whatever it might be, and they just keep working and they forget about what's happening, and then they don't want to make it good, and they just do what they think is best without putting thought into it. And that's poor workmanship. It does happen. With the turbines, or whirlybirds as they're also called, you want to check to see if they're not seized. They can squeak, make sure that they're level. The brand name of the original turbine vent is Whirlybird, which manufactures them in Little Rock, Arkansas. Fun fact. And you want to make sure that the bearings are still working, they're not seized. You can also grease them. Roof vents, ridge roof vents, and maxi vents. Gable vents do exist and were typically installed in older home dwellings pre-1970. And if you were to see a gable vent, it would just kind of be like one of those old school circles or venting, and it would just simply be in the gable end here. Skylights, you have curb skylights, also flashing details. And that's where I say with a skylight, the only thing you can really guarantee about a skylight is you can guarantee that it's going to leak. Skylights are great, but they can be problematic if not installed properly. Vegalex out of Sweden is the leader in market for superior skylights. Many skylights are installed using curb skylights, which is basically a box that the skylight rests on. And that's where I was saying too, like this flashing, you're just anything skylight, the only thing you can guarantee about a skylight is you can guarantee that they'll leak. And some older homes, I mean, this is just one example, but there's 5 skylights within a 25-foot radius. And then 2 on the inside where the drywall returns might be. You can run into moisture problems. These also bring in a ton of heat. One house that we were doing, it was just, it had a really nice skylight in it, but man, it was unbelievable the amount of heat that brought in. One electrician we had doing a job for us, he was telling me he got called out to an emergency call. This high-end home in an area that we live in had a automatic skylight that had a phone app. So when you went on your phone, the skylight could open, 12 inches or whatever it might be. The skylight opened and the guy couldn't close his phone app, or however it worked. It wasn't recognizing from the phone to the cloud to the skylight. So the guy actually had to physically set up a ladder and bring it down. But in the meantime, the rain had picked up, the wind had picked up, this guy got all this water coming in his house and everything. Yeah, I'm a big fan of just simple. I like simple, easy, nothing too fancy. Roof, I mean, if I could just have a metal roof on every place, you're set for 100 years. You don't have to think twice. And that's really what I like. On places that I do, if we were selling like a flip or a resale, I really try and go into it with the idea of not just low maintenance, but almost no maintenance. So when someone comes in, it's, not that they have to do all these things. Everything's new, it's completely turnkey. You're set for, 5 to 15 years, depending on what you have going on. Skylight defects, you want to check for damage to glaze, check for failed seals. You want to check for water damage inside of the ceiling. You want to check for watermarks in attic space, at framing, and behind the insulation. The image on the right shows improper flashing at a skylight. This would probably be, I don't want to say more common to seeing it, but a lot of people that I talked to on one project there trying to get someone to repair a skylight, a lot of people won't touch them. And then you'll kind of see the framing that you'll see if you were to go into an attic where a skylight might be. And on the one project I'm thinking of, it didn't even have this. It literally just had drywall. Had a bit of framing like blocking around it just to kind of hold it together, but it didn't look this good. And again, what we're noticing here is we're noticing the discoloration for the watermarks. So you can kind of see the OSB, how it has that kind of like golden tinge to it. And then you get down to where the water would be coming in, and you can see how it's kind of dried on that piece of lumber. And again, you could fix that by potentially going to the skylight, taking a look to kind of see what's going on. But what's better than having a skylight, in my opinion, is having no skylight, because then you don't have the potential for any leak. But when they're installed properly, you could not have an issue for the life that you're at the house. Sun tunnels, these aren't something that we see often. I have seen them. This is almost something if I'm cruising realtor.ca and I see one of these in, like, this is like something you might see in an older house. It was a gimmick, if you want to call it that. And what it did was, it's kind of a little tube. I don't know if anyone recalls, but they sold these on TV, kind of like late 90s. And what you do is you would order them. And what this reflector does is it collects sunlight, brings it down the tunnel, and then gives you sunlight in an area. I don't understand the gimmick behind it. I think what's a lot easier is just having a light. It gives you light also. It might not be natural light, but for how this guy's installed and what you're looking at, I think I'd rather just get an electrician to install a light. So sky tunnels, they're often DIY projects and should be extra vigilant of installation. You want to check to make sure that vapor barrier has been sealed, just like skylights. Check for the ceiling in the home for watermarks. Well, both images show sky tunnels. There are a very large difference between the two depicted. The one on the left is a metal, typically aluminum sky tunnel that generally come in 4-foot sections. and has a highly reflective tunnel. It has a protective coating that is removed after the installation is complete. This allows for the most amount of refraction, which is generally 3% per foot. The tunnel on the right is a flexible tube, which is very similar to dryer vents. These are not as reflective as the rigid style. The benefit of these is their allowance for bending. The seals for these are typically closed foam gaskets on the warm side of the home, while the open gasket is just on the roof line. And again, this shouldn't be something that you normally see, but they do exist. They are out there. And if anyone hasn't seen one before, they do give off a surprising amount of light for what they are. They do, I mean, it's a gimmick. It works, it does what it's supposed to do, which is give off sunlight in dark areas. Becoming more common, but still with slow adoption due to high installation costs, manufacturers claim the system will pay for itself before the end of its lifespan. And we're looking at photovoltaic coverings or solar power. Manufacturers claim that these will pay for themselves in 25 years. The warranty on components is 24 to 30 years, depending on which manufacturer you go with. And the reduction of provincial grants has reduced installation prices considerably. While brief description can be performed from a roof, the CSA home inspection standard does not require these to be inspected and is best left for a third party. You may come across rough-in wiring for these systems in recently built homes. When you go on the underside of the attic and you're just kind of looking at this, you really want to make sure that you're not seeing any watermarks, that you're not seeing fasteners and clusters. Make sure that they're properly installed. A panel like this, if someone was just to put in a screw, maybe to OSB, or maybe they missed the strapping, however that might look, it might be on there, but it could also present a hazard to the homeowners or to anyone below.
Like a couple quick notes about those photovoltaic coverings there, Chris. One thing to keep in mind, folks, is personal experience. I've seen a lot of pigeons, a lot of birds make a lot of nests build these units. So just be mindful if you're doing an inspection and you're noticing that in the area near in the subdivision or possibly with the dwelling you're inspecting, you got a lot of avian activity. There's a chance they may be nesting. Another thing too is a lot of people are getting into the green buildings. If somebody wants to install these solar panels on the roof line, just give some thought to the actual condition of the roof, because if the roof isn't basically brand new or within 5 or 6 years of age, I probably wouldn't recommend putting them on, especially if it needs to be done. And if the roof needs to be replaced within 5 or 10 years, because it's a lot of cost to install the panels and then take them down and then reinstall them. So just again, some food for thought if you have some clients that are wanting to slap some of these on their roof.
Yeah, those are great points. I spent a fair amount of time in the States just with working with manufacturers, and I notice these type of products in more rural areas, and they're exceptionally common just south of the border. You would be shocked at the size of some of these panels that people have on relatively rural or older homes. Down there, I think it's for the reason that electricity is a bit more expensive. And then if they're in a more rural area, these can actually be powered to a battery, and then that can power the house or however that might be. In the area that I live in a more rural area opposed to being in the city. And we get power outages once a week. They can last anywhere between 1 to 3 hours. And in the summer, because it was actually so hot, we were like mid-40s, we were actually getting power outages because the grid couldn't handle the amount of air conditioners that were being ran during the last heat spell in BC. So when we built a garden suite behind where we currently live, we actually put in a generator panel. So that way, I mean, if we're in the winter or whenever it might be and the power goes out and it's anything longer than a couple hours, we could always go in there and at least we know that we have a working toilet, hot water, and access to heat. But yeah, there was times last winter where we didn't have heat for we were flooded out for like a couple weeks. And then we had another time where we didn't have power for like 4 days. And we live in a relatively rural area, but it's not as if we live in the middle of nowhere, which is kind of ironic, I suppose. Vulnerable scenarios. Again, looking at this roof on the exterior view, with having that cultured stone on the chimney, you can tell that it's a quality product. It's most likely a mid to higher end product. And especially as you can see that cultured stone below the fascia, they have done a good, they have done a good job of, you know, presenting the product in a nice manner. But when you look at how the water comes down here, it almost has a bit of a hip, and that's where you're getting that bit of cooling. And that's kind of what's going on here. They probably should have ran this down or maybe put in a bit of a cricket or something like that, but these do happen. And again, this isn't 30 inches wide, but you can imagine if there's any water back here, it's just going to come across the chimney, drip down the side, and then possibly pool in that area. That definitely would be a weak spot for what I would be looking for. You can kind of see that bit of a bend there. Butterfly roofs, changes in slopes, dead valleys into walls, all can lead to water intrusion. You want to be extra vigilant in the effect areas in the structure, checking for water damage. If time permits, you want to allow for discussion of why the following oh, I'm reading, that's funny, sorry. I'm reading the note that's in the notes. Well, so we discussed it. Does anyone have any questions to why that wouldn't be a great, kind of style there?
Yeah, we're going to be looking at quite a few designs here, Chris, for vulnerable scenarios like you're saying. And again, guys, like Chris mentioned, this is probably one of those very high-end homes, custom homes, but just because the architect thinks it looks great on his laptop or her laptop doesn't mean it's actually going to be very functional. And we're going to be looking at, you know, quite a few slides here, just talking about really, really poor designs. It's a lot similar to decks where it's a DIY, but this is more of most likely poor design by the architect or the engineer. So if you guys come across these scenarios that we're going to be seeing here, just really make a good mental note to not only indicate them in your report, but also look in the attic space if accessible, or looking inside the actual dwelling. So, you know, here we have a chimney chase, most likely wood burning appliance by looking at that chimney. So, you know, if you're inside the house and you see the wood burning fireplace or the B vent, whatever it is, take a look around the ceiling and the sidewalls around the chase, because chances are there's probably gonna be a lot of bubbling on the paint.
Definitely echoing what Alex is saying. Just because a property is a higher end product or looks like a higher end product does not necessarily mean that it was built adequately. Doesn't mean that they hired anyone that was more competent than maybe even just a spec home or a track house or however that looks. One property that I'm thinking of specifically that I went in about 6 months ago, the property was very expensive. It was probably one of the most expensive properties in its area. It was priced at about I think it was 2.9 million. And surrounding houses would have been anywhere from like 900 to 1.5, 1.6. The property, looking at it on pictures, gorgeous. The view, gorgeous, right on the river. It was like a very gorgeous property. Being at it in person, I had never seen a property that was that new, that was that run down. It was literally unbelievable. You couldn't walk into a room without seeing possible leaks through the roof into the drywall. It was just unbelievable. Really unbelievable how this property had been built. They'd obviously run into money issues or whatever it might have been, and then they just slapped it together to get it finished. And that's just a big thing, is just because someone thinks that it looks good on paper, or someone thinks, hey, this is a great note, however it might be, doesn't necessarily mean it is.
Well, I'm out of here, guys. Chris, thanks for your time today. I gotta go get my annual teeth cleaning, unfortunately. So
have a great afternoon. I appreciate your
man. It was a pleasure.
participation and hope you learned something new.
Oh, I did, of course. Hey, is there any way I can get a hold of you, Chris? Like after the
Sure,
fact,
just
like email, if I,
yeah, shoot me an email. My website's copywritingchris.com and you'll see what I do there.
Chris. Okay.
Very cool.
Sounds
Enjoy the
good.
participation. I hope you have a great afternoon with the dentist. I hope he's gentler than mine is.
I hope so too.
Yeah.
Hey guys, have a good rest of your day. And Alex, I'll see you in the morning.
Thanks,
Yeah,
Mike.
cheers.
You bet.
So with this one here, we're looking at penetration into valleys. There are terrible ideas. They can lead to excessive damming. And again, you're seeing it in two areas here. One, it's literally running right into a flat surface. I would highly doubt that this has any type of slope on it at all. Very likely one of those things that looked great on paper, but when it comes to the practical side of things, just something that doesn't work. And it's just one of those things where someone says, hey, this is going here, and someone somewhere else designed it saying, hey, this works, and it just doesn't. I mean, the easiest solution to this would be to put in a cricket into that valley so that when the water comes down, it would just hit that cricket and go on either side. I mean, looking at how that chimney is, I don't feel like that would be that hard of a fix to do, although the roof does look relatively new for the picture. The image on the left demonstrates poor installation of the top shingles where roofing tar has been installed, while the image on the right is a possible ice damming and drainage issues. And again, that's where this, I mean, it's kind of like when you walk enough roofs, if there are issues, people always go to the Home Depot, get some tar, and it's almost like carpenter in a can or Expandafoam. It's like, okay, well, how much tar can I put on this until it fixes the issue? And yes, putting on tar can cover up your blowing through nails. It can potentially stop the leak, but then I would suggest that you're probably up there every year or every other year, just checking these areas or fixes that you note. And that's where too, in the reports that you're giving homeowners, it's almost as if it's a deferred maintenance program that they can then use for the life that they're at their property. Especially if you were to put notes saying look at immediately or 2 to 5 years or 5 to 10 years or however that kind of looks. And then the one on the right here, this is just a big possibility for ice dam. You're going to get a lot of heat there. Realistically, low slope, as you can kind of tell. Just that's going to fill with snow, ice over. It could also run into the house there. And my experience with roofing, I have not installed a ton of roofs. I've supervised crews installing roofs. I've just kind of done like the final QC when I was back in new construction. But I always thought a roof was a roof and how bad can it be? And after you look at a project where a roof can be in excess of $100,000 for 2,200 square feet, or when you have what seems to be a garden hose running into your house, a roof isn't just a roof. And depending on the scenario that the homeowner is dealing with, having all these items, issues, notes, and even drone footage in your report, it does really help out. I found the home inspection report that I recently purchased on a property to be very helpful. I was actually shocked at the amount of detail that this home inspector had gone into. And that's where I had been into the property. I'd gone over everything front to back, done my due diligence, or thought that I had done a good job anyways. And then I get the home inspector's report, and I swear this thing was like 16 to 18 pages long. It took me forever to go through the videos, the testing, the everything that was just hidden, that me as a carpenter just kind of walking in there and seeing with my own eyes, I can only see so much. Where when he uses all of his knowledge, puts it into a report, I was just really surprised by the amount of detail that he was able to capture that I had missed, even with my background in trades as a carpenter. It was really impressive. It really was. This area here, again, ice dams, low slope. This just looks like DIY gone bad. And if you look in the back section of the picture, you can see that they can be tied into successfully. These are obviously just a modular trailer community, modular homes. You can see that they can be done properly. This one here looks like it's presenting a few more issues, exceptionally low slope. Who knows if this is enclosed underneath? Who knows if it's leaking? And then it just looks like a lot of roof lines that are coming together, where someone most likely was doing the best of their ability. And it's very similar to the item here on the right. If I was looking at a project like this, I would almost think, okay, where was the addition? How was this done? What am I looking at? Because I would feel that maybe this was the original structure, or maybe this was the original structure, or just this was the original structure, and then it got an addition, and then someone covered over top a porchway or whatever it might be. And that's where too, when you're doing additions, when you're looking for things like that, tying into an existing roof line, unless you basically like strip it right down or get an architect to or engineer to design it, it's very telling where the additions have been. It's just a nice place to go. It's not something that can be hidden. You can see if there's been additions, even if there hasn't been permits pulled. More images of poor transitions. And what you're looking at here on the left is basically the roof just running into a section and not having enough slope to basically run off. Also potential ice damming. And then the one here on the right, they've basically just caulked over top or used some sort of tar roofing product to ensure that when water goes into that valley, that it still drains out. And this might fix it for a while, but you still run that issue of that water running behind the caulking and then getting into the house and not actually running out of there. And looking at how small this section is, to hire, I mean, I don't know how big the roof is this way, but to recommend hiring a roofing contractor to come in and properly flash this, I don't think the cost would be that high. That would be probably my recommendation, because just running some tar down your valley wouldn't really cut it for me. Again, skylights, I would only have to assume that this is in an enclosed porch. DIYer done wrong. And then on the left-hand side here, you see how all of this water from the roof line would then run right into the vinyl siding. And you can only hope that this has proper flashing on the wall. And it's just really a poor design. Same with this one here, exceptionally low slope, torch on roofing, although it looks like it goes underneath the asphalt. It's just a very poor design. If I came across something like this in the field, my recommendation would probably be to possibly pull it off if it was done that poorly, or to just really keep an eye on this area. And just kind of giving everyone an example of how much torch on roofing has increased in pricing. I got pricing for a roof probably no bigger than this. It was, I think it was 6 feet by 15 feet. And it was only 10 feet off the ground. Low slope, just torch on roofing. And the price for that was $6,000. I was shocked, because as far as I knew, torch on roofing, you just throw it on there, heat up your torch, roll it out, good to go. And when I asked the guy, I said, well, why is it so much? He's like, the insurance. I don't do enough of it to compensate for how much I'm paying insurance, premiums, etc. And the guy said, even if you can find pricing that's inexpensive or a little bit cheaper from someone else, it's not going to be that much cheaper. And that was my pricing for this little section of roof. It was aimed anywhere between $4,000 to $6,000. I had a couple guys tell me that they could do it for cash. That's not really the way I try and operate, but it was, I couldn't believe how much it was. Again, another vulnerable scenario where on this one here, they don't have a cricket. This looks like an older house, maybe out of the 90s. But again, if you were to put in a cricket here, I don't think it'd be that much work to pull off your roofing up about 6 feet, put in your cricket, properly flash it. I do know that paying someone to put in a cricket or get one properly manufactured is a lot cheaper than having to deal with an insurance claim. Especially when you got water, textured ceiling, it can become expensive exceptionally quick, especially if your house or if someone's house tests positive for asbestos. Fixes can get expensive very, very, very quick. And again, on the left-hand side here, this is just a really poor detailing. And it almost looks like the person that installed the roof knew that it was a poor detail. You can kind of see that they almost kind of tried to try their best. But again, it's just a poor detail and you can only do what you can with what you have, I suppose. But it almost looks like that the product goes one way and then when it reaches the top of the cricket, it comes down the other way. That's kind of how I'm seeing that. And this wouldn't be a huge concern for me, but it's just not a proper transition. And this, I mean, possibly could be an addition. It just seems very unusual that you would have this very awkward roof line coming in. And that's one thing too that I noted on earlier, that if you're looking for additions, it's always very telling when you see very unusual roof lines like this. It could also be DIY gone bad, where the person just was doing as best as they could. Maybe they should have hired a professional though. Getting into the attics, you can really see just how bad it can be when you have water coming in. You can see mist nails. You can see water marking along your trusses. You can see just how bad it can actually be. You can see a bit of daylight coming in there. And then this from the top of the roof, just a lot of intersecting roof lines. A lot of water is going to hit the back of this, where if you were to properly flash that, it really wouldn't be that much work or really be that much cost. And as you can see, there's a for sale sign on the bottom there. It's nice to see that that's capped off though. And then obviously proper venting for the heat to get out. The product that you're seeing on the bottom left here is actually to stop bird activity. It's just like a bird strip, however it might be. But with the water, snow getting on this roof line here, all that's going to happen is it's going to run right into that wall. And that's where too, coming from a carpentry background, if you were to run some rafters, even just small little 2-foot rafters down this other side here, it wouldn't really take much to kind of make something that would allow any water, any snow on here to run down the roof properly. With this, all you're really doing is asking for trouble. Even if you have a wall flashing here, your water is getting a fair amount of speed coming down what looks to be about 8 or 9 feet, and then hitting that flash and then making its way off the roof onto the other roof line and then coming down. And again, this looks like a newer I would call it a mid-end home, having a premium siding color, having a nice vinyl gable window. It looks like it has gutters to match, etc. And then on the right here, you can just see roofer in a can. How much tar can we put on that without having to fix it? And they just did not a great job with it running down the roof. Just very poor quality of work, if you wanted to call it that. I would have a hard time calling that quality work. But you know, people do as best as they can. And you can see too how these gaps have kind of widened out. It could have been too that they said, hey, we're going to replace the roof in a couple of years. Can we just patch this in to make it work? What can you do? And that's what the guy came up with. Again, another vulnerable scenario here. And that's where too, with what we're saying is just because you go to a house and it looks to be mid to a high-end house, doesn't necessarily mean that it is. I mean, if you look at this gable front entryway, there's some nice stonework. Actually, it's not a front entryway. It looks almost to be like a balcony, but there's some nice stonework, some nice gable detailing. It looks to be like a very mid to high-end home. But then you get up on the roof here and you look to see how this detailing is done. You could only assume that this top gutter may not have a downspout. And then you would have this roof line running into the gutter, running onto the roof here, running down into this little 2-inch area, as well as this whole roof line running into this valley and running into this little 2-inch area. And then all this water hits this gutter and then eventually runs away from the house. I see that a lot too, where they don't have proper downspouts, or the recommendation to the homeowner or to the project could just be to add adequate downspouts. A nice way too to get water away from the house quicker is using a wide mouth gutter. So a normal gutter is maybe, let's say, 2 by 3 inches. If you get a wide mouth, they can be up to maybe about 5 inches by about 3 inches. So you're opening up the spout for that gutter to collect water by maybe 50 to 75%, and it gets away from the house that much quicker. And those wide mouth gutters, any roofing company, any roofing contractor would install them. It just kind of looks like a cup with a flange that goes behind the gutter, and you just put a screw or put a nail in there, make sure you seal it off, and that would take the majority of that water. And they only run about $35 a piece, and you're probably paying someone $25 to install one. Something I like doing too is, if we're doing a rehab or a flip or whatever it might be, is just getting a gutter company in for a day and say, hey, my budget's XYZ, what can you give me? And they'll just clean up the gutters. Maybe they add some downspouts, maybe they just clean it up. And that way too, when a homeowner takes possession, they know that the water has been done. They know that the water is going to get away from the house. They have your report in their hand, and they have done their preventative maintenance in order to make the corrections that you've recommended. And again, here we look just more roof slopes that are kind of inadequate. It's a lot of roof line to be carrying water down to just this 2-inch little area. It runs right down here and most likely has a very easy way of running into the house. I can't assume that this photo is from the same property, but you can tell that what someone's done is they've just tried caulking and caulking and caulking to get the water away from the house. And very well, and in a case like this, that's all you're doing. But yeah, on the inside of here, you'd obviously want to watch for watermarks. You want to see, go inside of there, turn off your flashlight, see if you can see any light out, make sure that at least it's tied up, and that's been reported and the homeowner can address it. Again, poor roof designs. This one here, this is kind of prime. You have your stucco, most likely it has your wall flashing, but this roof line here and this downspout from the roof line above are running right into that little area there. One thing I like doing or recommending is to get those kind of U water tracks. You can get like a gutter company to manufacture them to match your roof's color. So in this case, it'd be brown. But then this water here, instead of just running onto your roof, would actually run into a track, a metal track, and then run into the downspout below it. And again, this area here, you can kind of tell that the guy had to get creative by using some sort of product down here, which actually isn't the roofing membrane, but there's just so much going on in what someone thought would be a good idea. Coming from a builder's perspective, this just looks like a complete nightmare. I'm not a huge fan of these, and this is the reason why. They're not typically done right. I'm also not a huge fan of what they present logistically in room design, usability, etc. They're really popular in the 90s on mid-end homes, I would say. Again, another vulnerable situation here. You can tell that the individual here has kind of built a bit of a cricket, and that they've put in some flashing, most likely with a sealant behind it. And you can only hope that this is done right. But what you could be able to do is just kind of take like a putty knife, lift up this top layer, and just see how far that runs behind it. Obviously ensuring that you're not damaging or creating kind of a can of worms for the current owner, but obviously that you're recording and reporting what it is that you see in this very potentially weak spot. And that's the same thing with this kind of valley here. You're collecting a lot of rainwater that comes out of one very small spot. And again, in something like this, you might want to make sure that that's a product that's going to be able to last, that it's properly done, that it comes up the roof on both sides an adequate amount. On the project that we did a few years back that had a leaking roof that was negatively flashed, this really resembles or reminds me of what the roofer did. Although he didn't use this kind of roofing product, he just did this all out of roofing material, and then the water just came off these three roofs, leaked right in there, and then came right into the house. And it was probably like that for a good couple of weeks before we noticed. The only reason we noticed was because we were doing floors, and I think there was a bit of water on the floor, and then that led me to cut the drywall, which led me to the roof, and down the rabbit's nest we went. And funny side note on that story, we were in that house for a couple of years, and we get a knock on the door one day, and they're like, "Hey, did Joe Blow do this roof?" Or like his name was Dave or whatever. "Hey, did Dave do this roof?" And I'm like, "Yeah, that company did do this roof." And they're like, "Oh, can you sign this thing? We're actually suing him." The guy owed them a bunch of money for jobs that he was never, that they did for the contractor. He never paid the contractor, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, oh man, I'll sign it. He did do it. We had the exact same issue. But yeah, just something to watch out for. Again, when inspecting gutters, you want to check to see how close the shingles are from the gutters, as shingles that are not cut far enough back can allow water to overshoot the gutters during heavy rain. Typically the overhang is about 3/4 of an inch, plus or minus. And that's what we're seeing here on the picture on the left. You want to check to ensure that all vents are properly secured. For a keen eye, you'll notice that it's an undersized roof vent as well. This would not be acceptable in areas where frost closure is a possibility. What can end up happening on this is if frost closes that, then this venting doesn't have anywhere to go. And picking up this corner here, a lot of roofs that I've walked, these don't get fastened properly, or I've seen it where you give it a little shake and you can tell that it wasn't nailed along the top either. Or in other slides that we've seen is that they just sheet right over top of it. They drop this down, whatever it might be, a vent or whatever, and they just kind of call it a day. A good technique when in the attic space is to shut off your flashlight, check for daylight, which I've mentioned previously. You can obviously see the holes in the roof line and kind of see what's happening. This situation shows a fall arrest system not sealed against the weather. So what you see here is a shepherd's hook. These aren't super common in properties. It is nice if your property has one. At least you can make the homeowner aware of that. What shepherd's hooks are is they just kind of fan out. It's just a piece of metal that normally has a hook at the top. They fan out and they have like 20 to 40 spots to nail off on either side. A nice thing to note too is that if you're in a attic and so if you do your walkthrough or drone footage and you see a tie off or anchor pointer or shepherd's hook on top, when you go into the attic, you can kind of think of where that would be and note that if it actually has screws, nails, etc., that go into a truss or some sort of solid blocking, because what very well could happen is, let's just say the springtime comes, homeowner comes up here, he's wearing a harness, climbs up the ladder, ties off to what he thinks is structurally secure, but really it's just nailed, has a couple nails into some sheathing or whatever it might be, and then the individual takes a spill and this pulls right out after him. That's something too, where if I was tying off, if I was anchoring off to anything, I would want to make sure that it's structurally sound, and tying off to a existing anchor point, I would just be very hesitant of. On the left-hand side here, you shut off that flashlight, that's going to be really obvious. And that's where too, you can see that this venting here, they ran proper bug screen, so nothing can come in, which is nicely done. But that's where too, I mean, if you get into older style roofs, you shut off your flashlight. If it's sealed, it's sealed. But what's nice about going into an attic is you turn off that flashlight, generally you can get a pretty good feel of what's going on and how everything's looking. You can also tell a lot by the property, by if at one time if it was cross-strapped and then they covered it in OSB or plywood, kind of how that looks, how their nail patterns look, etc. Again, here we see just poor roof detailing. Again, here, it's not really poor roof detailing because there might be, pine trees around, but this would just want to be something that would want to be monitored. Some places that I've looked at, the homeowner for 30 years has just let the pine needles fall and it captures in the gutters and the gutters barely work and water is coming in. And it's just, even if it's just leaking into the soffits, oh yeah, whatever, I don't need to worry about it, however it might be. But it's really not a lot of work to, stand on a ladder down here. If you're only at 8 feet or whatever, pull that out or get your gutters cleaned out annually. And then here on the left-hand side, it kind of notes what I mentioned about that kind of U channel. So what ends up happening is the water runs off this roof line, runs into this gutter. This very well could have leaked at one point, which is why they have kind of that tar on this piece of metal here. But if you were to actually get a proper piece of like a U gutter made up or bent, is that this gutter could just easily flow into another piece of gutter, make sure that's obviously secured into the roof properly, and then would go right down to the lower gutter, and you're limiting all this water from leaking on this one point for, anywhere between 20 to 25, 30 years, which is, that's one thing I do anytime that I'm in a property, is I always put on wide mouth gutter caps, as well as if it doesn't have adequate gutters, I'll always do whatever I can to limit the amount of water that will be in one roofing area repeatedly. When you're in a roof, you want to check vent stacks to ensure that the weather sealing materials are not compromised, as any cracks or openings can cause leaks. And as you can see right here, it's just this tiny little hole here. But then when you get on the inside, that's what you're looking at. And it's easy enough to go up there with a caulking gun, fill that in, and then again, you're rain tight. And that's one thing too, is with things when I'm looking, if I'm walking a property, what I would look for, I mean, some people go to the extent of painting their capping, not painting their capping, but painting all their vents prior to selling, painting all their valley flashings. I know that when we're listing a property, that is something that I'll hire someone to do if they're just like a general handyman, whatever it might be, but it just cleans everything up. It's not a high cost for just how clean it looks. And then that way, when you're walking the property too, you can kind of see generally how that person keeps their house. You can obviously note that in the report, just if it's well maintained, if it looks like they're doing the right thing, or if they just kind of bought it, haven't done anything in 10, 15 years, just kind of set it and forget it. Again, here's one more image too with these roof vents. What can end up happening here is it affects the snow on the builder grade roof vents. They're just an inexpensive product. They do work. Obviously, if you're getting an unusual amount of snow for your area, you want to make sure that they're still clear and that your roof, even in colder climates, is properly getting ventilation in it. You also want to make sure too that if you're in a colder area with prolonged snow, the snow isn't staying frozen over top of certain venting, specifically gas or drainage or however that might look. That could be a very big issue, health hazard life. The image on the left shows the effects of snow on builder grade roof vents, while the image on the right is just really a poor installation. It wouldn't take much to really clean this up, but what I do like about this is at least the fact that they're using metal valley flashing. That's a step in the right direction. And I like the fact too that the lines, their cuts are nice and clean for the most part, especially considering how old the roof is. But there's really no reason why this couldn't come up another foot and just be cleaned up in general. And I believe that that brings us to the last slide. So I did say that we would finish by roughly 3 o'clock. We didn't take our last coffee break, which my caffeine is upset about in my body. So I'll have to make up for that once I kind of log in and check my day's email, etc. Kind of closing out the course. Did anyone have any additional questions or comments? I mean, I have the chat open here if someone's at work and they want to just type whatever, or if there's any more or additional value that I can bring anyone, feel free. We can do a Q&A if anyone wants, and if anyone doesn't have any questions, I can just kind of thank you guys for your time and go into the computer abyss. I'm sure you guys have additional training tomorrow with Alex and another instructor, I would assume.
Yeah, you bet, Chris. Tomorrow, guys, we have Katie Jansen with All Red Electric. She's a Red Seal electrician. She's taught before. Like Chris just mentioned, if you guys have any questions, by all means, you can type in the chat right now, or you can speak up. Otherwise, we'll hopefully see you guys tomorrow. And yeah, that's about it. Thanks, Chris, for taking us through today. It was fantastic. A reminder of your words. So very entertaining and really good conversations.
Hey, you're very welcome. And that's where I say, man, if I was in person, I'd have this demonstration and that demonstration, and I'd have little dolls coming out. I wish I was cutting, but I'm not. I can throw my voice, I close my mouth, and I can do puppeteering and the whole nine. Yeah, that's what you get for in college instructing for a couple of years. You get really creative. See, I won't pull out the sock puppet because we're doing Zoom, but maybe I'll hold off for the next course. I'll just have my hands go like this, and then I can, and you'll be like he's doing it. And I'll just do one slide with the sock puppet. You never know, right? Got to keep people on their toes.
Babysitter and ventriloquist. Love it. Awesome. Yeah. Well, thanks
Perfect.
again, guys. And,
thanks again, Alex. And I appreciate you guys' time. And I hope that I brought some form of value. And again, if anyone has any additional questions, maybe there's something that comes to you down the road. However it might be, feel free to shoot a question to Alex. Or if you want to be put in contact with me, Alex can always forward the email. Sure. However it might be, I'm an open book and I'm literally chained to my desk. So I'm here, whether you need me or not, I'm here.
Awesome. Thanks so much, guys.
All right, perfect. Thanks.